parents, and then you might have some other hey,
we're about to go live. We're
do
about
good because there might be some CCOs out there watching who don't want juniors; they want the big dogs. So you might have some other hey,
we're about to go live.
Do good because there might be some. Yeah, Sean, you got to mute your.
I know.
There you go. All right. Well, welcome to the, I guess, final day of Final Critique for the spring 21. Is that right? It's 21. We didn't get a 20. It just doesn't exist. Spring 21 semester, Texas Creative. Today we're dealing with, we've got the advanced classes. We're going to start with P4. Those are folks who have been here for 4 semesters, the Texas Creative sequence. And then we're going to, after those first 12, we'll roll right into P3. Folks have been here for 3, but they're both advanced classes. And they've got some great work to do. We've got 2 amazing critiquers here, Ben and Sherm, professionals in the industry with giant brains full of knowledge and ridiculous pedigrees. And I would love for them just to say a minute about who they are and where they come from and their background, and maybe a little bit about what they're working on right now, just so we get a sense of who you are. Ben, sure. Did you want to jump in?
Yeah, happy to. Yeah, so I'm Ben Mayjoy. Let's see, I've been in advertising, I guess, probably about 11 years now. I started at Crispin. Actually, technically, I started at Vice. I was writing for Vice for a while, and then other Crispin, Porter, McGusky, and then started hopping around from Chiat and Deutsch and 72 and Sunny for some small measure, kind of most of the main ones, which I think is a trend. You kind of see that across a lot of the people that have been in the industry for a while. You start freelancing a whole bunch of them, and now I am the creative director at Up Rocks and Warner Music Group, mostly functioning through branded content, anything kind of that is the extrapolation of what happened when Complex and Vice and all those things start getting into advertising. Everybody started making branded content. So that, and then I also do a lot of music stuff with NTS Radio and places like that.
Cool. Thanks, man. And then Sherm, a little bit about you.
Hi guys, I'm Sherman Winfield, Executive Creative Director of ECD at VML YNR. Well before that, I was born and raised in Richmond, Virginia. That's my hood, my hometown. From there, I went to Miami Ad School, studied up, went across seas for a little bit. I studied in Brazil and Germany. Landed my first big gig at Crispin, Porter, and McGusky, where I met my good boy, Ben. And from there, I was there for a bit, worked on everything there from like Domino's and Microsoft, and then moved on to New York, worked at SS&K, where I led the creative on Obama, his second term. And then from there, I did my rounds up there from iCrossing to McCann. And then I landed here in ATL at Fitzco, where I led creative on Coke, McCormick, and a few other brands. And now I'm at VML YNR, leading the entire creative department on clients like Sam's Club, some Wendy's stuff, Bridgestone, a few other big ticket brands. So excited to be here. And I have 2 little boys and a puppy and a wife that I love all so much.
One of the boys are brand new too, right? Had a baby a couple weeks ago.
I got a 2.5 and a month old. He's a month today, so he is fresh, just a ball of mush and just cuteness and stuff and milk. So it's fun.
Love it.
Awesome.
Wow, congratulations.
The 2 folks you'll hear talk throughout, for those on the stream, 2 folks you'll hear talk throughout are mostly going to be Ben and Sherm. Your 2 hosts today are the 2 faculty members. That's myself, Ryan Romero, and you'll see Sean the Bounty over here as well. We're the 2 co-hosts, and we're going to largely keep our mouths shut. We do occasionally get passionate about something and want to jump in and make sure that it's heard or seen, but mostly we're pretty quiet.
It might happen.
It might happen. So a little bit different today from what, if you've seen Texas Creative critiques in the past, it might be a little bit different today. Instead of just going through entire books, which is really difficult to do with the advanced students because they have such large books, we decided to treat this more like a real life interview. Like if they were to send off their book to a creative director would look at it and they might see something they like, they might see something like, I don't understand this at all, I would just take this out, this doesn't make any sense. There's probably something where like, oh, I just so want this to be perfect, and it almost is, but just if only they had done this thing. And then also they're probably looking for something that is in there. Maybe it's not, like they wanted to see something and they looked through the book and like, oh God, I really wish it had this thing. And those are the 4 questions we've asked these 2 folks to answer as we go throughout. So something they love, they wish they had done, something they think that the book could do without, something they wish was in there, but they're not seeing, and something that just almost makes it, but they wish, but maybe they have the solve, maybe they don't, but they want to bring that up. The other thing, notice, is we're going to be spending 10 minutes or less with each student. That is a very short amount of time. It's unfortunately necessary to get through this many people. So occasionally you'll hear me or Sean pop on and hurry up the speed of things so that we can get through everyone. We want to make sure we're fair and everyone has their time. But don't worry, these students, I'm sure Sherman and Ben are going to be cool about sharing information later and being like, hey, hit us up if you have any more questions, and we'll be happy to answer when we can. Most teachers and creatives in this industry are very cool about that because we all remember what it's like being students. So that's really all I have. Oh, I guess the only other thing I'll say is that we don't, typically watch language in here. I think that's typically an advertising thing. We get passionate about describing things and excited. And so I will apologize to the stream ahead of time in case some words fly that are not maybe that you're used to hearing.
I fell in love because a teacher that I didn't know at the time, I walked by a class and I heard someone say, this shit is crap. And I just was like, what class is this? And that's why I'm here now. I swear to God.
That's true, really?
Sure, man.
Wow.
I was an undecided student, and now my friend and mentor at EBCU, I was just walking by and I just heard her scream at students. I'm like, oh, that's against the rules. And what's this? And that was my entrance.
Well, there you go. That explains it.
So
that's all I've got. That puts us at like 9:08. Sean, you got any last minute things before we hit the ground running here?
No, I mean, I would just like to say how proud of all the students I am for what we all know that they've been through since, over a year now. It's pretty impressive. I think it goes without saying, but I figured I'd give that one reminder to everyone in here and anyone watching. The first group we've ever had that have some of my younger undergrads have never really even been in person with people. So,
Yep.
Bravo to them, to all the work and the learning they've had to do of how to brainstorm over Zoom and everything. So bravo, everyone. Thank you. And I'm usually say too much, so this is good. We got a time limit. I'll be quiet, give it over. Obviously I think we told y'all, right? Sherm or Ben, one of y'all want to drive where you click the link and kind of show the work as we talk.
Sherm,
do you mind?
Do you want to do that? I'm running on one screen. I'm happy to do it, but I don't know if you have dual monitors happening.
I don't. I got one.
Oh, cool. Why don't we? I can pull it up. Why don't we do that?
Sorry.
Yeah, that makes it
All
easy.
good.
And I appreciate that, Sean. I think that I totally missed that, and that's my bad. I agree. This is a heroic effort by students to have gone through. I mean, these folks in P4, half of their Texas creative careers, more than half, because half of last spring was done online, has been virtual. I think they got the benefit of having at least one class in person and even starting to figure out what it's like to work with partners. But that is something that has been a huge, I think, hit to especially new people and P1 and P2 classes, our beginners and our intermediates who have never done it in person. It's not an easy skill to learn in general. And then when you have to do it over a long corridor, that's insanity. So we're asking a lot of them, and they've done an amazing job.
Look, man.
It is worth saying on that too, by the way, that I don't know, I can't speak on Sherm's behalf, but I was really impressed with everything I saw. Like I know given how nuts everything's been, I'm pretty impressed with like the level of quality across the board. So kudos before we get into it. FYI.
Great. All right. Well, it sounds like we got a screen pulled up here. We're at 9:10. I think it's a perfect time to start. I'm gonna get a 10-minute timer here. Do you guys want like a 3-minute warning, 4-minute warning, something like that?
Yeah,
that works.
Okay. I'll just give you a quick thing. I'll jump in when there's a little breath and let you know, but we'll try and keep the time. And thank y'all. Let's hit the ground running here.
Great.
Cool. And then you guys can see my screen of Isaac, right? You guys get that? Cool. Okay, so Sherm, I know you kind of started with all the top ones. Do you want to just kick it off and then I'll add on?
Isaac, hi, are you there?
Yeah, hey, how's it going? Thank y'all so
Good.
much for being here.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Talk to us about your faves, man. Let's get into it.
My favorite from this semester is probably Duolingo. It's just a lot of fun to work on. And I think we had a really, really silly idea that, it's fun to be able to make work that you're just like happy and like passionate about making, for sure.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Duolingo one a lot. I think it was I know, Sherm, I think I was maybe a little bit more enthusiastic about it than you were, but I think I definitely saw something when Sherm and I were going through these together where we were kind of like grabbing for straws on some of them, which we were like, maybe this could use more work, but it's pretty sick actually. So, I mean, just to start on do we want to start with the ones that we thought were most compelling? Because I know that we had kind of talked about the daily drive one as the one that I think you called out first, Sherm.
Yeah, and the reason why I like the daily drive one is because like most brands right now, like even like as we speak, are trying to find a way to engage folks again. We all got here like nobody was immune from last year, and this is a elegant way to get folks back and engage with brands and engage with their day-to-days. Some folks are forcing it by saying we'll give you a free donut if you just come here to give out. You know what I mean? But like this is a really smart, nice, and seamless way to engage folks. So this was definitely one like, man, I wish I had something like that here in this time in my book. So
yeah, and I think, I mean, what I love about this one too, I love incentivized interactive experiences.
Yeah.
Like I think when you're gamifying something, I think they can be extremely hard to make because especially when you're working with somebody like Spotify where they're so dialed in, their UI is so complex. But I think particularly given that this is a book and this is kind of made to at first and foremost express like what you're thinking and how you think about the world and the way you kind of think about problems. I think this does a really good job saying we have a problem. Here are a couple ways to solve it. And then I think this one was also extremely in depth. I think you got down to like, but wait, you're thinking of a question in your mind. I have an answer to that question, right? Which I think is really smart. And I think I actually thought it was a similar thing with the Bops one for me. Bops, I think this is where my head typically goes with spots. Like I think my background, I'm a lot more interactive. I like the kind of strange, like where's an idea that we can do that there's not an opportunity kind of immediately on the surface. And Bops, I think, is really smart because it points at a very specific potentially cultural problem. I think it opens some weird cultural issues, but it proposes a really interesting idea, which is this middle ground between bad kids music that you're kind of obligated to share with your kids, and then the music that you feel like your kids are not quite prepared for yet, and you don't want to give them that in the world. And so it just fills a void that doesn't exist. And for me, it almost feels like it can be its own, it is a product, right? Like, I mean, this is a big product. And I think this is reflected in kind of the way that you position your whole portfolio, which is like a maker, somebody who comes up with kind of broader ideas, is almost an entrepreneur, which I think is very valuable. I think thinking about new potential employees.
Plus, is also it's an interesting way to break artists too.
Yeah, 100%.
You know what I mean? Like it's a nice, just because like it's like night and day. And even myself with my kids, like I either play like nursery rhymes or like Wu-Tang, and there's no middle ground. So I just need to go either or. You know what I mean? I mean, not now. Now, granted, they're like a month old and two, but so it's a nice thought. I just think like incorporating like what are some artist plays, whether it's like a newer artist or existing artists, Batain music. I don't know, but it's a fun one.
Yeah, and the one that I, just to keep things moving, because I know we have to speed through. I would love to talk about all these super in depth. By the way, I made crazy notes on a couple of them, so we can talk later if you want. But the got junk one, the only reason I'm a little dismissive of it is just because I think if you're thinking about junk as really the medium by which the campaign functions, it's so expansive. You can do so many crazy things with it, and I just felt that like on the surface, it's a couple things. When, especially as a maker, I think, which you kind of fashion yourself as, there's so much more room you can go with it. And I think that's kind of my main thing I wanted to see more in your book, is like knowing that I read your about me and I was like, oh, this is really interesting. This guy's got a really compelling way of writing about himself. I kind of want to see more of that expressed in the portfolio in terms of like, he's a maker, but like, what are all the crazy things he's making? Because that's the stuff I would end up talking to you about in your interview probably.
Yeah.
And I would want to see that more in the book.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
To that range.
Yeah. Yeah, and I know that you had said, yeah, range was kind of the big thing.
Yeah,
for Sherm.
and range. I mean, range. It can be anything from like the campaigns you put into just writing samples, just fodder to talk about. At the end of the day, like when we hire and when we look for folks, like we know that you're good for the work, but where we're
Totally.
hiring the person more so. You know what I mean?
100%.
If you're in the door, the work's there. I mean, the work's
Yeah.
easy. Like clients just want to sell stuff. So
Yeah.
put more of you in that book, and I think you'll be on the way.
Yeah, that's I mean, that's going to be a resident theme that I think I'm probably going to bring up a lot, is like I think it's maybe a little atypical and kind of unorthodox to like old kind of ad thought, I think, where it was a little bit more like show the work, make sure it's, you know, the work is bucketed. But now like my portfolio is extremely like intense, like this is who you're getting, right? If you don't like black metal, you're not going to like this person, right? And I do that on purpose because I think it creates conversation. Again, it's like you kind of go, oh, if this guy's going to be hanging around with me in the office in these super late nights, which always happen, I want to know that they're going to be an interesting person to be around, right? Because that's what ends up happening, you know.
You guys got 4 minutes, just letting you know.
Oh, love it. Okay. Yeah, and I think going further into it, I mean, I guess because we're actually ahead of time. That's good. So, I mean, if we want to go a little bit deeper on some of the work, I mean, do you want to explain to us a little bit of the methodology behind BOPs? I think that's the one that really stuck out to me. So
Yeah, so that's actually a bit of a funny story. My partner June and I, originally we were making a campaign for Kids Bop, and we were like, you know, it's like family friendly. And going into it, when we were writing the brief, we are like, it's just so bad. Like its reputation is horrible. So this is gonna be really tricky. And we went like a really safe route where we were like, yeah, they clean up kids songs and like, you know, kind of, it was all the work we were making were very expected. And we showed it to Ryan about a couple of days before, honestly, Monday of this week. And he was like, this is not very good. You know, like, I just wish there was like something else. And so like, you know, on Monday, we like sat down at like 11 p.m. and we were like, we got to come up with something new. And I was like, what if we just like made a new thing, like bops, like Kids Bop, but good. And so we were like, yeah, what, like, there's so much music out there. Like, how can we introduce kids to different music in a way that like is similar, but like not so tame and not so, you know, censored and stuff. And so that's kind of where the idea came from.
Yeah, it's really interesting because this was one, there's a couple projects throughout all of the portfolios that I just like have been thinking about a lot, just broadly speaking. And this is one of them because I'm just like, wow, it's such an interesting cultural concept, because at a certain point, and Sherm knows this, I think, better than anyone as kids, is like at a certain point you want to share the music you love with your kid, right? And Kids Bop doesn't do that. It's made to make it accommodate like the youthfulness of it, where it's like, I don't want to show you this stuff. But like if I had a 10-year-old, I'd be like, I want to show you like Iron Maiden and shit. You know what I mean? Like I'm not gonna, but I also would have this weird complex morality about it. So it's interesting because it just proposes such a fascinating problem. Well, that I think is broad, you know?
It's really cool because Isaac and Drew both came to me at the beginning and they said that. They said Kids Bop sucks.
Right.
But, you know, you want your kids to like their own music, but the reality is they're probably not because it's too complex.
Totally.
So it's like they always had, I think what I'm so excited that they got to this, because it was like they had the idea at the beginning, like they knew there needed to be some transition, and I'm glad it finally sort of like came out, because it,
I mean,
totally.
I mean, do you guys just be so bold and just say this is a rebrand of Kids Bop and this is what it is now? I mean, it could be that, and I know that Kids Bop has an audience, but this Bops just replaces it. You know what I mean? Like it, totally. I think you could be so bold and say, we're just gonna rebrand. It's similar to what Edible Arrangements is doing now. They went from like strawberries and like pineapples on sticks and say, you know what, we're just gonna do edibles now. And it was just like that. And everyone was like, all right. Like nobody said no. You know what I mean? Like it's okay to do that. And it's also okay as a student to like propose that stuff. It's okay to say, no, we won't do that anymore. You know what I mean? So like it has its own world. So just say, yeah, we're done with Kids Bop's now. We're just Bop.
And probably closing the door on this portfolio. I know that we're probably at time, but I think that the big thing probably to remember with this, and I think the way I'm kind of viewing this is, you know, when we think of advertising in marketing, kind of this broad thing, it is more than ever a little less like here's a 30-second spot and an anthemic spot, and here's the thing. It's like we're proposing products,
Brand
or
apps,
at
yeah.
different companies that are like, I'm now at a branded content company where what we do is very rarely a 30-second spot. It's always like sponsored documentaries essentially, but there's so many different versions, like even some place like Spotify, like your job as a part of the marketing or creative department, whatever, is not going to necessarily be ads. It's going to be thinking about the product in a new way that changes the way the perception of the product works.
Yeah.
And I think that's what I like about how this functions, is it doesn't necessarily make you fit into an ad job. It could really broaden how you work in the marketplace. So
We do need to jump at this point.
cool, great.
Thank you
Can
so
I
much.
jump in and
Good-
say
good work,
something
man.
though?
Absolutely.
One thing, Sherman, do you mind, instead of us always just looking at the loading screen, will you click on the work, like you were staying on the brand screen, which I get why you want to
Cool.
discuss them.
Oh yeah,
If
because
we
we're live
could, for the
streaming. I forgot
people
about that. Sorry about that.
watching, let's click
of
into the
course.
work while we discuss
Yeah.
it, if y'all don't mind.
Great. That's
Okay, thank you.
not a problem. Yep.
Cool.
Yi Ling, Gal.
Hi, I kind of want to apologize real quick because I kind of updated last night, like really late. Like, I guess that's called morning today.
Welcome to advertising. We're working
Yeah,
late and changing
job.
things last second. Good, you're hired. Cool. So with that in mind, do you want to tell us a little bit about what you changed and where your head is with your stuff?
Yes, I kind of hide one campaign for KBB. So that's like I did it in portfolio 3. So now I kind of updated with more I did for portfolio 4.
And which one is this?
Duolingo. That's the one I
Oh,
did
okay, cool.
with Isaac. Yeah.
Sick. Oh yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So you guys really both love this campaign. So why don't you give us your take on this one too? Because I would actually love to hear. I know we didn't really talk about it much with Isaac. So give us your take on why you love this campaign.
I really like this campaign because it's like the insight we come up with. It's something that everyone kind of experienced about.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like when you are sitting on the toilet, you are always on your phone where there's nothing to do. And then we base our campaign on this insight. And then we kind of be like, oh, this is actually a perfect fit for this like brand. And then it's kind of weird, but it's also kind of funny, and it fits with their branding. And I guess really funny story is after we finished this campaign, I think Duolingo released a kind of similar campaign, but it's more about it's for, I think it's April 1st. They released something as like a lesson printed on the toilet paper that you kind of sitting on toilet and complete the lesson. So that's kind of that's like really funny. So we had like kind of similar idea. Yeah.
Was that an April Fool's joke? You said April 1st?
April 1st, yeah.
Is that an April Fool's joke, you think, or is that something that they're really gonna roll with?
I think it's something they're really gonna roll with, because everyone in the comment be like, we're gonna
Let's
get
go.
this.
This is great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is, in looking at, I guess we can go a little bit further on this one, because I think that given that you guys both love this, the one thing, it's not a one thing I like, because I think there's a lot of facets I like, but there is something that's really nice about the usage of other elements of the behavior that you're honing in on. So like the screen thing at the end with like the screen wipes, I think that's really smart, because, we know the context, you're in there shitting, it's fucking dirty, right? Like you need something to wipe things down. I think that hits at the like continued understanding of the behavior in which it's designed to be used. Now, that said, this doesn't feel like a large brand campaign. It feels like something that's going to be seasonal, and something that's going to kind of probably launch a product, which is what this is. Because it'd be pretty bold for Duolingo to hinge their entire brand for like a year or 2 years or whatever entirely on like shitting in the bathroom stall. But I think the elements of it that make it really compelling, though, and again, kind of through the lens of student work that's reflecting thought process and why you think of things the way you do, is like, this is very smart. I think that I thought this was very smart as kind of like a native behavior of observation, where we know that you're on your way to Vegas, you're on your way to Houston, wherever it might be, and you see these signs that are like, hey, we got a good bathroom here, right? And then that is a media buy thing, which sometimes I don't think sure, you probably deal with this more than I do at this point, but I used to suggest media buys all the time, and somebody be like, as a different department, man, like happy to talk to them, but like they got their own thing, right?
Yeah.
But it's smart thinking again through the lens of what this portfolio project is designed to do, which is like let us know the way you think of the world.
Yeah. You know, I'm curious to ask why you took out the KBB work. That's because I had the most amount of notes on that one. I'm curious why did you take it out?
I take it out because I kind of I want to update the visual kind of sometime later because I wasn't that mature when I was in portfolio 3. So I kind of took it out and then kind of want to refine it and then put it in later. Also, we only had like print ads. So I saw maybe we can do more extension later on. So it's not just like a campaign based on print ads.
Well, if I can just add one note about the KBB work, and you can kind of like tweak, and that's commendable that you saw the flaws, want to take it out. KBB is one of those things that like my dad lived by when it came to car buying back in the day. Like he didn't. But then when I saw the work, I was like, oh, this campaign, I don't know if it works for the way we consume and use cars now. So a lot of the work is like it speaks to the rigor of haggling and negotiating, but at the end of the day, I can buy a car on my phone now. So I would love to get your take on how does KBB play in the world of ride sharing, in the world of Carvana, in the world of these things where do you even need a car? Can I just walk because I'm super eco and green? You know what I mean? So I would like, as you take a look at some of the lines and the thoughts, how does KBB play in 2021? But anyway. Yeah. This is my favorite, the 21 gram stuff. I love this stuff. It's
same. I thought this was brilliant. Yeah. I thought so. This is so sick because it's so simple. It's so dead simple, but it's such a smart, like a very, very observational take, right? It's collaborating with the right brand that could bring it to life. And I think just the idea of, you know, I saw this and I was just like, and this is kind of what you want, as I saw it and I was like, damn, do I got moles? And I don't like, which one's mine? Like, I mean, you know, which is really good.
Sorry, just
no worries.
It's 3 minutes.
All good. No, I appreciate you jumping in. And I think that is like, this feels immediately award winning in my opinion, if that's a metric you want to go by success, just because we see these things all the time that are just like dead simple. They get the point really quick, and then they happen isolated on a platform that is hard to do things that are really effective and simple. And so yeah, I thought this one was very sick, very smart. And then
it was just well put together. Like it's like
super.
It's ready for press. So very nice.
And then the one that I was a little less interested in, I didn't love the World Wildlife one, only because I think the gravity of the situation is probably bigger than this. Is so isolated into a certain kind of person who would understand this, right? Like most people are not going to understand these artists. They don't understand the valuation of art, right? And I think that depending on who your audience is, if your audience is broad, then you're really going to want to express it in a different way that kind of makes sense. And if your audience is only minimized to these people, they understand the risk probably a little bit more about wildlife going. I don't think that they're quite as like, oh, we don't care if we're going to lose all the Bengal tigers in the world, but like this art is sick, I didn't know the value. Like I think that the people in the highest echelons of the art world that would really get this are so tapped into this stuff anyway. It just feels like it's a little audience. The audience is a little strange. And then I guess to close it out,
simpler way in.
Go ahead. What was that?
I think there's a simpler way into talking about
totally.
and like tying it into, like I do love the idea of plush and like jacking the price inflation, but there also could be the reverse where as they go extinct, you just pull them off shelves and kids are like, where are they? And I don't know, there's ways in. I think that's simple.
Yeah, and I guess that I know we have limited time. So the Data America stuff I also thought was rad. It was really close. I don't think it was quite there. And I think the reason for me that I thought was kind of interesting is the technology and the actual spread that you were using. So like TikTok, some very youthful places. I just don't know if I find it credible that hitting into dad behavior and kind of dads in for dads is hitting the mediums that you're actually using to do that. Like I think that there's let me actually pull that work up. I think that there is a lot of really rad stuff in here. It's really cool. It's like beautifully done. I think the art is great. But I think once you start getting into the digital stuff, wherever it was, I thought it was starting to, maybe it was not on this one. I just thought it was starting to get a little bit like, who are we actually talking to? And then the last thing I know, I'm sorry, I'm rushing through this. I know we kind of have to though.
We are
I'm
at
sorry.
time.
Yeah, cool.
And I'll actually stand up for Yuling, and then that was a brief from, who was it, Yuling? What's that brief for Bud?
I think it's one show, but it's
I think it is.
Yeah, it's
And-
targeting the young millennials.
Oh, interesting.
It's
So,
kind of isn't a great brief. And
Cool.
so
Okay.
So they did a hell of a lot, I think, with a not great brief.
I mean, the work looked sick. Like the work is great. It was just one of those things. I remember seeing it and I was just like, oh, dads. And I was like, but that was why I was like, it's so close.
Yeah.
But Yilang, also the last thing I'll say, just to close it out, is like, I think the same thing as Isaac is like, I definitely want to know more about who you are when I see this, when I see the portfolio. So that like, because the work is so sick that I want to just be like, this person's cool. Let's have them in and like, oh, they're into this stuff. I want to talk to them about that thing. Right. And, you know, knowing more about who you are is always helpful. So anyway, great work.
Awesome.
Okay. Moving on. Taylor,
Yeah.
Savannah, Taylor.
Hi.
What's up? Let me, can you guys see that? Okay.
Mhm.
Yep. Great. Cool. Okay. So do you want to kick this one off, Sharon?
Yeah, walk us through your favorite, or your one. If you can pick one.
My favorite is the one for Spotify. And that was because I think it hits most on like a human truth about how music can mean so much more than anyone can really see, and that there's not a lot of opportunity to talk about it, but when you do, it can be really insightful.
Got it. You know, me personally, I gravitated to something I think you had in the part of your book, which was the small business, like your tweak to get small businesses on board. If we can go back to that, Ben.
Yeah.
The last one. It's just an interesting way into the brief. It's again, like, I'm a sucker for like reactivating folks, especially when the world stopped.
Mhm.
So it's just a nice, elegant way in. I'm curious to know your thought process behind this one.
So the brief was kind of think of a creative way to encourage people to go back out into the world post-corona, but we didn't really feel good about doing that unless it was actually safe. So the way we wanted to do it was to give people the way to know that it was going to be safe, to create accountability for businesses that might, and slug off safety instead for profit. And so that's kind of the goal that we had for this.
Yeah, I'd encourage you to push this one, like keep going, keep finding those like small and interesting things that are good. Any and all small businesses on board. And I would, after you kind of push that, I'd push this one probably up closer to the top.
Okay.
I mean, just it's because like one is timely, but also just a nice way. And that was probably my favorite. Some that I did.
Yeah. One little add to that though, sure. I do think that this could probably benefit from more things that are not just the video, if you have it, just so that like, because even just going through this experience right now, I kind of like felt obligated to click the video, and you people that are watching can't really observe any other way. And a lot of the creative directors that are going to be viewing this kind of stuff are so busy that if they just see your book, sometimes they like see it, they'll see a video and be like, my speakers are off, let's move, right? And then, yeah, and then also I do think that there's like, my reaction to that was like, I don't want to, people can be evil. And like the Karen thing is such a big thing from this year that you don't want people to just feel like this is like a narc app. You know what I mean? Where it's just like you have mean people that go in and just trash places because they have a different moral perception of what safety is. So that I think again is in a cool way, but it creates a complicated problem in itself that I think also invites solving. And the more you dig into that and say, we thought of this before you did, I think that it makes it stronger as you're going through the process, if that makes sense. Sorry, carry on. I just wanted to know that.
Yeah, the mead work, the meridian work, man. I couldn't get behind it, and it's okay. Like, I understand that this is student work and it's an interesting brand and it's a mix with, it's a different thing to drink. But I don't know, like a little bit of the language was a little like when I read the scripts and I hear trashed and drunk, I was just like, it's a nuance to talk about alcohol.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And I don't want, and I feel like the idea can still live, but I just think that like those nuances should be considered. Just because there's a plethora of things and brands and drinks that you're probably going to have to do work on at some point in your career. So I don't want it to be off-putting.
Yeah.
So I would take a second look at just like the way into this one.
Yeah, this one too. I mean, the other interesting thing about this is like when you're dealing with a beer or something, so much of it is about identifying the core of that brand and figuring out what that brand can do that's individual to it. With something like mead, most people have never had mead, so you're kind of just trying to say like, hey, try it. Like this is what the experience is like. And so getting too far into we're going to make this so individual, I think almost takes away from its intention, which is just like, you've never had it, it's cool. This is an old school Norwegian drink. You're going to feel like a Viking drinking it, right? Like that I think hits a little bit more of like, oh, interesting, I've never had mead. Oh, it's honey. Like, that's cool. What is that, right? So you're almost distracting from what I think is going to make this like immediately sellable and what makes the brand. You know, if you had this as an AOR and they just came to you at a small agency, the first step I think is making people introduce themselves to it, and then hopefully over time, as other mead brands are introduced in the market, that's where this kind of branding starts becoming really important. But right now, it's just like, how do you get people to even think about mead like now? You know.
Where we at? Sorry, when you're doing a time check.
Right? 3.5.
Cool.
Where?
So the one that was close, you had Crockpot, sure, right?
I had Crockpot is close. Not in love with the art direction, but the idea of making was the line. Which one was this? The tough yes, just exactly. Just not it just didn't feel, the art direction didn't feel right. But what the idea and what the brand stood for in this one, I love a ton. I just think is worth taking a second look at. Just the visuals, it just brings it down. Like Crockpot is a legacy brand, and I know that we try to like modernize and make new, but we still have to retain some of its class. You know what I mean? Like right now, it just feels like it's a new thing. It's like the look is more Instapot than anything. So I just think the idea is stronger than the execution, but like the voice is there. So I would just like rethink the visuals if time allows.
I think this one too. I think going through the broader like the route a brand takes. I think going from a legacy brand into a super modernized brand is like, you kind of have to. It's a little bit of a baby steps process, so it isn't suddenly jarring, and then you kind of get like the vitriol and ire of the internet, right? Which sometimes happens when somebody suddenly goes through a really dramatic rebrand. So this one, I feels like it's a really dramatic rebrand out to get, and I kind of like, holding some of that charm of what Crockpot originally is and known as, without kind of moving immediately into like super colorful, super expressive, I think can really benefit from this. I love the show though. I think Crock Talk is a great name. I think it's a really interesting concept. This shit is super hard to sell through because Netflix is just fielding pitches all the time. And this is kind of what I do this is what we do all the time now, is we just pitch long form shows is kind of exclusively where I work now. And I know that this is an interesting one because it's hard to sell it to Netflix, but it's something that you can do and frame it as like a show. It's a 4 to 5 minute series called Crock Talk. It has celebrities, whatever, that can live, platform agnostic, that might benefit from taking out of the Netflix fold and making it more like, this is how the show works, broadly speaking, and then I guess to close it out. So, I mean, what do you think this book needs a little bit more? Sherm, you had good old fashioned long form writing.
And perhaps I'm like showing my age, but like a lot of the work in this, it's interesting. Like it's like checking the boxes of his social, his content, his this, his that, which is all good. Like that's how we buy now. But I'm just curious to see if you wrote some just stuff that's not advertising. You know what I mean? Just put it in there. You know what I mean? If you write a blog or some tweets, I don't know, just like just more stuff. I think I think that'll help to like bring out your voice when you're trying to get your first gig. But I'm very, very fun stuff, man.
Yeah. I said more personality, but I think that's just being lazy because you have a ton of personality here. So I think it was just like my brain was running on fumes. So I think you have a lot of cool stuff in here, and this is yeah, I mean, I always say more personality, but even like the junk drawer, I'm a big fan of things like this. When you see that people just put in random stuff that they're like working on or ideas they have.
Yeah, it needs to be more
Yeah.
junk. I think it's just
Honestly,
more,
yeah.
Because my junk drawers, I have 4 of them, and it's just stuff. And
Yeah.
and it's like, it's a bold name, but really make it junky. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, it really, I mean, it sounds crazy, but like, yeah, the more someone goes, the more that you can make somebody who is not anything like you be like, I don't know about this person. It's actually kind of for the better, because that means that somebody is going to say this person is sick, right?
Mhm.
And that's kind of what you want to find. You don't want to be just somebody who like can immediately, I mean, it is your first job, so I mean, who knows, but like I tend to like it when someone goes, this guy's not my vibe, I don't want to work with this guy, because that means somebody on the other side is like, hell yeah, I want to work with this guy, right?
Cool.
Excellent. Thanks, guys.
Cool.
Thank you.
Great. Jacob Shipley. Okay, what's up, my dude? All right, cool. This one is sick. This is that we I had a lot of fun looking at yours, man. I think that this one is interesting because it reminds me so much of Crispin, and kind of back kind of in like the golden era of like the kind of, you know, the Barton T. Graff world of advertising, which I can kind of tell is probably a little bit of where your head is, which is cool. I think that's a really good thing. So I why don't we start on the Connect for Climate one? I think Sherman and I were kind of split between Connect for Climate and Burger King. We're both really cool for different reasons. So, but also Plasketball is just like, oh, chef's kiss, masterpiece name. So good job there.
It's fine. Nah, it's a great piece. It speaks to, again, like it speaks to environment. It's a fun way at it. It's something that brands can get behind. It's probably something that the league could get behind as well. You know what I mean? So
Totally.
so like when we look at stuff like, could this live in the world? And then the real question is, why doesn't this live in the world?
Great. Yeah.
So very good good stuff here.
Yeah.
My favorite piece of everything.
Yeah. No, I thought this was really good. I really like the Burger King one. I used to work on Burger King. I think Sherman and I probably both work on Burger King. I definitely worked on it when I was in Crispin, so I'm a little bit like, this is nostalgic. But what I love about this, though, which I think is actually something that Sherman and I didn't talk about, but I think is maybe we saw it differently, is I know the brief was about proving real, which I think that there's a little bit of like, you didn't do it enough, but I thought that the mere mention of you saying real so many times throughout it, and kind of in the way I interpret it is like, well, we can't talk about real ingredients if we don't have a real kingdom. I mean, you can't just say he's a king. I mean, it's just saying that we have beef and it's not real beef, right? And so that I think is very smart, right? The sheer lengths that you're going to validate the realness of the brand to like an absurd comedic degree, I think is actually what makes this really smart, right? Where like every way along the way, you're like, oh yeah, it is a real king. We have a land now. Yeah, it's a kingdom because we have real citizens. Oh, and like you're a real citizen because you can get a real passport, right? Like that, I think, is where it hits that. I think maybe the connective tissue kind of shredded a little bit at certain points because you didn't really have that like end tag where you're just like, it's real because it's real and it's real, right? But it's so ambitious. It definitely is the kind of thing that is like the heyday of kind of Crispin Burger King stuff, where they would do this shit all the time, and they kind of still do. I think Burger King is obviously having its big ad comeback, but I thought, yeah, all the details were really smart. It's really wild. It's something that, you know, normal people would talk about a lot on kind of the viral slant, which I think is a really good thing. Yeah, it's stick work.
Thank you.
Yeah. Do you have anything you want to add to that, Sharon?
No, I want to talk about the Arizona work.
Yeah, cool.
I wasn't. Could you explain the humor in this? Like, I get it. It's very dry. I understand humor in that, but could you explain why this motif, why this look, why the drive for this brand? Just curious to hear it.
Yeah, so these, we kind of looked at it from the perspective of Arizona. This brand doesn't do advertising, so we kind of wanted to create kind of a mood and kind of a voice for them. And we took a lot of inspiration from the kind of design of the cans, which are very like colorful and vibrant and a little weird sometimes. And so that's kind of where it came from.
Okay, yeah, I'm not. I think it has to do a little bit more, and I know that they don't advertise much just because like it's my first little tall boy when I was a kid. But I don't think it's doing anything for your book. I think you have a lot better stuff in here. Like the BK stuff is strong. Like the back for climate is really big. I don't know. This just feels a little before your prime. I mean, like in your so I think you have better stuff. So I would either like pull out or like reconsider it a little bit more. I don't know. It's just not there yet. Like you have other stuff in your book. It's like, yeah, this is good. That's funny. And then it's just here. It's just like I just think like the craft, like the writing has to pick up a little bit.
Yeah.
It's like especially if you're going to lead with like 3 film, because that's tough to do. Like film is tough to do. Like quiet film is tough to do.
Especially for an ad book, because it's always going to come off less professional than once you start getting big commercials and shit in your book, you're going to be able to lead with that kind of stuff. But like, it's just tough when it's videos. I also think that these could benefit just stripping the brand, and you're just like, I made some independent films with my friends, right? They feel goofy, they're strange, like kind of feels like you threw on the brand as an obligation to make it a portfolio piece. When really, if it was just like, I'm making silly animations with your friends, I'd be like, oh, this reminds me of like Ed Templeton or something, which is fun, you know? So, and that I think is again, like where it's okay to not have ads in your book sometimes. I mean, all the time it is, but like where something like this, even if you're just like, I make weird films with my friends, that's something that I would go, oh, sick, fun, this guy's cool, he has a lot of energy, you know? And then, so the incomprehensible stuff was another one that I was like, it's such a good name. It's just like, you kind of want more than just spots. And it's tough because Skittles is such a spot centric brand.
Yeah.
But incomprehensible is a great name, and it definitely hits the world of Skittles in a clear fashion. But it's just tough when they're clearly low budget, you know, student films as the only piece. So I would just love to see more of like the incomprehensible world brought to life a bit.
Yeah, just stress that out. And you know, like you have a ton of like OG brands that, you know, like these are the brands that got guys like me and been interested in the field of advertising, like the Skittles and the BK. So they're tough to I mean, they're like hard acts to follow, man. So if you be so bold to put them in the book, you just gotta go all out and just, you know, you have to, like, if you're gonna put these brands in. And I know that like student books, like we get like briefs from like D&AD in one show, and these are good briefs, but we just gotta like rock it if it's a BK or Nike or Skittles. Like these are brands that just do it, you know what I mean? Right. So
totally. Yeah, it's I mean, that was my main kind of like, what can I get more out of this book, is just like you're wearing your influence on your sleeve in a way that I think can be very good. But I think for people who are deep in the ad game, who've been doing this for a while, they're going to see Skittles and Burger King and be like, okay, I see who this person is, right? Which is okay, because there's certainly a place for that, and especially when you're talking to people who have worked on that kind of stuff, who know that kind of stuff. But having things that kind of stretch the brand, I actually think maybe if you want to reorder this a bit, I would probably put Voodoo Donuts further up at the top, maybe even lead with Connect for Climate, so that they will see Burger King and they'll hopefully get to it a little bit later, so it doesn't feel like they're going, I did Burger King, you know, great campaign, I wish I would have thought of it, but like Burger King is Burger King, right? Leading with Connect for Climate, people go, damn, that's a smart idea. Wow, that's very clever. I think the Voodoo Donut stuff is so beautifully done. We didn't really talk about much. I know we talk about it a little bit later on, I think, the art directors, but it's just really nice work. It's just like really well designed and whatever. So hitting those two things as a copywriter, there's a little bit more range. And then once you get to like Burger King and stuff, people they start thinking of you as well-rounded, and instead of thinking you as like, I went to the Jerry Graff School of Advertising, right? Which I think isn't, again, a bad thing, but is, you know, we know what that is. So, but is that helpful? Does that make sense?
Yes, totally. And you're 100% right on the Jerry Graff part. We
all love Jerry Graff
a lot. So
yeah. Do we have any more time?
I
don't know.
might
I
be
don't know.
partly to blame for that, to be
Yeah.
honest with you. Sorry.
It's
Pretty
not
sure
about. I
I'm
mean,
the guy
we
who
all love
introduced
them.
them
Yeah.
to the name. I'm like, y'all should look up a guy named Jerry Graff. I might want to know about him.
Yeah,
And
we're
he's
right
great.
at time with that. That was actually perfect.
Cool. Great.
Yeah.
Love it. Okay, June Chen, right? Is that the next one? Right? Yeah, cool.
Yes. Hello.
June Chen, what's up? Let me pull you up. First of all, your portfolio looks really nice. Like I saw this and I was like, this is beautiful. This is I don't know what was that, Sharon?
I said I wanted to like keep clicking and I kept playing with the thing in the background. I was like, ooh.
Totally. No, this is yeah, for these stoned creative directors, they're gonna have a field day with this. And there's 85% of them are that. So so I guess why don't we start with the Ember work, since we already talked a little bit about bops.
He's gorgeous, man.
It's so sick. Yeah.
It's my favorite. I mean, and again, like it's such a palette cleanser to just this good old fashioned line and picture. You know what I mean? Just like art and copy, man. And I know that we're in a world where if it doesn't have a TikTok challenge, but I'm like, oh, a print ad that I can look at and read and take in and be persuaded. Just everything from the color selection to the illustration, just all right. It's just all right. And I know you get it. And plus like the extensions, again, you just keep going. And, like kind of like that's my approach when I pitch brands in new biz. I get them a big idea, but I just keep hitting them over the head. So they tell me to stop. And that's kind of what you did with stuff. So I was like, all right, I'm not clicking anymore because it's, so that's a good, that's not to say you overshot. It's just good to say, hey, like this is more than a illustrated kind of like this thing can keep going. So definitely my favorite.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I also think just because we already talked about bops, I'm not going to belabor that one. I mean, you already know how I feel about bops, but this one, the other thing I think intellectualizing this even further is I think the usage of color and what you're trying to say, both in the brand itself as kind of this bronze mug, most of the time it's how I associate with it, and also coffee is just really like you kind of feel the sensation of coffee and the sensation of the things that you're talking about, which I think is just smart usage of color. And I think that I talk about design literacy a lot at Uproxx because I think there are a lot of people that aren't. And so I'm constantly talking about a little bit of like this kind of thing where it's like understanding what happens when you see that kind of burnt orange with black and how that makes you feel is like so important.
Yeah,
dude, it's so crucial and it's so beautiful and it really just, it just is, it's just nice. It's just like you look at it and I don't feel like first of all, I don't feel like I'm looking at a student book. Second of all, I don't feel like I'm looking at an art director. I feel like this is a designer's book, right? Which I think is another thing that, some places 72 does this where they kind of just make them the same thing. Most places keep them separate still, where designers are a little bit more executional and then art directors are a little more conceptual. But this one, I kind of look at this person, and I would go, if I bring them in as an art director, I know that I can get good design out of them, which is going to make my life easier. And like kind of, going down that thought process of how a creative director looks at work, I think it's really good. And you've done a really good job with that. The comps are killer. Like there's a lot. I mean, this is very slick work. And yeah, and like what I think Sherm said too, I think, a little like how the sausage is made too. When we go into like new business pitches, you kind of start with like the foundation, this is the thing, and then there are just extensions for days, right? Just because you want people to be like, wow, they have thought of our brand in ways that we have never even considered. Mm-hmm. This is crazy, right? Like that's such a wild idea. And they're talking about like how to increase revenue for this really weird specific part of the company that we just started. This is nuts. And so that I think is a really good way to show that you're thinking like through the real depths of what a brand can be. So the crypto work, I know that you had mentioned that, Sherm. I tend to agree on this one.
Yeah, I'm like crypto is all new. We're like what's the other saying? We're building a plane as we fly. With crypto, like a lot of people starting to like learn about it, like just getting on board, trying to figure it out. So I don't know. I there are elements that are interesting. It's timely. I just don't think it's right yet. I think there is some
Yeah.
it's the try insight that you have, but I think there is a cleaner way to do it. And it, I don't know, it just, and it could be, I saw the art direction and the other stuff, and I saw this, and it was just like a couple late, like letter grades down. So I
Yeah.
was a little taken back. I'm like, oh, what happened to the prisms that moved and the ember? I don't know, it just
Yeah,
didn't look
totally.
right, and then it just didn't feel totally okay for crypto yet.
Yeah.
But I think there's some digging around and doing. There are some insights that live, but I just don't think it's there yet with the rest of your stuff. Personally.
Yeah, I mean, this is interesting because your book is just so strong, so well composed, so well designed, and like it just feels like it is cool work. It would do really well, and I think some people's, but you just have a lot of good stuff that it just doesn't really. It's not really additive.
Yeah.
It kind of is stasis, if anything. And so now that said, I will also say that I think that maybe the insight on crypto is maybe a little myopic because it's such a confusing space that this kind of goes back to the meat
Gotta
thing a
learn.
little bit, where it's really hard to be like, it's borderline dangerous to be like, you want to take your money out of your bank and fuck the man over, put it in crypto, right? Which is kind of a little bit of the insinuation, is like the man is really what's causing these problems, when the complications of what is making crypto so compelling for so many people right now is like, it is what we hear with GME. And, you know, obviously I don't want to go on a like monologue about this, but it's like people pouring their life savings into something for like the lulls is like really irresponsible. And so I think that there's an insight thing here that maybe can be a little bit more dialed in. But you know, as an art director, this definitely is like an art direction. It's clearly expressing that you're not going into it as like the strategist. So I wouldn't ding you too hard for it.
Yeah.
But after seeing so much good work, you start getting hypercritical about things. And that's something that I just kind of look at and I go, I start finding myself being hypercritical only because I didn't have a lot of bad things to say about the other stuff. So it just kind of is maybe just, again, like not really additive, maybe not necessary. Throw it in to your like fun, I'm interested in crypto section versus a like, here's my portfolio. And then I had, so Penguin, I think you had mentioned, is something that maybe you want a little bit more from, Sharon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love the insight. I mean, just the idea and the thought of like a rising classic is a nice way to say this is what this generation is going to read now. And yes, there are classics in the past, but they're like antiquated. So I think there's a lot more room to push back more on those classics. Like I don't think the author or the estate of the author are gonna come for you. Like if like these books in like days past are off, let's just I mean like, you know, I mean like let's get bolder about it, right? But just the idea of like a rising classic, like this is the new Moby Dick, this is the new Lord of the, you know what I mean? Like really go at these books and be unapologetic about it. Which I think like you like start here, like you start by saying this, like we're not reading that stuff anymore, but I think there's a lot more room just to like keep pushing them out of our world, out of libraries, out of, you know what I mean? But I think this one has a ton of potential. And it may even, I mean, honestly, like while we love the Ember work, and while I love the Ember work as well, I mean, if we get the Penguin stuff right, this could trump it, just because it just plays on something really, really nicely.
There's more intellect to this.
Like especially a book company like Penguin saying there's better stuff is cool when like books are all about classics going back in time. It's just a bold move for a book brand to say there's more. It's fun.
Yeah, and this is, I think, where the art director conceptual part versus the design thing. This book is so beautifully designed and so well composed, and you're clearly very talented with that. That like the reason I think Penguin all of a sudden rises to the top if it has that extra punch is because all of a sudden it becomes a lot more conceptual and a lot less like executionally brilliant, a lot more like the thinking is really complex, right? And so Vent for me was the one. I'm a writer, so I love long form copy. I think that's kind of what I love about this stuff. For me, this one, it's so beautifully done. There's a lot of really cool stuff. The opportunity to write poetic long form copy is rare, and it really is a special thing, and it makes people engage with it. And I think the proposition of the brand is this like intimate, harsh, heavy language of like you venting. So I just wanted it to be more poetic. I want to be able to like read them and just feel like I'm like being exposed to somebody's demons a little bit or something that I wouldn't have known. So
we do need to move on.
Cool. This book is sick. I love it. I think you did a really good job. So this is Very nice. Okay, moving
Thank you
on.
so much.
Of course, great work. Raiden,
Yes.
Uh,
Hello.
what is good, my dude? All right, so yeah, so you're gonna hear, just so we're not super repetitive,
Food
because I
Project,
know that we've talked
this
about
stuff,
some of
yeah.
this stuff. Why don't we talk about Adult Swim? Because I think that you and I both had an interesting take on Adult Swim here, as
Yeah.
kind of what's tough about Adult Swim.
It's Adult Swim, man. It is
Yeah.
hard. Like me being here in ATL, like I have friends that worked on it, I have friends that like produced on on it. Sisters all kind of housed here. It is tough to nail. It is, and while it's fun and while we watch the bugs in between like Robot Chicken and all the stuff, it looks like it's easy to do, but it's not.
Totally.
I think it hurts your book. I love Lobster. I love that it's the character and you kind of like walk through this life of, but I don't know, man. It's the bar's high, so we got to get weird with this Lobster.
Yes, exactly.
And again, like it's one of those brands that like we want to put in our book like Adult Swim, and I don't want you to feel like you have the license to. Yes, it's Adult Swim, so you can get weird, but if you put that in, you got to go wild and just don't.
Totally.
Now, granted, like don't offend or don't do anything dumb, but you just got to push it if it's going to compete, and it has to live in that world. Like what are those 2 second, those 5 second bits in between show? You know what I mean? Just really like big, but I would omit until you sort it out. Me personally.
Yeah, I mean, I had a similar thought on this. I mean, mine was a little bit more like kind of its resident of the Arizona tea stuff, right? Where I'm looking at it and I'm just like, I get what's trying to happen, but it is, if you're gonna go weird, you got to go like weird in a way that makes people go, dude, what is going on with this person? I got to talk to this person. This is insane shit, right? And I think with Adult Swim, it kind of feels like anybody who puts like, I think that, and I don't mean this as a slam, but I think this is actually probably a truism. If you're putting Adult Swim in your book, it probably means you want to make something for Adult Swim, not ads for Adult Swim, right? And I think because of that, I think you have to just be weird, and then if you want to be cheeky and do a thing where you'd be like, I just put an Adult Swim thing at the end because I thought it was like funny or whatever, right? And because they don't, you see their ads and like the the buttons and stuff. I mean, it's just, they're not ads. They're strange shit doing strange things. No real organization, like it's all chaos, all entropy. And so even putting the name Adult Swim on it is wrong. I think it kind of needs to be like inspired by the Lobster. I made a series of short films in a world where I was speculating about what would happen, yada yada. Kind of go down a little bit of like cosplay fiction, because the first thing people would say this just happens. The first thing people say when they see something weird is they go, "This feels like Adult Swim," right?
Yep.
So you're not advertising anything just because that's what Adult Swim is, So, which is just an odd thing. It's an interesting conversation because there are certain brands, and again, we're not going to talk super elaborately about some of the other ones because unless you would like to talk about Nintendo, I think that was a new one.
Yeah. So Jacob and I we're partners on a lot of things, and we wanted to show off some breadth, some spreads of stuff. And this one does feel, I think we wanted to push it a bit more, but this is kind of where we landed on. But in terms of like spread, same with Skittles, on different medias it could live.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, I love your style and I love what you're going through. And I think that it feels, what is nice about this through the lens of like a creative director, in my opinion, is you kind of get the like, these guys are going to leave work and just go make films in their free time energy, right? Which is rad, right? I mean, you want people who are just like fucking around doing crazy shit. I mean, we all know people who we've worked with who like, they quit their job and they went on to do a thing, write a book, make a film, put out an album. They're touring now. So like, advertising's filled with people like that who are just doing rad stuff, and advertising is just a thing they're doing because they just have such an abundance of creativity that they just don't know what to do with, right? And I love being around people like that at the office, and I think they're really valuable for a lot of reasons. And I think that your book, both of your guys' book, kind of has that energy.
Yeah.
And so, but again, it kind of feels like it fits into this world where these almost need to be recategorized a little bit, where the things that are kind of short films or like weird ideas, you're just playing with the camera, you want to experiment with green screen, you kind of go, it opens with like I'm putting words in your mouth, I guess now, but like, it's like, you know, we also made things that this guy on a portfolio review said aren't really ads and we should do this. We think it's kind of stupid, but we decided to make them short films anyway. Here's this. Also, that guy's portfolio is Ben Majoy. You should go check him out. He's kind of a dickhead, right? Like, that is the kind of thing that I'd be like, that's funny. This guy's funny. I like this, right? And then that, I think, enhances your book in a really interesting way that doesn't distract from your other work. And it feels additive with the short film type things. You know what I mean? Like, because there's so much personality and there's so much of that Jerry Graff thing that you want to be like, it's all about the twist, you know, instead of just being like, we want to be like Jerry Graff. It's like, we want to make weird stuff inspired by Jerry Graff that feels like it's a new thing, not old ads, you know?
Yeah. It's hard to beat, man. I mean, you know, that Graff stuff is hard to beat. Obviously, he's him and his style and his way of thinking, and just that entire league of that kind of post Cliff Freeman kind of thing. Like, it's all good stuff. Is very, very sharp stuff. But you just don't want to do it for its sake. You know what I mean? Like, it has to be grounded in like something true. And that's what I encourage you to do with this book. Is just to have a little more that's maybe like one or two more that's not that. Like, you got the climate stuff, like the basketball, but that's just one. Everything else outside of the BK stuff is in that world. Because what you don't want is to interview somewhere and they say, I don't know what to put him on. So they just look at you. Well, at least he can cut stuff. So let's just give him this brand and just have him just like cut stuff. And then you're just a cutting stuff dude. You know what I mean? So and it's good to have goals and a taste. Just maybe have a couple more things in there just so someone doesn't hire you, say, oh, well, he's the editor dude that can make stuff float and move around and get weird, you know?
Yeah.
So.
And you can do that with a lot of personality, but still showing the broadness of your work. I mean, I have in my book, I have like Verizon ads and stuff that were super basic.
Yeah.
But the way I kind of talk about them is like, I do basic stuff. What I like about this is this stupid thing, but I talk about it in my voice to make people go, this is still the same guy, just being able to do a bunch of stuff versus like, this guy is one thing and he can only do one thing. You know what I mean? It's a little nuanced and it's a strange thing. And so the one thing I mentioned about at the end about like what I kind of wanted more is because of the nature of the way you're setting up your portfolio, because of the work, I do kind of want more of a personality in the bio. The bio like says who you are, but it doesn't like say who you are, if that makes sense. You know what
Yes,
I mean?
totally.
It explains it, but it doesn't articulate it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's, and I think that I think is kind of where, again, with such a creative book and stuff, you kind of want like every little kind of bit to be a little moment of creativity, so that we've talked about some of the other ones that like they have a lot of like extensions upon extensions upon extensions. I think with something like this, the extensions are kind of the personality itself. You know what I mean? You kind of want to see those little bits throughout. So, and then also broadly speaking, this kind of accounts for everybody, but I love seeing Spotify social links in portfolios. I think it's actually very smart because it is a little bit of a peering into that. So I found myself always kind of clicking through those whenever I would see them in people's books. So if you put those in, I think those are good. I didn't look through yours.
There's a lot.
Other ones.
It's like 325 playlists, so be careful.
That's it.
I definitely will not be clicking on it. Don't worry about it. No.
Cool. All right. That's great.
Yeah.
Great.
Sweet. Thank you.
So of course. Maria Garza.
Hi.
What is good? All right. Let's see here. Okay. Duolingo. Okay. So this one. So Sherman and I both are thrilled by the Roughwear stuff. So
I want that line so bad.
I know, dog. I saw that and I was just like, man, what a line. So very sick line. Yeah, I wasn't quite as in love with the art direction, but I see the art direction as very practical, right? I think that this is what it would absolutely potentially look like in real spreads, which I think there's a lot of power in that. But I think that that's where books are kind of interesting, is because, you know, I feel like books are sometimes just made to like be the most, you know, flamboyant is probably not the right word, but like, you know, pretty expressive with kind of the depth that you can go. This one feels like take off the shelf, give it to Roughwear, it's done, bada bing, bada boom, ready to go, right? which is great. And it's a huge thing. And I think a lot of people are going to want that. And I think a lot of people are going to see it that way. I just, when I look at books, I tend to, I mean, you've heard me talk long enough where you kind of get some of the way I view things. And, but the line in the campaign is so fucking sick, dude.
Yeah.
Wild the Tame is just a banger.
No, that's huge. I mean, this kind of gets back to why I fell in love with this field. Just a big line, just a simple thought.
Totally.
Just rethink the art direction. I just go back. I mean, just because already just in scrolling, I've already seen 3 kind of takes. You know what I mean? I see the half and half in print, which I get. Like sometimes you got to use the medium. You have all type here, and then in the other stuff you got the dog in the middle. So it's a lot of different types. I would just scale back and just roll with kind of one look and one. I mean, just even like the tags, just like something if you can stop. Yeah, just like the tag, just like flat background type, like line art of a puppy is enough. Just because those lines are so big, you don't have to show the outdoors. Just because you say outdoors, right? As long as you showcase the puppy in the gear and then that line, that's all you need. So I would just really like take a just elevate the art direction just a notch. And I think you do that as we get like later into the work. Because it can be so simple. I mean, just like don't overshoot the art direction here. And I think it'd be good.
And this one, I mean, this one too is like, this one again is like a lot of extensions. I think you're going to want to, people are going to, it's so funny because this is a bizarre thing. We put so much effort into so many parts of these things. And we, Sherman and I both see the line. We go, so it doesn't matter. We're not gonna look at anything else.
Yeah,
the Tame. That's it. That rules.
I honestly didn't scroll past the print. I'm sorry. It's just when I saw the line, I was like,
dude, honestly,
I was like, this is dope. Yeah,
it's crazy. And so it's funny because it is like an interesting effect because I think anybody would say that. Hopefully, it was like they'd be like, "Wow, the Tame, that's a banger, perfect for this brand." I get it immediately. It all clicks the second you see it, which I think is exactly what you want in good campaigns. Of course, I guess the negative of this and like kind of a weird I don't know how to. It doesn't feel like a negative, but it's kind of a negative. Is like I think maybe because I'm so compelled by the title and stuff, I just like find myself glossing over as I'm kind of going down the page, which I think could be just because I've already fallen in love with it. I'm not really looking hard anymore, but also maybe it's the color balance. Maybe it's the too much text on some of these pages that kind of you kind of just get a little fatigued, right? But it's hard to critique something that slaps like that. So
just hone the art direction.
Yeah,
and I think
we already talked about the Meridian stuff. I think we had the same thought. It's just I think the Meridian stuff is like, again, kind of going back to what are you trying to accomplish with this? If there are 20 mead brands on the market, then like getting really into like what makes this mead brand very specific is great. But I think mead is just like, it's almost like, I mean, I guess I live in California, so it's a little bit different, but like how weed brands are now, right? Where you're not really trying to get people to do it anymore. You're trying to like make yours very specific. So you're seeing all marijuana brands right now are really crazy in how they're doing art direction as like a really specific differentiator because it's such a niche project or such a niche product, and it's so hard to kind of go the difference between them that they're getting really expressive about how they do that. And that almost feels like what the mead stuff is doing before its time, which is I think one of my issues. And then let's see, I'm close. Go ahead, sure.
Maria, what's a piece of work in here that you're half on, you're uncertain about? Curious.
Well, I really like Budweiser, which is like the do-it-yourself attitude that we took up. Like it's like a negative thing that the brand had on their brief. Like people see this beer as a dad beer, so we wanted to take that as a positive note, and that's when we came up for the idea, this case study video.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this was interesting. I mean, this one didn't totally resonate with me, but it's really well shot. I mean, it looks sick. Did you guys color this?
A little bit, yeah.
Damn, nice. That's a simple little thing, but honestly, like the fact that the first thing I say is like, damn, did you guys color this? Is a differentiator, quite frankly. It's like, you see so many books and you see especially a lot of student books. The fact that you're paying attention to color, you are an art director, is actually it's a nice touch. That's probably going to help. Sure, you're more on the art direction tip, so correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the first thing I thought.
That was good. You know, my only push with the Bud stuff is make it a little more ownable to Bud.
Yeah.
Again, you guys are like bolder than me when I was a student. Like I wouldn't dare put Bud in my book because I was like, oh no, not Budweiser. That's too big of a brand, right? So if you put Bud, like it has to be ownable for Bud. So maybe an ounce more of Americana. I don't know, just like get like I'm getting with Bud, right? Because like we could replace that with White Claw or Michelob, and it might work. Which is not good. So I would find those nuances that we know and love from Bud work of past, and like see where like we can fit that in. Plus, it's just nice because it makes it seem like just as a campaign, you normalize the idea of like drinking beer while doing stuff, which is what we do. Like right, like when we take her outside, when I grill, when I fix stuff around the house, I just grab a beer, not because I want to drink, it's because like the beer almost becomes my companion. It's just strange to say out loud. But push it a little bit more.
Safe place, sure. Safe place.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that, I mean, I think that hits a lot of those. Yeah, I agree. Particularly also, I think that when I think of a dad beer, it is regional, right? You know, Budweiser is one of them, but I think that depending on where you are, it's going to be a lot of things, which kind of goes back to the ownable thing, right? Where Budweiser does have very ownable elements that make it very specific to Budweiser, but right now I could put Hams in there. I could put, you know, Lone Star in there. I mean, there's a bunch that I think you kind of throw in as like what you do when you're going to do stuff in the garage, right? Like let's DIY dad style. So that's, I think, an interesting one. Again, it is really laid out nicely though. And which I think again does help. The one that I thought, go ahead, Joe.
Where up to number 1, please, as well, if you could, if you want, move roughly.
Which one?
No.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like move that to like your first piece of work.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, push Roughwear to first, and then so the dynamic duo one. This one is interesting for me as well. I had a lot of notes on the other, whoever your partner was on this.
Mm-hmm.
This one for me, I love it for so many reasons, but I feel like I just want it to go further because I think that the gamification of learning language is such a big space. And I think saying, you know, especially in the world of gaming right now, where gaming is just like on everybody's tongue and it's just like something you just hear a lot. And if you're going to have the opportunity to introduce a feature like this that kind of expands it into a multiplayer thing, I kind of want to see all the clever ways that you're taking the way by which language works. Because if I'm learning a new language, the number one thing I think anybody would say is like, I don't have anybody to practice Mandarin with.
Yeah.
Right. You know, and so that's the insight, but that's also the reason to keep going further to kind of do what I think some of these extensions do, where you kind of go, we thought of this before you did. And then by the time you will have thought of it, there's already an answer that makes me go, oh, they're clever. They thought of this already. Right.
We do need to wrap this up, and if you have notes on this in another book, we'll talk more about it.
Yeah, of course. Perfect. Yeah, love it. Okay, of course. Aaron Manali. There we go. Cool. So first of all, I love that you're an illustrator. I think that's a nice touch as well. I actually think maybe reverse those though, art director and illustrator. Depending on what you want to lead as, because there's a world where people, it's a little different with illustrator. And you know, if I were to say I'm a poet and a writer, no one's going to be like, where are you, a poet or a writer? Which job are you going to take here, right? But I think there are illustrators and there are art directors at agencies. So if you go in and they go, do you want to be an illustrator? Do you want to be an art director? It's probably important to have that one dialed in, because that question could come up, which, you know, is silly, but it may very well come up. Okay, so let's see, I can't see my notes. Voodoo, let's talk about Voodoo. As an art director.
It's the one.
This is a banger, man. This is really cool.
Yes, nice.
Do you want to, as the resident art director, creative director, you want to talk about this, Sherm?
Absolutely. Thank you for having, it's really hard to rebrand a place and a thing, and it's just really hard. But the fact that I'm a sucker for colors, and the fact that he was like, these are the 3 colors, so deal with it is good.
Yeah.
Right? Like sometimes
totally.
artists and illustrators tend to like, I got to showcase all my color theory knowledge and this color with that color. Like you're like, these are the 3. These these are my two primary, this is my secondary, this is how I rock, and I'm gonna put it through and through. So just great design. You considered everything that a coffee shop would, from table design to posters to packaging. You could hand this off to
100%.
like you can hand this off like table tents pack, like it's thorough. So thank you. Definitely good to lead with this one. It just shows that you just know what it takes to launch something, or to like launch a look, you know what I mean? Which is really hard to do. Like, it's really hard to launch a look, and the fact that you've kind of like carried the elements through every touch point is just key. So definitely good that you're leading there.
Yeah, and this one's also interesting too, because I think through the lens of what I was saying about the art direction illustration thing, is like this is very illustration heavy, but it feels like you're applying your ability to illustrate to art direction, not you are an illustrator who has a little bit of art direction. You know what I mean? So I think that's why I think even switching that as like, I'm an art director who can illustrate, not I'm an illustrator who likes to art direct, right? I think that actually this reinforces that idea in a pretty powerful way. Because it's just cool work, man. It's just like, it looks nice. And I think that, you know, Sherm is, I'm not an art director, I'm a writer, but I do think that I really respect the ability to do a lot of crazy shit with a small color palette. Because it is very, very telling. You know, like our new art director, or our new designer at Uprocks was at the LA Rams. And that was the first thing we talked about, is the fact that she had such a restricted color palette. So it really shows what you can design, because you can't suddenly throw in another color to be all of a sudden you're like, I want it to be happier, so I'm going to throw in a red. Be like, can't do it. Figure out how to be happier without doing it, right? Which is really, you know, it's a skill. It's complicated. It's kind of the idea of like, how do you tell a novel in a tweet, right? Where like not everybody knows how to do that, and I think that this is a little bit of that vibe. The Burger King stuff, we have not talked about this with anyone yet, so yeah, this one, I mean, you had said, and I agree, Sherm. I think that the emojis thing is just, I think we've seen a lot of emoji work, so I think it's hard to make this like as cool as it is. Again, you're also a designer. The first thing we've seen is a video. You know, I think that seeing some of the designs, I think will all of a sudden let us be like, even if we're not compelled by the work, the designs are compelling us. So we kind of look at it and go, cool, right? Right now it's just a video, so it requires us to kind of pay attention to things beyond the art direction, which again isn't a bad thing. Loud. But yeah, it's just I think we've seen a lot of cool emoji work, and I also think that emojis are emojis, so it's like in terms of like design, it's kind of like a little bit of a specific palette, you know.
And I just push fresh. Like if fresh is a thing that you're jumping off of, something like an emoji. Yes, that's how we talk to each other and dictate, but that's a big word to jump off, and it's a big bar to hit, especially with like BK. So I think there are better ways. Like this seems more like a tech way to show fresh, but you know, this is an awful idea. But if you shot the emojis every 10 minutes or something, that shows that emojis are fresh. But even then, this is like, why are you doing? I'm doing that. You know what I mean? So fresh is just a big word. So if I prove it out, let's prove it out. You know what I mean? But I appreciate like the e-commerce part of it. You know what I mean? Like I work on a ton of retail at the office, and like and you know, and honestly, like if it doesn't like agree to a sale, I can't show it to clients. So thank you for saying, you know, this will translate to this. But like I said, that's been done, and we want fresh stuff. No pun intended.
But that is a very insightful note, though, from Sherm. I think that there is a practicality to the ad in any marketing work that I think sometimes is really kind of like pulls the heartstrings of a creative director, where they know that there's a implied, like, when I'm talking to the client about their bottom line, this will translate, which is crucial, man.
Once I learned that skill, man, I'm telling you,
changes everything.
It changes everything once you say, once you let the client know, oh yeah, like, and people will buy it. Like they'll
totally. Well, and it's, you know, it's a really interesting point, because I think that especially I think when you're coming into this industry, it is like, I want to do fun work, I want to do crazy stuff, I want the awards, but some clients care about that. I think that's the reason we kind of picked on Skittles and Burger King a little bit at the beginning, because like they go, I want to be famous. That's what they used to say. I don't think it's as much anymore, and their metrics have changed, but most brands just go, I want to sell more, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, folks ask me all the time, how in the hell did you get French's to make an ice cream? The reason we got it is because we said we can do an at-home recipe so families can make it. And if they don't have it, they'll go out and buy it. Literally, that's what sold it. It's literally saying, if we'll do an at-home one, so if they got to go buy mustard, they'll buy it. And they were like that. But it took months. But I forgot to add that tweak of purchase. So thank you for that. That's huge. Yeah. And if for anybody else on the call, like we can add a little bit of e-commerce, not in every piece, but if there's room for it where it's natural, it's only going to help. It's only going to help.
Yep, I agree. So one that I think we are kind of like, we want more because it's a cool concept is I think the Swedish fish stuff. Yeah. I think nothing fishy here, I think is a really good line. And I think that's like it is a fun way to take this character and kind of expand them and kind of make it something interesting. It just feels like it's a start, right? I feel like we got the line. It's a really cool concept. It feels like we've taken the strategy and we've kind of turned it into a line that like is very functional and good and is a good brand. But because it's really fun, and because the world that you create by saying this is a suspicious / not suspicious food, I think it just allows for a lot of really interesting extensions that you kind of like. This feels like something where I click on it and I just want to see how wild you can think, versus like here's a couple things that show like the start. You know what I mean?
Right.
So this one's nice because you're not changing much. You're just adding to it. I think
Yeah, and I think just in regard to like where it's such a short thought and it's an easy thought. I think the film is a little long. I mean, it's a 30. I think you can get those points across in a 15 or even maybe a 6. I mean, it's candy, it's confectionery. So like we can be quick and interesting about it. Like it's a good line that like you get super quick. So I don't think you need a 30. I think it's a 15. I think it's a 15 for properties. See if you can do like a copy driven one that's a 6 that kind of adds kind of like the skeptic world that you're starting to build. And I think they'll help to like get it a little bit quicker and consume it a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, this is also nice because the 6 that's a really interesting note, because writing 6s is like, not only is it hard, but it doesn't feel sexy for writers, I think, because you just want to tell these elaborate stories. But this just feels like these packaged jokes. You can just rip them out all day long, right? Because of the line, It
is the new Billboard. Half of my new biz is showing that this thing could work in a 6. Like literally, like we went from doing like big anthemic 1 minutes and 2 minute long forms to here's your idea in a 6 second because we know that you love your IG ads. And like that's kind of like sometimes a test to prove, all right, this thing can live and breathe. So
I think it's the new print ad, right? It's like there's no difference. I think a copywriter should.
It's like the new billboard. So you got 6 seconds, you got 5 words, you got 8.
Yeah.
I mean, you have a digital. You have like a Snapchat ad, a YouTube pre-roll. Like there's a lot of those things where it's just like, if we know people are skipping it, man, you got to get that shit fast. So it is interesting. I think that's a really smart way to think about it. The one thing I said about maybe wanting more on your ad, I think Sherm, you said social cause stuff, which I think would be smart.
Yeah. And that's kind of like the trend. And I hate to follow trends, but it's always good to just find like what's your take on ideas that have to do with like change or social or environmental. I think it helps to like cleanse the palate a bit in a lot of these books. So if there is room for one, I think it'd just be good. Just because like that's what's on trend now. Like there was an age in advertising where babies and like monkeys were on trend, and now it's like, what's the thing you do to like save the planet? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I would just find room for it there, and it may help.
And it presents a different way of thinking too. Like I think that there's the product itself being the like we want to save the planet, whatever. But I also think those briefs tend to be structured differently, that require different kinds of media. They don't feel so like the plastic bin one or the plastic ball one, I think is a good example. It's like it creates a product. You're not doing a lot of ancillary media for it. You're just like, here's a solution to a problem that you kind of go, damn, that's smart, that's clever. Moving on, right? I want more. I think that you can extend that Swedish fish thing into a little bit stranger stuff, and then it'll give you more of like a personality. It'll give a more diverse, like, I can do these strange things, because you kind of hint at the quirkiness with your illustrations, and like the voodoo stuff is like beautiful and a little bit quirky. It feels hand drawn. give me a little bit more strange, and then I think that people go, oh wow, this, we can kind of put this person on anything, right?
We
Which I think
do
would
need
be
to bounce. I'm sorry, we're running a little.
cool. No, all good. That's, I think it closed it out.
Thank you for
Ryan
your
Romero.
Thank you.
What was that, Aaron?
Oh, I said thank you for your feedback.
Yeah, of course. Hopefully it's helpful.
Hey.
All right, Ryan Romero Jr., I guess.
No.
He's
Cool,
the
okay.
good looking one.
Love it. Okay, so we already talked about the roughware stuff. I mean, you're the writer, so I assume that this line had something to do with you. So kudos. It's I mean, it's, you know, I can't say enough about this line. It's just like such a smashing line. So I think that we're on the same page there. You had mentioned the duo stuff. Sherm, do we want to kind of go back into the duo stuff a bit?
Yeah, you know, we talked about it earlier, but it's nice because things become easier for people when you have the word us or let's involved. So it's just a natural fit, just to gamify and then make this a journey with like you and someone else. It just takes out the fear. So to learn a new language, especially as you get older, is really tough to do, and it could be even when you were a kid. But it's just a nice thought. It's just like, no, like this is now a 2-player thing. It's just fun. It's just like it's light, is doable. If just like the tone is good, the extensions all feel right. So it's a nice piece, man. It's a nice, clean, fun, and not clean like safe, but just clean like, oh, they should be doing this type.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I mean, it feels insightful for sure. I mean, this kind of goes back to what I said, where
Yeah.
I think because it's so insightful, I want more versions of how the multiplayer, the relationship between two people learning a language can manifest in 2, 3, multiple. Like, I think this just the gamification is just it's just a very powerful tool for this place. Gamification does not work for everything, and I think that there's certainly it can be really complicated, and I think that you know, it's also worth saying, by the way, that like when you put work in a pitch, especially if it's a new business pitch, not everything is designed to be bought, right? Sometimes things are designed to like make people go, damn, they're thinking about this stuff differently. Like, because you know, seeing this and seeing the Spotify stuff, I think those are tough UIs to change. And there are product teams that are designed at these companies to do these things. So saying we're going to come up with this thing, sometimes they might not buy it, but what they hopefully do say is they are thinking the same way we're thinking about our product. They understand the problems of how this thing works. We can use them and work with them for the other things we do as well, right? Which I think is kind of like a little bit, again, like the sausage is made in terms of pitching and building relationships with clients and kind of all that stuff. I mean, they just want to know that someone's not going to fuck around with their brand and like kind of ignore their purpose, which is to make their brand bigger, more successful, higher valued, you know, and I think this kind of taps into that. We didn't have a ton. I mean, you kind of have like this greatest hits thing going on. We've already talked about a lot of this stuff. I mean, you got like the Ember, the Roughware, you know, Duolingo. I mean, I guess, why don't we talk about Goodbelly a little bit? Because I think the Goodbelly stuff, I had a thought on this. Did you have anything to say on this one, Sherm?
No, I think it was good. I want you to go with yours. I mean, I liked it. It was like aesthetically like nice to look at. But please go down your notes.
So my thoughts on Goodbelly it felt like, because I saw this, I was like, this is sick. I love the way this looks. Everything is cool. And so I went to Goodbelly's site and I was just like, I don't know anything about Goodbelly. What's going on? Which happened a couple times as we were looking through these books. I like had to look at something and be like, what the fuck is this brand? I've never heard of this before. And Goldbelly, I did it and I was like, oh, this feels different than what I'm seeing, right? Which I think is a little bit of the like, there is a little bit of a problem there. It's not a colossal problem, because I think that sometimes you do want a brand to modernize themselves. I don't think this is quite, we talked about another one, I think it was Crockpot, that was like, you know, there was a couple branding steps between the beginning and the end that I think probably could have advantaged from. This one's a little bit like the gap's a little bit closer, but I do feel culturally like you're going to have to explain a lot to get them to buy this, about like the culture of music, the way that these things work. Like Goldbelly just feels a little bit cuter and you're giving it an edge that I think maybe they wouldn't be ready for, right? So that I think is the thing here. I don't know if it's hard to change something that's so baked right now, and I think it is baked in a really good way. But I think as you kind of think about this, like this Sweet Tooth tour thing, for instance, like it's so wonderfully designed, it looks so sick, but the reference point of these kind of posters, I don't think is a shared reference point with Goldbelly's current branding system. So it just might be hard. You might have to go into this like over explanation of the references, and then they're going to get lost, and it's just going to be confusing. So that's just one thing to consider. Now, again, this is kind of this is a really, really great book. So it's a little less like criticism, a little bit more like how I would think about this, seeing it going into the meeting and trying to figure out how I'm going to prepare to explain why like this kind of, panopticon like poster style is going to work with somebody who is into, like really basic color schemes, no gradients, so but yeah, so that was kind of my note here. I mean, maybe it's even just the raw usage of black, as much as I love black, right? I just think it's hard for a brand that I think is so built on the friendly nature of food, and then what's something okay, so what do you think about something you can add to this, because I think that this is a very complete book. So
I don't know, you kind of set to the bar high with Roughwear. We're just
we love Roughwear.
So, but I say that to say, maybe is there another one or two more examples in your book where you just showcase it, like you can write long, you can write in 3 words, like Wild the Tame, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think it's missing that just because like you like set it up so nicely up front. I'm like, all right, cool. Where's some more of those like kind of quick lines, those big lines, just like straight up, you know what I mean? And I think that'll help. Just because like you check the boxes on everything else from like social plays to So I just think just showing some more writer side.
Yeah, I mean, one other weird thing about this book actually that's really interesting, and then I think we'll probably end it because I know we have kind of move on, but it is a very art direction heavy book, right? This is kind of like the art direction greatest hits, which is great, but you're a copywriter, so I think that's good. That question is going to come up, right? Where people are going to really talk about, like, going back to the design literacy thing I mentioned. I think that like knowing how to talk about art direction, every art director should be able to copyright a bit, and every copywriter should be able to art direct a bit. I don't think that we're going to see a world again where you can't do a little bit of both, right? At the very least, conceptually, I think it's really important. So really prepare yourself to be able to talk about the design choices and the art direction choices that were made, because there are so many art direction things in here that are really, really impressive. You don't want somebody to be like your book is sick, can I hire your art director, right? Because I think it is like, you want them to hire you because you know how to art direct as well, and you know what goes into good art direction as a writer, not because your work is like extremely design forward, right? And then and I think this is cool. I mean, I think you give a little bit of personality, which you've heard me mention a million times. I think the more that you can, you are your own brand. So if you understand how your brand works, then it conveys to people that you understand how brand works, right? So make sure that whatever you think you want to say about who you are, it is clearly expressed throughout. So in that said, there is a little bit like, you're from Florida, maybe there is an opportunity to make a Florida man joke, right? This is like, pathetic fun food pictures, right? Maybe there's a little bit more of that you can put in there, right? If you want to be known as funny, if you want to be known as sincere, like really think about that, and then try to figure out little nudges of where you can put that in, because especially as a writer, I think people want to read, and giving them the chance to do that, I think, is, even if it doesn't come through in the work, if you let people read your kind of like tome, small tome, then it'll really kind of go a long way with such strong work. That is. Okay, very nice job. Yes. So Joel, this is an interesting one. This is a fascinating conversation to be had because your book is very different. So I have a lot to say about this that functions in a different way. Joel, is he on? He is.
Hey, yeah, wow.
Joel, yes. Oh, I should have. I saw that one coming, man. I saw that in your bio, and I was like, I gotta remember to say this, and I completely
You're a
disregarded it. Sorry
victim.
about that.
You're a victim.
I know. I fucked that up. So this is a very modern approach to things, I think, which I think is very interesting. I do not anticipate you getting a lot of calls about being an art director or a copywriter, but I do not think that's what you're going for, right? Am I correct in saying that? Okay.
Yeah,
So
I work as a strategist right now, so
yeah,
just hanging out.
So just chilling. Just want to talk about what's going on. So I love this shit, and I think this is where my head. The more I've advanced in my career, the more I move into this direction as well, where I'm a lot less compelled by being attacked. And granted, being a creative director is a completely different thing. You kind of have to know how everything works. I think Sherm and I both know what revenue targets are, which you never talk about when you're like a junior creative or a mid-level creative or even a senior creative, right? But I think that through the lens of strategy, I think that understanding, especially if you're going to be an online strategist and somebody who's like tapped into the internet, I think understanding what is compelling on the internet, what is going on the internet, what is like the coolest, most interesting things. I think there's a big difference between saying like the Jerry Graff conversation, be like, this thing's funny, it did really well, I love this, right? There's a big difference between that and like what the kind of societal implications of Lil Miquela are, right? Which I think is what you are doing, right? Now, only some people are going to get this, and only some people are going to give a shit, because I think that there is still like, certain agencies I think want you to be able to fit in a box. And I had a huge problem with this early in my career because I was a playwright and a journalist. I was just like writing pieces for Vice and like putting on plays, and I would walk into these ad agencies and I'd be like, yeah, here's the stuff I do, and they'd be like, what? I don't know, what is this? What are you doing, right? And I'd be like, I'm a writer, like, what are you talking about? And they'd be like, we need ads. And I'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about, right? And so that is still a thing, but there are going to be places that immediately see this and go, I know what this kid's about. I want to talk to this guy, because this stuff, it feels like the cutting edge of how culture works. And I think being able to like untangle it, and there's one thing being able to curate it and be like, here are my favorite links on the internet, but it's a whole different thing when you can say like what I just said about Lil Miquela, right? Or like, looking at something on Reddit and saying, this is why this is happening, and this is, I think, where this is going to go. There is a huge market for that, but it is atypical, and I do not know exactly the levers that you're going to have to pull or be able to be able to unlock those opportunities, other than like writing essays, following the right places. I mean, this is very much my world. I could talk to you about this shit all day long. I do a podcast about Reddit. I'm like subscribed to all these bizarro Patreons. Like I said, I'm in the NTS radio space. Like there's a lot of these like cutting edge things that will drip into middle America eventually. And right now we're kind of on the fringes of society, living in Berlin, living in Paris, LA, New York, Atlanta. And knowing those things are really important and are really going to be helpful. But the big thing is like, how do you convey that you're not just listing links and you actually have an insight about them that people go, we need this guy to work on this very specific project that we don't know many people who can talk about, right? Like I most of my career has been shit like this, right? Where I do not get jobs to do 30-second ads. I get jobs because someone goes, we were asked to make a game for Reddit and we don't know how to do it, right? And then I go, all right, like, let's go. Let's figure it out, right? So, and Sherm, I don't know if you have anything to say on that. I mean, I think that the creative strategy space is an interesting place. It's contemporary though, so it's a little less like, here are the things you have to do to get there.
Yeah, most people find their way into it, whereas you're coming in saying, this is what I do, which is bold, which I like. You know what I mean? Most people like find their way, and it's like, no, this like they they kind of get in the building, they kind of sort stuff out, see stuff out, and then they find themselves in it. But anyway, now this is fun. This is interesting. I'm curious to see where you land and how you play in those spaces.
Yeah. I mean, I think I mean, one quick anecdote. How much time do we have left? I don't want to milk the whole 10 minutes. I don't know if it necessarily needs it, but
I'm looking at it right now. You got 5 minutes, dude. You're good.
Oh, it's a century, it's a lifetime. So I had an interview once, for Apple, right? And I walked in and I had like a 5-minute conversation about ads, and literally immediately the creative director was like, listen, man, this is not going to be a job for you. I'm going to tell you right now, you're not going to want this job. It's not going to be good for you. But what you just said is really interesting. I want to talk to you more about that. Right. And then we just shot the shit about like, I think we were talking about the way that emojis change the way we think about how visual language is is conveyed in text form, and why we think that doing certain things with emojis will change the way that the English language is fundamentally structured, right? And so we have this chat for like 2 hours, and then at the end of it, he was just like, "You're not going to get this job, but someday I would love to do something with you, because I think that this is like what you're saying is so interesting, right?" And like that's the position I think you want to be in, and what I think makes sense here, as long as you can talk that talk, right? Where you can see these things and you can say like, the instant logo search or the wealth shown to scale, and you can go, here's actually why this is actually really, really important and really compelling, and here's what it implies about how culture is going to change, right? And then you're just going to have people want to talk to you about it, which is a job in itself, right? But again, it's a totally different ball game to just be like, I like weird shit, to being like, I know how to take this weird shit and turn it into, again, like a revenue model that's going to change the way a company functions, right? Which I think should be your goal here.
Yeah. And I have some work samples in the other tab of like projects for Twitch and Spotify, where I think those are good examples of like putting these insights into practice and coming full circle into execution with some like traditional campaigns.
Yeah.
So.
But it's funny though, because the mere fact that I didn't even click on those, I think is actually kind of sick. Because I think the first thing I see and care about is just like the way you view the world and kind of the things that you're like think are interesting. And I'm kind of seeing a couple things I go, oh yeah, I love that thing too, right? And then again, going back to the personality, is like being, having somebody that you go, oh, I just want to talk to this person about some of this stuff. Feels like he knows things that I don't even know how to begin to talk about, right? Which is really important. I think particularly as people like Sherm and I just like become like these old curmudgeons who just want to go fishing all the time instead of work. It's like, having people who know this shit is like immeasurably important, right? Because it's just, we can't tap into it on our own sometimes. And the worst thing in the world, and we all have experiences with out of touch creative directors, right? And we do not want to be those people, right? Yeah. But we don't necessarily have the capacity to always be able to touch into it. So I think even just having this stuff, I think is really, really great. So interesting, obviously atypical, but I want to see where you go with this, because I think it's going to be compelling to see like the places you end up and the panels you get invited to talk on, because they're going to be some strange things that a bunch of dorks are going to love, and then a bunch of like creative directors are going to be like, that could be helpful. What do I do with that, right? Yeah. Which is a good thing. So is that helpful, or is that just me going on a monologue for 10 minutes straight?
No, helpful and good food for thought. Like I'm lucky to be in a position now where I get to work in strategy and work closely with creatives to make work more culturally resonant. And yeah, I'm excited to hear. Say a lot of these
any creative who's resistant to working with strategists is a dumbass, because like I think that creatives and strategists are like, dude, two peas in a pod, right? Like you cannot hate on your strategist. You have to have a good strategist, and the creative has to respect what they're saying, because it is again how the shit gets made, right? And it's how you sell stuff.
Push them. What I mean? Like they'll push you.
Totally.
Them. But yeah, don't work in pods, especially with like with strategy, man. Like be close to them. Open up those floodgates, man. Don't say you'll see strategy when it's done. No, say I want to see where you start to think of. You know what I mean? Like it just like share that relationship, because it's gonna read well in the room with the client. Clients can sniff out from a mile away if like they can sniff out if everybody works in pods, but like when you play off of energy in a room, it's especially with strat, it's on ball game. So like you guys win together or you sync together, but it's just like especially at a time now where like budgets are sketch, they've lowered, the world just exploded last year. Like folks want work that works, man. And that
Totally.
that like line that goes through always is Stratton Creative.
100%.
So
They want smart. They don't just want colors and shapes. They want smart. They want smart and effective, right? And that's how you kind of get there. So anyway, cool. Love it. Meredith, of
Hello.
course.
Hey.
What is happening? Okay, so cool. So Tuck. You talked about Tuck. Tuck is interesting.
I don't know.
Was that?
Man. You took me to the 90s with this one. I love it. Just like
I know.
I was like, yo, where am I? Yo, like it is just like those posters and kind of like those angles. I was like, yo, where are we right now? Which is so fly. I love it. I was like,
dude, it's the angles. I was thinking
the
about this
angles.
last
I
night.
was like,
what is this? It's the angles, man.
So again, like, don't take that as a slight, man. Take that as a thank you, because it made me look like 6 times. Like, yo, like I can make that if you try. But no,
Totally.
but no, a very good way to like blow out a product, you know, that's like very niche. It's this big, you know what I mean? But like,
yeah.
But just I'm just in love with the aesthetic here. So just like thank you from a person that loves to look at things.
From a person who loves to look at things.
Personally, I mean, I was just looking out, you know, that's like I used to like Vans kind of felt like that, but I don't know. It's just like it's just on ground level. I just judge it purely on idea, but also on like this thing's a looker.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then I know you also mentioned that like the block party stuff is very dope, which
fucking so cool, dude.
Which I tend to agree with as well. You know, like especially if you can draw that line of like getting like real action from like cities and like governments, municipalities, like to like get involved in this. That's fly. You know, just because you're taking that leap from imagination to like reality, which is what most Lego spots, ads, spec work always do. Is always imagine if you can do this in real life. You have the opportunity here to say, no, we're gonna have a program that's sponsored with governments where kids can fix their cities. You know what I mean? Like that.
I mean, there's a pragmatism to it, which I think is different than just like see your imagination come to life.
Yeah,
like, I think it's a different thing.
Yeah, you gotta push it through to like real things, which is nice. And cities won't say
I mean, this is I think the Lego thing is so sick for like again, it taps into this, you know, the inventor kind of like, how do I solve a problem thing, which I think is really interesting. And I think it just is, you know, it just feels like if this, I mean, this would be award-winning the second it got made. Like this would be huge, and you would see kind of like this touches of Lego all over the place, and you know, transform the bike lane on 17th Avenue into a rainbow. It's like there's a lot of really interesting things to love about this. I actually had something on the Tuck thing that I thought was interesting that I thought probably it could better take advantage of, actually, because you do tap into such a specific culture and something that is so built on this nostalgia that to really like make it go one step further, to make it not seem like it's just like, you know, poser brand coming in and being like, we're 90s rave, right? We're 90s rave posters. So it's a little bit more of like, how do you take that and then take it into like, not only are we saying this and showing this, but we are that. Like the music that we're associated with that is that, right? The other elements of fashion that are associated with that is that, right? Like, because sometimes, again, a little bit going back to what I was just talking about with strategy with Joel, it's like the more that it seems like you know something that they don't know that you can tap into, I think is good, right? And I think that, you know, 90s rave, like I've mentioned NTS radio a couple times. Like this to me, I kind of go, this is a great NTS radio collaboration, right? Where like we're gonna do something in like historically important underground warehouse spaces and raves, right? We're going to do that. We're gonna do a small show there to show that we aren't just taking from the culture, but we're giving to it, right? Which I think is really important for stuff like this, because you know, you do see this often where something becomes on trend, and then all of a sudden you see people using the aesthetics without kind of recognizing how we got there, right? And I think because you're tapping into this in a really cool way, I think I want to see that like the like elitist music snob kind of in me doesn't go, who's this poser? You know what I mean? I want to be like, oh wow, they really did it. Like they really, like, you know, I can almost see just the the kind of like the music and the spots being kind of old Crystal Method style trance and stuff like that. You know what I mean? And like those are the things that I'm kind of like, I can hear it and I can feel it, and I don't know how to convey that necessarily in the spot. But as you think about that kind of thing, I think it's really important to feel like, again, you're giving to the culture instead of taking away from it. Because again, we live in the world now where like internet vitriol is so harsh that you want to be able to like, again, be additive to the thing that you're referencing when you're doing something so culturally specific.
Yeah.
Gotta pay the taxes.
Taxes. That's a fact. And then I mean, we already talked about the Arizona iced tea thing. So I think the Arizona stuff is, you know, it's cool. Where is it? Somewhere in here.
Yeah, that was it.
Arizona?
I didn't do Arizona.
Oh, why did we put that down? Oh, maybe it was I'm sorry. It was the
I know we talked about
maybe
crockpot
miswrote
already.
it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we did talk about crockpot already. What was it? I put something for Bond, or you put something for Bond.
Yeah, I put something on Bond. For Bond, I liked it a lot. Is it real like is this a real thing that you touched? And is this a
this is a real bracelet. So it's for like people in long distance relationships. So if you like tap on your bracelet, like you can like feel a vibration like wherever you are in the world. So it's like to connect people.
For some reason, I was more intrigued with the illustration and kind of like this lucid, forever changing thing than people when I looked at the out of home. For some reason, seeing the people in the out of home, and I get it, like you're showing the connection with two, but I think it's a little too little. I don't think I need to see people. I think just seeing the bracelet that's kind of like forever changing art thing is more interesting than seeing this kind of sleepless in Seattle. You know what I mean? I don't think I need to see hands. I think I just need to see like the product in this orb that changes and that moves based on mood. And I think, I don't know. It's just like when I saw, I'm like, oh, it's pretty. Oh, there's hands. You know what I mean? It was like I just want to see more of this orb and see how you can transform that. Like, are there activations that that you have this orb that changes based on the state of, I don't know, just like, I don't know. I just lose the people just like focus on like what this visual thing is that you have like here in all three, like you have them in all this thing. They're all beautiful. I just lose the elegance with people. People aren't.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you have a product, when you have a product that is hard to understand on the surface, you just have to be able to show it a little bit to like get people halfway there, because that's the thing. It's like anything where you look at it and you go, I love it, it looks cool, but like what is it? What does it do? Right? Then I think that it doesn't take away from it necessarily, because you're still at it. Hopefully people go, oh, Bond, I love those ads. I got to see what this thing is all about. But you do want them to be able to be like, oh, it's a bracelet that does this thing. That's cool, right? On the surface, instead of just being like, that's a cool design, even though I don't know what the product is, right? And then I guess, I mean, we both think this is, this is a little thing that I made note of this. I thought was really smart. I really love the Francophile thing, right? Going back to the personality thing that we've talked about so many times, it's like just the fact that you are so deep in French culture. You have a whole thing that is all in French. You kind of have these like essay, I think. The mere fact that like Google Chrome is trying to make me translate right now is just like one of those things that like,
you can't read this, you want help?
yeah. But this is like, it feels really powerful for me to see an elaborate, not a lot of people are going to read this, but they're going to be like, damn, like this person's Duolingo. And I know, there you go, see. But it just again, it adds a lot of personality. It gives you a depth. It shows, it may or may not be useful in the grand scheme of things. I think that there's going to be, I mean, you could go work in Paris, of course. There are a lot of agencies that you can work in Montreal, like places like that. But I think it's just more compelling as a depth of character and depth of personality, a depth of understanding that you're kind of talking about films, and you kind of, it just feels like you're culturally informed in a part of culture that I think a lot of people don't know about. So it's going to be something that anybody who interviews you, I guarantee they're going to want to talk to you about it. It's just something that's interesting,
Yeah. Not fun. Very fun stuff, man.
Yeah. And also, by the way, another thing, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but the fact that you have strategy things in here where you're also a strategist, helpful in the sense that it again is going to let you understand how strategy works. I'm glad it's buried because I want to view you as an art director first and foremost. Strategy, I think if I just I looked at the Rent the Runway stuff and I was just kind of like, it's midnight. I have this thing at 6 in the morning. I read this right now, but it's good to know that you're thinking that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Cool.
All right.
Love it. So very, very nice. Very good book.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Love it. Of course. Kateri? Kateri. There we go. Kateri. Oh, thrilling. I'm an idiot. Okay. So, all right. So, Barnes and Noble. Let's start there.
Yeah, definitely one of my favorite lines. Alongside, while the team is respect to read. I just love three-word things that have
totally.
So I'm all.
The rule of threes is a real thing, by the way. Yeah. It's a real thing. Like if you, when you're presenting work in things in threes, it comes really valuable. I just find it so rhythmic. So even down to the copy, I think it's really helpful.
So definitely all of the accolades here are worth it. So good stuff. Yeah, just a strong campaign. Visually is great.
Yep.
Again, I love to see writers that write, and I know that it's easy to
100%.
write. Get pithy and get weird, and that stuff is cool too. But it's good to see some words on paper, just because sometimes it's needed. You know what I mean? Like when you work with brands, you have to learn brands. Like you just have to learn to get it out. You know what I mean? You gotta, and especially in this time where brands, a lot of brands are trying to redefine themselves or reintroduce themselves. Like it's just good just to know words and how to get them out and how to get. Just to capture attention, and especially media buys like this, where you're putting insanely long in somewhere where you're only supposed to have 3 or 7 words. But the fact that you found the way to engage is nice. And then for Barnes and Noble to have a little bit of bite to say something like respect to read feels a little off brand, but in the best way possible. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's saying don't forget that this is important. 2 things like reading is you know what I mean. So it's just nice to see Barnes and Noble just take a bit of a stance in the world where everything is compact, bite size, and quick, and a thumb swipe away. So this is nice.
Yeah, I mean, I as a writer who loves writing long form shit, this is like a dream project. I mean, you kind of love a brief like this, and I think also being able to. The selling process of this, I think, would be really interesting because I think that you're not going to be told we want to do a 2-page ad with a lot of copy, right? Very rarely does anybody want a lot of copy especially in digital society. So the act of pitching this, I think, is really delicate. You have to be able to say we are, and it's kind of written into the strategy, which I think is what makes it brilliant. But you have to be able to say the reason we are doing this is because we want this to be for readers who like to read. So we are going to give them something to read that they are compelled by, right? Which is why we are going to do it long form, right? And so that logic alone, I think, can extend in a really interesting way, right? I can even see social posts being so exorbitantly long, right? And you're just the social posts are designed to be long because this is for people who like to read, right? And that's what we want. We want people who like to read. So yeah, and I think it was also really well written. I think it's really nice seeing kind of prose and again kind of going back to what really a portfolio is designed to do. I think that there's a lot of you having essays in your book, seeing kind of the expression of long form. It just feels like my words are taken care of with this person, right? Which I think, quite frankly, isn't always the case with copywriters, as strange as it is. I mean, I know a lot of people who are copywriters who just are not that great of writers. They're very good at conceptualizing things, but they're just aren't really great writers. And I think the ones who are good writers, I think they stand out. I think Sherman and I could probably list 5 right now who we just go, oh, that person's a smash writer, so good. And the reason is because they can write these beautiful long form stuff. And it also implies that you're a reader. I think it just makes it feel literary. I think going back to, we already kind of talked about the Adult Swim stuff. I mean, this is getting a little bit in the greatest hits again, but Adult Swim, I don't think you really benefit from it necessarily. I do think that you presented it differently, which I think is kind of cool, where you focused exclusively on the lobster. So it feels like there's a lot more methodology behind this, which makes it almost feel like it's less of a Adult Swim thing and more of a like, we had an idea that just so happened to attach itself to Adult Swim, but it's actually a bigger and broader than that, which is cool. I think it's a different way of presenting it in a way that feels less like we're trying to make an ad and more like we had a strange thought that we wanted to like bring into real life, you know?
Yeah.
And then we already kind of talked about Penguin in Swedish Fish, which I think were the other couple that we had mentioned. Do you go ahead for sure?
Oh, no, please go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, I wanted to kind of flip this back on you because I think you have a pretty rad, expressive book. Is there anything else in here that you would want us to drive our eyes to in kind of how you present yourself?
Sure. Either Oatly or Doc Martens, maybe, like whatever stood out more, I guess.
So Sherm had a note about Oatly actually, which I thought was pretty interesting. Is that it's kind of like Adult Swim better?
Yeah, it is. It's, you kind of it plays on the same tone, but like this is just a little more digestible. And again, like I'm a sucker for just straight up lines and ideas. It's just a good way just to like clear up all the other stuff that's in books now, which is just super long, drawn out. Like sometimes I just want to see print and pictures and words, and this one just feels good. Like it has some of that air of skepticism that Fish has, you know what I mean? So it kind of feels in that same world. I don't want you to have two of those. I think pick one, and if I were to pick one, it would be the Oatly stuff, just because it's closer. It's visually a little more interesting to look at. I mean, they just both kind of feel in the same zone, so I just nix one.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing with this is like it's you will hear no brand wants to be associated with negativity most of the time, and so I think that there's a little bit of nuance here that may need a little bit refining if we were to kind of get this through the door and try to sell it, where making sure that you're taking the negative thing where you're saying this kind of like big milk, right, and you're saying like we're gonna hitting that a little bit harder in a way that makes it clear that you are in on the joke and not that you're doing something negative that feels like you're like harshening the brand of Oatly, because people are going to see this and they go, it's dark, you resist us because we threaten the milk you were told to believe. We don't see the flip necessarily, you know what I mean? Like it's close, but it's like right now I'm just kind of like, what is this against Oatly? Is it for Oatly? I'm just seeing it passing glance. I'm kind of getting only negative vibes right now. So like an interesting extension to this would be like planting, like, getting a burner account on Reddit and planting some stuff on the conspiracy sub, right? Or like starting like the birds aren't real kind of Instagram account, you know what I mean? That kind of like make sure that people go, oh, this is so absurd. This is too absurd to be thought of as like all negativity. It's actually using negativity as a device.
Yeah, that's definitely what we were trying to do, but maybe it just didn't go far enough.
I think with something like that, you kind of have to, I don't want to say dumb it down. I think that you can do really, really clever work, but you want to be able to make sure that the joke is on the surface, not like the joke is to be discovered. You know what I mean?
And just like remind yourself of the brand is oat milk, so have some whimsy in there. You know what I mean? It's like it's the anti-milk, so just have a little fun. Don't get too deep where you forget what your product is. You know what I mean? Like we that like conspiracy and all these kind of things have been trending as of late, especially with the shit show that was last year. Conspiracy almost burned down the world. So just keep that in mind.
Still might. But yeah, and I think that I mean, the other thing worth mentioning, I think this is kind of like a big comprehensive thought across kind of every portfolio, is just remember who you're writing it for or who you're making it for. Because there's the other thing too. I mean, who's drinking Oatly, right? I mean, I think that you're probably going to get some of those people, but you're also getting like is this for the Midwest, right? It's going to be a different thing, right? If you're trying to like get people in the Midwest to start drinking oat milk, right? They feel very prideful about the dairy industry, right? So they're probably not going to be thinking of them as like a lofty conspiracy. And if they are, the people that are in that world are like young punks, right? Who It's just like a different kind of methodology. So there's a couple things. I mean, this is again, like, it's close. I like it. I just like there's a couple of things that I would probably, if I was creative directing this, I'd be kind of like nudging in a couple different directions, or trying to make those extensions lead it through so that any of the ancillary content was laddering up to this weird, like Birds Aren't Real is a really good example, because Birds Aren't Real is so absurd that like it's hard to not be like, clearly this is a bit, but they're so committed to the bit that I don't know where it ends. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Cool. But yeah, beautiful work, particularly as a copywriter. I think that this is like a really like, I love, like, looking at this book, the first thing I would do is I would go and start reading the published essays. The first thing I would do, right? So sick. All right, moving on to Aaron.
Hello.
So
hello.
real quick, guys. Man, y'all are doing so well on time. It's impressive. I don't know if I've ever seen a group do it so well, so I won't get in the way. But we are making a bit of a transition here. Y'all have gone through all the Portfolio 4 students in the first 12. And some of them, have had an extra whole year since Portfolio 3. So this next group is, half of them are graduating, going out to the world. So this is their finished books, but it's also their first version of the finished books. Those first 12 had finished books, went to Portfolio 4, which is kind of more of a bonus class because you're done at 3. But if you're still in school, you get to take Portfolio 4, and it's only in spring. So that's why we have so many students this semester. So we're making that transition. Now it's the bulk of the last group is Portfolio 3.
Right. So yeah, so I think this bunch is, so first of all, I was on some like manic fever dream when I was going through these. So I was like just writing crazy notes. So this might be a little less structured. So just heads up in advance, but I think we're good on time. So and I think we'll probably riff in the same way that we have, where I think that we're probably going to be going through things. I actually want to engage with you guys more on this one, because I think we were kind of talking at you on this. This one might be nice to just I will have opinions. I think we'll both have opinions and stuff, but I want to hear kind of some of your interpretation, because there are some things in these that I think as you're going to the next step, there are some substantive changes that can be made. And there's a lot of really interesting thinking that I think, unlike the ones that we just went through, where we're kind of like, it's really good, but like there's this one tiny thing that maybe if I'm pulling, I could probably do this. I think with these, it's a little bit more like the Rainforest Cafe I keep going back to, because I thought that one was really interesting, but there's like one thing that I was just like, oh, I want to just change it so quick, right? So maybe we can make a little bit more collaborative in the way we talk about these, if that's helpful, or if you just want us to keep yelling in your direction, we can also do that. It's up to you guys.
Sounds like a good
Do
plan.
we want to? Okay, cool. Is there any opportunity to like take a 30-second like bathroom get water break?
Of course, I should have mentioned that. Anytime y'all need that, tell us, please.
Cool. I'm gonna get water really fast.
Okay, great.
And then come back if that's okay, since we're kind of at a breaking point.
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna do the opposite. Water. I'll be right back.
Cool. What's up? I'm back. All right. So I've been informed, by the way, that my girlfriend told me that there's a chance that my internet just completely capitulates at some point because they're working on her house, evidently. So that happens. Sorry in advance. I won't do anything because what can I do? But I'll try to figure something out. I'll email people in complete futility. All right.
If that happens, Sherman will take over like the pro he is. He
Cool.
knows what to do.
Exactly.
He'll grab the wheel, take over, and make sure.
R has been lowered. No, I mean it's good. Yeah, no, I think that's a good idea to let some of the students lead off and say their faves.
Yeah, I mean, particularly, I mean, you've heard so much of our way of viewing work and kind of what we think about. So I think as we go through these, I will have a couple notes for sure, but I think that it will be interesting to hear kind of some of your perspective because especially as you guys are kind of considering what to do next, maybe going to the bonus credit. I mean, I think that I was very impressed by that first run. I'm very impressed by a lot of the work in the second run, but there is a difference, I think, right? And that's not a bad thing, right? Because obviously they have done more seemingly, and they've kind of spent more time refining their books, but that difference maybe we can articulate a little bit clearer through the process. So, all right. So Aaron, getting started. So let's talk about Rainforest Cafe because I have a lot of opinions on this one. And I don't know why I have so many opinions on this one, but I do. So I love No Rainforest, No Cafe. I think it's fantastic, right? I think it's a really good line. I think it immediately says what the idea is in a pretty cool way that I think in terms of a portfolio is really helpful. I really don't like the timeline that you put on it because I think that suddenly takes away the intensity of the experience, right? Because I think this is a huge problem that we have with environmental issues right now anyway, where we kind of go, oh yeah, like we're gonna completely have a collapsed Earth in 2300, like fix it now. We're just gonna like
they'll be okay.
What? Like,
and my kids will be okay.
Yeah.
And kids will be okay. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Totally. Yeah. And so with this one, particularly since it's a brand where everything is built on the idea of a rainforest, I think that it's really smart. It's a really brilliant idea and it's a really brilliant way to start it. But I kind of want to strip that 2100 out entirely and just let it be what it is and say, you don't really even have to substantiate the timeline because I think that it's just the work throughout it, I think is really interesting. And the other thing I want to say on this, and then I'll kind of turn it over to you, is the deforestation stunt is sick. I think it's really interesting. It would be really striking. And I think in terms of like art direction stuff would be super fun because you get to just entertain this like weird dystopian reality. The Rainforest Cafe is permanently closing. I don't think that's quite right. What I actually think I would love more out of this is like instead of it being it's closing, going away, everything's going away, I want to see like Spirit Halloween coming in soon, right? Or like, future home of the Swallow Valley Mall, right? Things that are actually a little bit more about what is happening with the deforestation, right? Like future home of this apartment structure, right? Because then people get to go, this feels too real, right? This is like what we know happens, right? Versus it being like Rainforest Cafe is going under. We just got out of a pandemic. They might be going under, right? Like, that I think is and it gives it a little bit of that cheeky, like we understand what happens when deforestation happens, right? Because what I love about this too is you get to go into that, like you walk in and you're just like, something smells funny. This air feels like kind of dense. Like I can't breathe super well, right? Like all these weird things that you're just like, this is what happens when you don't have a rainforest, right? Like you don't have these things all of a sudden you start losing. And that's, I think, where you kind of get into that really fun, like how many different ways can we express what happens when you lose a rainforest, right? Right. I love the Dyna sponsor. I think that's cool. I think that the alliance is cool. I think the mere fact that they haven't done that is fucking crazy. It feels exploitive, quite frankly. So I don't know why they're not associated with Rainforest Alliance. I think it doesn't make any sense. But yeah. So
So
That's
so
my thought on
that's
Rainforest Cafe.
so sorry to butt in, Ben, but that's the 10-minute mark. I know we took a break, but I was going to point out that luckily her partner Paige, the writer for this campaign, that is next. So I think maybe we'll be able to make up that time. So therefore, should we still take a few minutes so we don't completely, take away time from Aaron for the other two, maybe, or one of them?
I would love that. I'm sorry I just went on a rant about Rainforest Cafe. It's just really striking to me because it's a really good talking point about what's going on here. So
your advice is amazing, and I do think there's a lot of potential for this campaign. So thank you. I agree.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, of course. So Aaron, can I turn on you then? We don't have to focus entirely on Rainforest Cafe. What else in here are you like driven by? Sherm, do you have anything to say about this? I sorry, I kind of monopolized that moment.
No, you get I want to hear from her.
So the ones that I really worked on this semester were Bloomscape, Rainforest, and Tupperware. So I don't know if you have any like specific notes on Bloomscape or Tupperware. I'm not graduating, so I have a whole year to like finish polishing my book, but
cool. I do. I have a little bit of opinion on those as well. I think the Bloomscape one is, I think it hits an insight that's really cool, right? I think that I want to see more. I mean, I think the main resonant thing here is like you're very close, you're hitting some interesting stuff, right? Like the idea that people kind of go, I don't want to have kids, or I'm not ready for kids, I'm going to get a plant, or I'm going to get a dog, or I'm going to get a cat, is true and is cool and is a really interesting way to go in with like a new fancy, fun, fresh plant brand.
Yeah.
I don't particularly love the spots. I think that there's more nuance to the interaction between children and their parents that the spots could probably hint at. Right now, it feels like the parents are just have kind of they have an ornament that they're using in parenthood, not the like truisms of how parenthood would work, which I think is Sherm, of course, knows this more intimately than I do, but
I'm going off of 2 hours of sleep now, so I know all the parenthood things. Like checking on your kid there are lots of nuances with parenting, like checking on your plants every 2 minutes, even though the plant's completely fine, you just still look at it like, you're all right, you good? I know you're, although it's those kind of uncomfortable things about parenthood that I think, some of the best advice I got was from a guy that Ben would know all too well, Bill Wright. He said, he and even though like I'm an art director by trade, like he helped me find my voice. He was like, I'll always write about things that are uncomfortable.
Yeah.
So get uncomfortable with parenthood. Don't get scary or weird, but get uncomfortable. Like get uncomfortable about like the things you do when you're a parent. And if you're not a parent, then find some, right? Talk to them, like what are those things that are like leery and weird and interesting about parenthood, and like that's what this needs. It needs a little bit of that, like scary, and like that's what makes comedians funny. And not that you're a comedian, because they found the way to talk about the most uncomfortable things on earth. Like they've just found the way to do it. So I think with something like this, parenthood is a sketchy, sensitive thing. Just put it in.
Yeah, I mean, this ad is the closest, in my opinion, right? This is about the relationship you have with parenthood. These are the accessories of parenthood, right?
Yeah.
And I think there is a very fine difference where I would want in the spots, I'd rather have you be like two parents, or like one person is just like sitting reading a book, they're watching TV, they've got a baby monitor beside them, and then they just kind of stop for a second, they kind of turn down the TV, they're kind of like listening.
Yeah.
It's those, and they like turn it back up. You know what I mean? Like that's the kind of shit that you're like, oh, this is what it feels like, and this is what it means to care for something else. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I think that's again with time. I think this one is another really sharp one. Do I have time to talk about Tupperware, or is it your partner?
Maybe
also
just like a 1 minute overall note.
Okay.
If you have a kind of quick overall campaign note, maybe.
So Tupperware, I think that the language is a little bit backwards, right? I think it's not fresher than hell. I think it's like it really is fresh in like it's. I was trying to think about how to articulate this last night. I'm not entirely sure the exact wording, but really what it's saying is like, despite the hell around it, this thing continues to stay fresh, right? That's, I think, what it's meant to be. Fresher than hell, I think, is suggesting that hell and this are on some sort of equal plane for how freshness is kind of calculated, right?
Yeah.
Where you're like like hell is fine, but this is actually fresher than that. And you're kind of like, no, no, no. What you're trying to say is, you know, chaos erupts and your like meatloaf is like perfectly unscathed, right?
Mhm. Right.
Which is fundamentally different. And so there's a little bit of an articulation of that. The art direction's sick. I think that these are really, really cool illustrations. And then the other thing worth mentioning here, and then I'm going to move on. The experiential stuff implies that Tupperware is indestructible, which is not what you're trying to say, right?
Mhm.
So I think that it's really fun experiential, but it's kind of saying like you can shoot this thing with paintballs and nothing's going to get through it, which isn't quite the proposition of the product. I think the product is a little bit more like retaining freshness is kind of a different thing. You know what I mean? Because it's
Yeah.
more about what's inside, not about outside not penetrating it. You know what I mean?
Also, workshop that line with the plant baby stuff. Just workshop that line for a couple weeks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Parenthood, isn't it? I think it's got to work a little bit more, but I think you're close.
Love it. And Paige is next, I believe. And Paige, I think, yeah, we have some similar pieces. Oh yeah, so Paige, what's up?
Hello.
Forest Cafe, we already kind of talked through it a little bit. So I love the line. I think it really hits some fascinating stuff. It's just it is like getting more creative, getting weirder, getting more like it's all about thinking a little bit harder about what actually is going on with deforestation, for instance, and any of these things. Same thing with parenthood. I think it's hitting a little bit more. Your portfolio is really interesting because I found myself having to research the products a little bit more to understand what it was that I was trying to get out of the ad, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, because I think that there's like, I think choosing somebody like Roblox is like, it's already going to be a bit of a niche brand, but because the project is about expanding the world, I was missing the foundational piece that allowed for me to go, oh, I understand why the expanse of the world is really important to making the brand grow and feel more fresh and yada yada, right? And so I don't think it's necessarily somebody did Twitch, I think, which was kind of a similar thing where I was kind of like, I know Twitch, but if I didn't know Twitch, I would need more of a like, I started here to end up here, not a like I started here to end up here, because if I don't have that beginning part, then I like am lost from the beginning, and then I'm like not for me, and I move on, right? So
Okay.
and I think you had that. It was the same thing with I Heart Guts, right? Where I really like what you're going for with like using I Heart Guts as a sexual education mechanic and a mechanism, and I think that it's smart. But I found myself, and again, this partly could just be the product, but this kind of goes back to almost the mead conversation, right? Where like, for me to try mead, I got to kind of understand why I would try mead, right? And then I can go, oh, this mead is for me because I already like mead, right? Or I want to be into mead. With this, I was kind of like, what's the point of I Heart Guts? Okay, now that I've established that, now I understand why the sex ed thing is important. So do you want to tell us a little bit about those two, or kind of, you can pick whatever. I think I keep walking away from my original proposition of letting people talk. So how about it? Tell us what you find interesting.
Okay, so I don't know if I necessarily have a favorite. I actually really enjoyed working on all of these campaigns. Roblox, I Heart Guts, and Rainforest Cafe were the three I had to do for this semester, and Native Deodorant is like my redo campaign from last semester.
Cool.
I think I'm probably most interested in hearing about I Heart Guts or Roblox, just because we already touched on Rainforest, and then if we have time,
Cool.
also glancing at Native.
Cool. So with I Heart Guts, I think that it's just there's a lot of cool things here. I love the merch extension. I think that's really interesting, kind of having particularly like the condom merch for I Heart Guts stuff you already have, but it just implies that you already have it, right? Which I think is interesting. But I think probably in terms of, I mean, the thing with I Heart Guts is I just don't really understand. The product from my research is used as a comfort mechanic. People in hospital settings who have gone through some sort of trauma, right? Like one of the use cases I saw was somebody being like, this is perfect for putting between my incision scar and my seatbelt when I'm on the way home from the hospital, right? Which I was kind of like, oh, that's interesting. I understand a little bit of what this is. So I guess my big thing with this one is if we're going to use these for sexual education and encouraging some sort of sexual health, and we're using the purpose of the plushies as the way that we get there, what is it that the plushies do that either provides comfort or provides some sort of substantive value for sexual health that can't be accomplished by just Planned Parenthood messaging on its own, right?
Mhm.
Because
Okay.
I think adding this to Planned Parenting basket, I think is nice. It is helpful, but I think it's like if you're just getting the basket, do you look at the I Heart Guts stuffy as like something you go, damn, this is so sick. I'm so glad I got this.
Yeah.
Or do you go, oh, that's cute. Like I might use that in conjunction with like the granola bars and the other things that like make me feel like I'm coming back from something traumatic. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like, I mean, because I think that this is the thing with this one. It's like it's combating trauma, right? It's kind of like it almost feels like that's what it's supposed to be about, because it's these soft, comforting things that are cute, and sex can be traumatic for different ways. So how is it more enhanced by the idea of the comfort that comes either as trauma as the enemy or uncomfort as the enemy? Like what happens when you have an awkward sexual encounter? What happens when you have to get, an invasive sexual procedure? What happens when you have to talk about it with your parent for the first time? And how does the product come in and make that better so that people go,
Yeah.
this is really helpful for that,
Okay.
Is that helpful? Sherm, do you have anything you want to add to this one?
No, I think it's good. What are your thoughts on it, Pigeon? And I don't know, you spoke about it just now, but like, in regard to the gut stuff, and I'm sorry, I tried to keep going back to it. Well, you know what, we've talked at length about it. Could we go back to the beginning, to the homepage?
Yeah.
So you say you were most excited about those, about the three. I'm sorry, back to her thumbnail page.
Oh,
Yeah.
What's something in here? Well, one, what's the time check, Sean, Ryan?
Yeah, I mean, I just went ahead and put the clock back 5 minutes for the break. So technically that gives her another 2 minutes or so, 2 minutes and a half. You want to click on native. I think that's what she wants to talk
Yeah,
about.
I was actually like, what's the one thing that you want to help grow in your book? Like, what's the one where you're like, this is good, I want to push it to great, and I just want to hear just a 1 minute pitch on what you think is great about it or not.
Yeah. Well, this is a campaign from last semester actually that my partner and I brought into P3, and this is one that I've gotten a lot of positive feedback on. And we changed like the art direction of the print and just changed some of the copy because we found not all of it was supporting the message of like for Pitt's sake. But this would definitely be something to see like how can I push it further, because this is by far one of the campaigns that has been the most well received. So I would be interested in just like making it even better.
I like pit stop.
I mean, I liked the message on this one too. I think it's rare. It's a really interesting way to hit deodorant without hitting like the gross parts of deodorant, which I thought was kind of sick.
Yeah.
And I think, I mean, my opinion on this one, the extensions are cool. I mean, I think that the thing with this one almost is like, how do you make people feel prideful and not uncomfortable about this? I actually had a thought on the spots where like, I kind of want to see the gymnast not raise her arms, right? Like it's a weird little thing, but I kind of want to see her land and then just like the weird awkward thing where she doesn't raise her arms because she's like either uncomfortable with her pits or like suddenly like that awkwardness will make people go, oh, that's what it feels like to feel weird about your pits, right? And not have something that makes you feel comfortable, right? Because right now it's kind of like established that like this is what happens and she's prideful. And I think the juxtaposition, I think, is what makes it helpful and makes it feel like we take for granted our pits and kind of what the role that they play in our lives and how they add to our confidence and whatnot.
Okay.
Man, that's a really good note, Paige, right? Sorry,
Yeah.
Sean, you're gonna say something.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, that's a weird one. I mean, it's because it's really fun and this does feel like it's really close. And I really like the angle, right? Because I think that as I was reading through it, I was finding myself again kind of doing what I did with Rainforest Cafe, where I was like, oh yeah, that's right. I guess the pits are kind of like this, like, redheaded stepchild thing of our body where we don't pay attention to it until we're ashamed, right? And then we super pay attention to it. So having something that takes away that shame, I think, is really valuable. And so I think that's something that almost uses the shame as the enemy and the tension, might maybe encourage a little bit more of the awareness that that is actually what's happening here, not just our smell or not just like the optics of stains and whatever. It's a little bit more about like the pit itself,
Okay, thank you.
That's some good stuff. Thank you. I mean, that was you can deliver, both of y'all can deliver some really good stuff in a short amount of time. Thank you so much. Let's go ahead and jump into, I think Kate is next, right?
Kate? Sure, yeah, of course.
Hi.
All righty, what is good? All right, so I mentioned the Spotify link thing. I know you're a music person, so I saw that and I was like, sick. I love that she has Spotify and everything. It's great. So Flint's Mint. I thought this one was interesting. I thought it was, so I love the art direction. And I think the dialogue of the scripts I thought was maybe a little bit forced, but like this art direction's fly as hell, right? And I think that it presents a very interesting like this is really cool because I love that what this does is it makes stoners feel like this is for them, right? Which I think is kind of part of what you're going for, of course. Stoners, like whatever version of that you want to say. Which I think these do a good job as kind of like thought-provoking things. The scripts, though, I think this is me being a writer and just being particular, but I think that again, getting to know, I don't want to say getting to know the culture, it kind of sounds weird saying that because obviously this is about stoner stuff, but like, there's one thing saying like the peanut butter is making my mouth feel weird, but it kind of goes back to that baby thing, right? When we were talking about like the plant stuff where it's like, what really happens, right, is when you're talking about like the bloom stuff, it's like you're like think you heard something in the baby monitor that wasn't really there, right? And you don't have to see the plant for that to be kind of implying what's going on. And I think for this, like I kind of want to see like what happens with their eyes, right? Like if somebody's stoned, they're kind of like somebody knocks on the door and it's the pizza guy. And you're just kind of like staring around. You're just like, I don't know if we should get that, man. It could be something. Not knowing, forgetting entirely that you ordered pizza 20 minutes ago. You know what I mean? And like that, hitting those things make people start to go, oh, that's me. Oh, I get it. Not like, oh, they're trying to talk about stoners, right? Because like one version of it is like they're at a Grateful Dead show and they're doing this thing or whatever, and you're kind of like, yeah, we get it. You're trying to say stoner stuff, right? But then the other side of it is like I think what you do really well with these like lines where it's like, these are the kind of things that if you're stoned, you just can't stop thinking about, right? And so further extending it is like, I talk about Reddit a lot. Like on Reddit, it's like, whoa, dude is such a great subreddit for like stonery shit that like if you're stoned, you know what it looks like and he's crazy. Like I would love to see an extension that is like, we're going to like this Flint's Arcade, right? Which would probably be extremely expensive for a brand of this size. Like, what does that look like in digital, right? Where you go, we're going to do these, we're going to make a bunch of Flint things specifically made for Whoa Dude, right? That harkens back to what we love so much about stonery culture, right? So turning it to you. So what do you love about this? And what is something that you think is worth discussing?
Flint's was definitely one of my favorites to work on. I thought it was just the most fun. But totally. I'd like to talk about Impossible Foods. I think
that's what I want to talk about. Yeah. So a good deal of my past over the past few years at my last place, I worked on French's, which is a mustard brand, and it took me a while to get them used and comfortable to talking about plant-based food. Is mustard, so they talk about hot dogs up and down all day long with burgers. I'm like, I just gotta start talking about this plant-based stuff. Now they're to a point, at least like when I left, that I got them comfortable and working into the system as Impossible and all these other kind of companies are taking over the world. They're taking over fast food. BK has them, all these, it's been embraced. My thing about this campaign is I would hope, I want you to deliver the next step to it. I feel like it's already become acceptable and okay to do. You know what I mean? So I'm curious, like as I scroll down, like the thing that I saw that I was kind of skeptical about was like meatless for newbies, but then the first half of the work is showing that people already committed to it. So I'm just kind of getting confused on like which story you want to tell. Like is the entire campaign committing or like welcoming? And if so, like which one do you think would be more fruitful? Because there are two schools. It's like, I don't know about plant-based, or I'm already doing plant-based, or plant-based ain't that. Like, it's just so many lanes when you think about impossible.
Yeah.
And like that's a fight that we fight when we work on our food clients, because it isn't an enemy, but it's also almost becoming a friend. So I'm curious to see like where you take this over your next period of a class. It's because it is something that folks are talking about. So I'm curious to know like what would be the lane that you. I would say just pick a lane. Like, is it introducing? Is it converting? It's just so many things right now for impossible, and like each part of you. So I'm curious to like which one do you think would be more fruitful? And you don't have to answer that right now. That's a
of course.
But
that was definitely. Oh, sorry. Continue.
I mean, another thing worth mentioning just on that point, and then I'll turn it over to you, is I think audience this goes back to the audience thing, right? Because LA, New York, we get it. We're surrounded by this shit, right? Go to West Virginia, where I'm from, they are not eating this shit, right? So this works well for that, right? And I think that's where the newbie thing I think could be really helpful. But then I think it becomes an interesting art direction conversation, because the art direction feels very coastal, but the message almost feels very Midwestern. And the language that people are receiving information in places where they probably need this the most for newbies is just fundamentally going to be laid out differently.
Yeah, just a lot of different lanes. I think we just gotta pick one and just hammer it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. That was a big part of our conversation when we were working on this campaign, because we were struggling between
because it's new.
What you guys just brought up.
Yeah, because it's new. Like I can't believe I had a Jamaican patty with plant-based meat, and I was like, what am I doing? But I just kept eating it, and I'm like, why am I eating this shit? So it is a topic of conversation, and I think while it's still new-ish to America as a whole, or just to the like we just gotta just pick a lane and say, all right, this is how we're gonna attack. We're gonna attack the newbies. We're gonna convert, or we're gonna welcome in, or something. I think it's just like 3 or 4 different targets in here. We just gotta pick one and just hammer it.
Yeah.
So that's we got about 2 minutes left. If y'all want to check out maybe a different one.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Do you want to talk about? I was going to pull up Plan Aid, but is there another one that you were compelled by?
Oh, sorry. I'm okay with Plan Aid. Totally we can talk about that. Yeah. Let's talk about it.
So I thought I really like the stunt on this one, where this is a very bold concept, right? That you can this would be adventurous. This reminds me of old Truth stuff, right? Where you kind of do these heavy stunts just to like cause a PR splash, right? Like going into these places and putting tags on the tags, right? Is pretty crazy, right?
Mm-hmm.
In a very cool way. I like the layout. I think the art direction is sick. I think the land of misfit clothes, I think, is interesting. The rewear bends is interesting. I think I thought I had a note on this. Yeah, I thought maybe the art direction could be pulled back a little bit. I think it can be a little distracting. I think this is like, I get a little bit of what's happening, but it just feels like there's so much visual messaging going on there that it is a little like, where do you want me to focus my like emotions,
Yeah.
But what do you have to say about what do you want to talk about on this one, Kate? Like what compels you here?
I guess so. This was my partner brought this to me. It was her old campaign from P1, and we decided to revamp it.
Cool.
And I guess it started off. It's more because this is more of like a nonprofit route, but we were like, oh,
yeah,
we might as well just be risky and kind of do like the edgy thing for a company like this, and we were hoping that like that would look really cool. I did want to get opinions on the Land of Misfit clothes because we thought that would be a really fun idea, and maybe like later on we could kind of flesh that out even more and see like how it would look like. But yeah, I just kind of wanted to get y'all's opinions on that. This one was was really fun to work on.
I think what I loved about that one is like it hits at a consumer behavior of waste that I think is unique, right? Which is the idea of like there being clothes that don't get done, that nobody does anything with, and then we kind of take all those and we kind of let people turn them in. I think somebody else had something relative. I don't want to think it was similar, but somebody had something for Goodwill that I was looking at kind of through a similar lens where you can take all these things that don't seem like they match and it doesn't seem like there's an organizational structure, and then giving them a sense of organizational structure. Because what you don't want is this just to be an arbitrary thrift store, right?
Yeah.
You want this to feel like the intention is very clear. And I think that's what's nice about the tag, is why I like the tags, is because you go like, there's something fucked about this industry. We're pointing it out, and here's how we're doing it. So I think with this right now, it kind of feels like we're taking stuff nobody wanted, we're reselling them, right? I think it's a little bit more like there's something fucked about how we handle fast fashion retail, right? So we're going to show how we can use that, right? But particularly the way it's laid out, I think you need to hammer the ethos more instead of just turning it into an opportunity to sell them again, right? So that could be like, you know, we're selling these clothes, they're marked up 20% because that's how little people in Bangladesh get paid, and these go directly to, you know, whatever, like something that makes people go in there and go, I don't need any clothes, but like I'm going to buy something because this is what it's for, right? Yeah. And so that's I think where there's an interesting shift there that just we need to like hit what the ethos really is, you know.
Awesome.
All right, thank you. I think I gotta jump in to try and keep it moving.
Cool. Thank you so much.
Do you mind turning your notification off? I don't know if sometimes it's hard to know what
I can't see that.
you can see, but we can see. I just figured you might not want us seeing your notifications. Maybe do not disturb.
Well, there's going to be a million of them.
Oh yeah, I don't mind. It's more about your privacy.
No,
That's the reason I mentioned it.
You're probably going to see something that literally says review portfolios. That'll probably pop up.
It could be interesting. Could be interesting stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
All right,
Who should we go to?
Megan Little.
Yeah, Megan.
Hi.
So, hey. So first of all, very cute. I love I think this is like, this definitely makes me initially like feel like I know what I'm going to get out of working with you, which I think is a good thing. Like, you know, you've heard me say this a million times, where like somebody seems cool and fresh, and this is like you cute. You have like a Japanese thing going on, which I think is cool. The one I tagged that I thought was pretty interesting is Sawyer, but I would like to hear from you what you want to talk about, because I kind of went through all of them. So maybe we can revert to that.
Okay, yeah, I'd love to hear about Sawyer actually.
Okay. So Sawyer is the Sawyer one that I really, really loved. So I think filter out the past is a pretty sick line. And I think what it implies is really cool, not necessarily for the product, because I think that the product, I mean, there's a little bit of it that does that, because, you know, there's a little bit of, you know, when I go backpacking and I take something like this to solve it, to like, you know, give me some soluble water, I'm usually doing it through the recent past. What I like about that line is it introduces a lot of like really interesting creativity that transcends it and makes you think of water differently, right? Which is a cool thing, right? Because you know, being able to appreciate water for water's sake, I think, is a little bit of what Sawyer could be, right? Where like, we want to give you the best water, we care about water, we want you to drink more water, like all of that is like, here's how you get the most out of water, right? So filtering out the past, filtering out, you know, the like Genghis Khan and, you know, and the dinosaurs and all that stuff, I think is a really interesting way to like inform the way that we think about our world through the lens of water, right? I think the art direction is cool. I think that this art direction is pretty classy. It's not like something where I'm like, you know, shredded by some like crazy design execution, of course, but I don't think it necessarily needs that, which I think is fine. You know what I mean? Like, I think this this does I think a pretty good job. I really like the drinkable exhibit. I think the drinkable exhibit is really fun, right? And I think what makes this fun is like, the idea of like, it's pretty funny, it's like a funny concept that you could be going through this exhibition where, there's all this weird stuff and all these terrariums and whatever, and then there's just people with these Sawyers that are just like sipping out of it, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's insane, right? But it's also just a really fun way to hit that original proposition of like, your water's been through all this stuff, it's been through a lot, and you can still drink it using our product, right? Now, all that said, I don't think that really is what the product is about, but I don't think that's, again, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. It helps inform it, but if this is for people who are in the outdoor space and they need to be able to drink water from a stream and they don't know what's in the stream and bacteria is in the stream or whatever, then the short term, I almost want to see more of like, what is a short term filter out your past to, so that it doesn't feel just like some cute thing. It feels a little bit like it all ladders up to a bigger thing, which is we make sure that you're not going to get sick from drinking the water that you have at your disposal, right?
Yeah, it's a really good point.
What's something in your current book that you would hope to grow?
I really like Boom Chicka Pop. That one was the one I had the most fun working on, and I think it has legs and we could do more with it. So I'd love to hear your feedback on that.
Go ahead, Sherm.
So drama fuel is that the line?
Yes.
Was there any thought, and I'm curious to know like what that, I understand what it means. Does it mean fueled drama?
Yes, in the sense that like you want to grab the popcorn when some drama is going on.
Mm-hmm. All right, I like the line, and I'm curious to hear the other, and not that you got to read off 100 lines now, but I'm just curious to know, like, what were the other takes on this line? Just because right now the line feels very functional, which I know it like feels drama, but it's like I think there's another line, maybe like a layer down. That I think will bring it home really nicely.
Yeah, I definitely think it could be pushed farther for sure.
Yeah, but it's a great product. I mean, the layout of your work is great. I mean, you hit all the notes, all the touch points to drive home your thought. But I just want to see that line pushed a little bit more, and I think that you'll get there. You and team.
I actually liked "Talk Trash, Don't Eat It" more as a line. I think that it was a little bit more of like, it hit the product a little bit clearer, because like drama fuel, I understand what it's saying in terms of like, like I kind of, there's another I don't remember which other there's another project, I don't know if it was yours, it was kind of similar, where I was like, I knew the action it was implying, right? But with this one, it took a while for me to be like, oh, I get it. Like, you see a fight break out like World Star Hip Hop style, and then you just kind of like grab popcorn, you're just like eating it because that's what happens. But I don't know if that's what it is. You know what I mean? I think it's like, and I know that that's what happens. It's kind of like the kind of comical sense, but "Talk Trash, Don't Eat It" is interesting. I'm a little unsure about like exactly if it's really making the brand look great. I think this is almost saying this is an audience thing. Like what I see with this is being like, we just bought a bunch of ad space on Lifetime, right? Or AMC or something like that. And we need to take advantage of the audience that we're going to be hitting here in the middle of reality TV, right? And so here, like, that is the brief, right? Where it's like, we want to be able to hit this media buy that we have established. And then all of a sudden you go "Talk Trash, Don't Eat It." And then that makes a lot of sense. But I think for a broad thing for the brand, I'm kind of like, well, I don't know if this is the kind of brand that like has the snarkiness of like, we're going to instigate a Twitter fight just to like watch the world burn. You know what I mean? And then we're just going to like sit and enjoy the like mass devastation. Now, that said, that's a cool brand. I think that it kind of goes back to that conversation I've had about, I think it was the Crock-Pot one and some others, where you kind of have to inch your way there for you to eventually be like, this is the tude, right? Like you see like the Wendy's Twitter thing. It's like, I've always been confused because they're so cheeky, but their normal branding is not, right? And it's so sick. It just is a little strange. And I think in terms of like making sure a brand is feeling consolidated into one tone, I think making sure that tone feels like Like if the whole tone was about shitting on brands that don't hold value, then I think that that's really clear here. But I think the way I've perceived of this brand is a little bit more like this is a healthy alternative to popcorn, right?
Yeah.
So then you're kind of like the talk trash part, you're kind of like it's a little edgy for a brand that doesn't have edge, you know? So how do we work our way there gracefully so that then it gives you the opportunity to be like, to start a feud on Twitter and, you know, all that kind of stuff. Like I mean, this feels like a tactical media buy that you're writing against, which I think that happens. That does happen, and it's not a bad thing, and I think it makes a lot of sense. But it is a little bit isolated, so I almost feel like maybe introducing that, it's a little working backwards, but if you say that up front in the strategy, then all of a sudden as you're going through it, it's clicking with why you're making the decisions you're making, because you're saying, you know, boom chicka pop is the most popular popcorn for women ages blank to blank. You know, we know that especially now the thing that they love the most, we love the most, whatever, is fill in the blank drama, yada, like somehow getting like inching your way through it so that we never feel like we're missing an inside joke. Because even what Sherman did at the beginning, where we're kind of like, explain to us why, right?
Yeah.
And then that's like, especially if you're looking through it for the first time, you're like that, you gotta kind of do that early so that we don't have to ask that question, you know? Is that helpful? Does that make sense?
Yes, that was awesome. Thank you so much.
So
Cool.
I'm gonna jump in and ask that maybe we go on because I would think
Cool.
maybe you might want to talk about Grailed, but Amy's coming up in a few, Megan. So do you mind
Cool.
if we do that and save the time and talk about Grailed when we get to Amy?
Yeah, Grailed is really big, so spend
Yeah,
that time.
I would love to
we'll
talk
have a
about
good
Grailed too.
time
I had
with
a
it.
lot
I
of
don't want to
questions about
rush
that
it,
one.
so we'll wait and talk about that one with Amy.
I love
if that's okay.
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 Thank you so much for your feedback.
Of course, our pleasure. Avery is next, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Hello.
Sick. What is happening? Okay, so what did I have here? So ad block. I thought ad block was very interesting, but before we start talking about that, what do you want to? Is there anything that you're like swayed by, compelled by, want to talk about first?
I would say probably Pill Club and Adblock are the two
Cool.
that I want to hear most about.
Why don't we start with Pill Club then? Because I think that is listed first. So why don't you tell me your take on Pill Club, and then I'll tell you a little bit about kind of how I saw it as I was going through it.
So birth control has a lot of stigma, especially with the negative side effects and how it can just be, you know, it's not very fun to take. And so we wanted to have a different take on birth control of the more beautiful side effects and like how it's very liberating to take birth control.
Cool. So so interesting. Okay, so on the surface, so I do think the art direction is very nice. It's very soothing. I think that is like it's pleasant. It feels artful.
Especially for pharma. It's
was
like,
that?
I said, especially for pharma when pharma's not nice.
Totally. No, absolutely not. And you know, I think that this is interesting too, because if this was, I guess maybe this ladders up to my big question, right, about kind of the sellability. I mean, this kind of introduces a complicated question, right? Because I love the idea of the vending machine. I think the vending machine is very interesting when it comes to what a birth control kind of like the, you know, the day after pill kind of thing is. I think that's like a really compelling use case, makes sense, but you're just kind of playing with fire with pharma, right? Because it just is, there's so many weird regulations and it's so complicated that even taking that one step further, like I actually kind of what I would love to see, and it sounds super strange, but like I'd be very interesting to see what the small print would look like on these posters, right? Like the actual, like what happens with pharma, where you have to include all this legal language, right? Because it sucks and it's hard and it's, I don't like it. Nobody likes it. It looks bad. So it's a really fascinating challenge to figure out how to make that feel tactically valuable, right? And graceful. And because I think that the idea of making healthcare and pharma a little bit better is really cool. And I've actually gotten a couple weird pharma briefs recently at Uproxx that we kind of just scratch our heads at, because we're just like, man, how do we really deal with this? How do we do this, right? And so having an option like this that I think makes it feel sexy and nice, but also does the reality of what you have to do with healthcare, which is fine print, all that kind of stuff, I think is kind of cool, right? And even explaining, I mean, even since this is kind of like, how do you make it more comfortable? Like, how do you explain fine print in a way that makes it kind of enjoyable to listen to, for lack of a better term, right? Like, I mean, you know, that could be a really fun brief that I think could make this really pop as like a brilliant thing, where you kind of go, here's how we take all that bad fine print and make it tolerable, you know, legible, you know, all that kind of stuff. So
my push on this stuff is the vending machine. Like, I understand the bigger idea of this campaign is to destigmatize and to almost normalize birth control, and not have it be so housed in guilt and stigma and stuff. But I feel like a vending machine, or at least the visual, is very unforgiving. And I looked at emotion that I got with the illustration, kind of like the whimsical line art and the interesting lines, like the vending machine. And it just could be a recomping or rethinking. It just feels like it draws me back into this world of brute unforgivingness when it's a
totally.
vending machine. And I know that your intent wasn't to do that, but it just feels like, when I think of it as, granted, this is a soda machine comped up to be a pill machine, right? But when you get a soda from a soda machine, it's very unforgiving. It's like, here's a quarter, push a button, I drink my soda and I move on. Should birth control be? Yes, be that kind of, but it's just something unforgiving about that transaction that kind of scares me, especially since the rest of your campaign makes it okay. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so I would consider either how you visualize it or where you place it. Like, perhaps it looks more like a pie. I don't know. It's just, right now, it just brings me back into this cold world of vending things that
industrialization,
that like change. You know what I mean? So I would just rethink that a little bit.
Okay.
An interesting note on that one too, and then we'll move on to ad block. I think that thinking about the mechanics of something like a vending machine, I think, is really important here too, because obviously talking about the unforgiving, but also going to sound, the chunks, the clunking, the actual physical tactile element of a vending machine, like all of those things have a harshness to it that by flipping them and understanding that they are a harsh thing, and mentioning that, like, we know that when something mechanically comes out of a vending machine, it makes sounds that are unforgiving. We have changed those sounds, right? Like that, all of a sudden you go, ah, cool. They thought, that's clever. They thought of that thing, right? So calling those things out all of a sudden makes it feel, again, going back to that, like we thought of all these things that are all fundamentally going back to this point of like, it's okay. It can be comforting. It's not scary, yada yada. So that I think that's a really that's a good note. I think that would probably help that. So with ad blocker or ad block, so some of these things I really love, some of the things I didn't, but I'll start with the ones I really loved. So life uninterrupted is a sick line, right? And it's a great line for what the proposition of this is, right? The case study, great case study. What I loved about this case study is I watched it really fast, of course, as it's intended. And I got a couple notes through it that just moved through, and I didn't even linger on it. I just go, cool, that's rad. And then I just left with a good impression, right? You didn't over explain it. You just kind of let these things go. So I like this one. This will be expensive. This will be colossally expensive. So I don't know if the juice is worth the squeeze just because of how licensing works. But it's a really cool it's a cute, cheeky thing, but it just prepare for that, $1 million licensing cost. What I loved was this billboard. I thought the billboard was brilliant, right? I think that's a really smart way to say what ad block is designed to do in a platform in a place where you're not actually interacting with the product, because clearly it's a digital product, it's not a digital thing, but knowing that it's saying we did this and you can see through it and it's designed to not cause you any problems, I think is really smart. Clear bus, I'm less compelled by.
I like to see like 3 of those, like put one in a cityscape.
Totally.
Put one in the mountains where, you know, I mean, just like show that this thing, you know. So I have to take this call, but you guys keep going, please. Keep going.
Cool. I mean, this feels like the kind of starting point of the campaign. I think this is like a pretty banger of a starting point. So I feel like starting with us up top, it allows for you to kind of deliver more and kind of extend it. I also love buying ads and not using them. The tricky part, however, is explaining that. Like, there has to be some way. It's a PR stunt ultimately, because, you know, at the end of the day, if you buy an ad and then you say you didn't use the ad, that you bought an ad, then you made an ad, right? So you kind of have to be able to say, we bought all this ad space so nobody else could, you're welcome. But where do you do that? And I think that the YouTube version of it, I think, is a really clear version of that. I think that's cool, where you just go, you know, ad block bought this ad, but they didn't give me anything to say, so ad block. All right, moving on, right? Like that's cool, right? But I think in terms of like the biggest issue with ad block is banner ads. I think those are the ones that cause the most problem. So how do you do a banner ad without doing a banner ad? By buying the banner ad space and then saying we bought it and didn't use it, right? That's tricky, but it's a really smart idea. And so I think I don't know, it's tough. I think that's just like, got to think about that one a little harder and try to figure out like really what you do. The YouTube version is a really good version of it. I actually think you said it in the case study video, which was really quick and really smart. We bought ads, but we didn't use them. You're welcome, right? So think about where that would happen. I almost feel like maybe that's messaged in places that are not the internet, right? So you're gonna have like in a billboard, maybe you do have something to go, hey, like, you know, I don't know if you've noticed, but ESPN.com doesn't have any ads on it. That's because we bought them all and chose to not use them. You're welcome. Ads are done, right? Like that's kind of where maybe seeing it in a place like that allows for you to do that without having to do it in the place where they don't exist. You know what I mean? So, but very cheeky, very smart. I think it's a good thing.
So we're pretty much out of time, and we got to the two that she wanted to talk about.
Right.
Is there any you want us to? Do you have a partner who we can touch on anything else later?
Yeah, Goyaki, I believe Rafa is a little bit later.
Yeah, good. We could do that. Perfect.
I have some thoughts on Goyaki, so we'll talk about Goyaki when we get to that. Chi fam, or fam Chi fam, right?
Yeah,
Chi.
Am I saying that right? Cool.
Yeah,
Great.
you're good.
All right. Let me get rid of these really fast. There we go. Perfect. Very fun. I love the design off the start. Before I talk, is there one that you want to specifically discuss?
I guess the top 3 were the ones I worked on the most this semester. I guess especially the first 2. I'd like to hear your feedback on those.
Cool. So you are an art director, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So let's start on the Harmon one. I love the art direction. I think I'm thinking through the lens of now, if I'm pitching this in a room, this is going to be very hard to do, because you're basically paying for the likeness rights anyway of these people, right? Which is just gets pricey fast, especially if you're using something like Kanye and Britney Spears and, you know, Lady Gaga. I mean, this almost feels like it kind of requires like Weird Al or somebody like that, you know, somebody who's kind of like doing it already and is a little bit more of like having the knockoff that is already the brand as being a not as good knockoff versus, you know, doing a knockoff and then having to essentially just pay Lady Gaga anyway. That's a little too tactical, but I think that was one thing I thought of as I was looking at this that probably I imagine other people are going to look at. Now, the reason I asked about the art direction, though, is because this is really nice looking art direction. And as I was going through this, I was just like, how the fuck did she make Britney Spears not look like Britney Spears? So I do think that there are things like that that are really cool about this. But do you want to explain a little bit about what about this that I think you really love? Because I have some other notes on this too.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I had a lot of fun with the art direction. And I think just the overall idea of, I don't know, parodying artists to show how shitty other speakers are was a fun idea that me and my partner kind of went wild with.
Yeah. Yes. So, I mean, the art direction is really fun. Like, I love the art direction. I think it is really fun. I think the big issue here is like, I have no idea what the speaker sounds like and what the advantage of the speaker is, right?
That was my biggest issue and I hate to put on my client hat, but I need to see the
Well, I just did the same thing. Yeah.
I have to see the product in this somehow, some way. And I know that the star of the show is Kanye East and Go-Go and Bethany, but if I'm a client, I'm like, cool, that's a cool concept. Where's my product that's about to launch that I've spent millions investing in? You know what I mean? So yeah, it's getting lost. It's yes, like the sound is the output is literally the output of the speaker, but I think we have to get back to product. It's like it's a step removed, so we have to work a little bit harder to ensure that the brand is there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's not even. I'm like we see the lockup at the bottom, but it just needs to be a bit more. Whether it's a speaker image, the lock speaker, just something to draw it back to. Why do I see some dude that looks like Kanye West? You know what I mean? I see a speaker in that out of home, but it's like, but that's it. So I'm kind of missing that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the enemy is a little unclear here too. Because I think the enemy, the tension, I think makes sense. I think the strategy. This feels like you've taken the strategy and have articulated the strategy, right? Which I think is interesting and can be very functional. Where you're just saying like, when you're listening to bad audio, you're not actually hearing the real thing. You're not hearing the best version of whatever this thing is. That's a great strategy. I think it's very clear. I think it makes a lot of sense. But now the thing that you're kind of going is like that the enemy then is like is it insincerity? Is it fraudulent sound? Like I'm not entirely sure because it's not really another brand necessarily. And because that's the other thing too about this is like you kind of go, all right, cool. Well, like if the enemy is shitty speakers, then Bose answers that, Beats answers that, right? And anything where you kind of have something that doesn't suck, like anything that's not just like a school, like a cafeteria, amphitheater, gymnasium speaker, right? Or like bad broken radio, right? So how do you take whatever the brand is as Carmen and pull it into like not only is the enemy bad sound, but the hero is good sound. I think that's the clear thing is the hero's good sound and our good sound is the best of the heroes that are good sound, right?
Yeah, it's like when Beats dropped, like when like the world got introduced to Beats and then people found out that that like Dr. Dre was behind it. Like you're like, well, he understands sounds and sonics and has been doing it for a very long time. So I've already sold in. Whereas this, it just needs that turn. It just needs me to rally behind your brand a little bit more. And it's perhaps like the art direction is beautiful, but it's overwhelming the product. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I just think it's taking a look at that, and I think you'll have one.
Yeah. This one is like it's a simple flip that I think when you have that light bulb, you'll start just flying, right? Because I think it is like if you can figure out how to make that switch, you're probably gonna have to do a lot of work to kind of pull away from the parody bits. But I think that there is a way to do that. That I think again, if you get the light bulb moment, right, then you'll start really like. You'll just start cranking out kind of the ways that this comes to life because it is a good direction. I think art direction, I think you can really do a lot with it to continue building on it, but it's just like you need the hero, you need the product. I think that's really what it comes down to. You want to talk about Fresh Sends or Scrub Daddy?
Both preferably. I guess Fresh Sends first.
Sick. All right.
We have about 3 minutes or so to maybe talk about both.
1.5 minutes for each. All right. So Fresh Sends. So I think that this might have a little bit of the same pitfalls to a degree with the other one because pop culture is such a huge part of it. But I love that. right? And this one is a little different because I don't think you have to have the pop culture as the thing that leads everything, right? Because if things are happening in culture already, right? So like the like Lil Nas X, for instance, it's like that's already happening in our world, right? So you don't have to necessarily just say, like, here's a print ad. It has, you know, Lil Nas X. Here's our bouquet for it. You get to just make that social, kind of build around that, right? And then kind of, you know, you can do artist collaborations. I think this is probably going to be easier to do artist collaborations because, you know, doing a whole campaign around somebody who's not Britney Spears but is Britney Spears is tough. But saying we want to do a bouquet about Game of Thrones, it's a little bit easier. It's still expensive, but it starts getting into that world. I love this. I think the art direction on this one's really fun and really like sharp. I love these colors. I think the colors is really nice. I think the boxes I think are really well done. I think this becomes like a very fun design exercise. Like this is fucking sick, dude. I like love, like this just like this just feels fun. Like I just like looking at this, you know. And kind of explaining Pantone through the colors, I think it's pretty cool. And you know, pop culture with flowers, I think, is a different approach. And anytime you can interweave that, the big push though is like, how do you do it without getting sued, right? And how do you do it without having to overtly, like we've talked a lot about understanding the culture by which something is, you know, is deep. Like I almost in a way, I mean, this is kind of a flip on it, but like maybe be more interesting with the Lil Nas X one instead of being like, this is based on the Lil Nas X song. It's like, this bouquet is based on all the haters who hated the Lil Nas X song, right? Where it's like, it takes something and you kind of go like, this isn't just about the colors. This is like, oh, boo-hoo, you got upset about Lil Nas X grinding on Satan. Here's a bouquet based on that then uses pop culture as the driving force that gets you there. But it's a little less about like, we just took the Pantone and made this. Yeah. So, and then it feels like, again, it's like flipping it. It feels like it's engaging in the conversation instead of just like joining the conversation, if that makes sense, you know? And then pulled out. So let's go to Scrub Daddy really fast. I loved Still Smiling. Great tag. Fantastic tag, right? For something that just gets absolutely shredded all the time. And it's like a smiley face. I think Still Smiling, it really says this thing lasts a long time. You can use it for a long time. I think that's a real problem with this kind of product, right? Because you use it once, it smells bad, you throw it away. Still Smiling just says like this thing can really go through the ringer and be okay. Again, art direction wise, I think this is really nice. I think it's like, you know, it doesn't have a long way to go here. I don't understand why this doesn't already exist. I feel like this is just a kind of a no-brainer for them. So I'm kind of like, it's which is a good thing. I think that's a good thing because you get to say this and then they'll probably be like, yeah, why wouldn't we do that, right? I guess this is really fun. I think because it is really fun, you just need to go further on it. You just need to like keep ripping it out because I think there's a lot of like what this is it's turning this into a character, right? Which it already kind of is, but like when you turn it into a character, it gives you a whole universe of fiction that you can suddenly play in. And like you've barely scratched the surface, right? So like what happens during Halloween, right? What happens during Valentine's Day? Like what happens in these places where like, because you know, smiling is also an intense emotion and there's like an emotional implication. So like, you know, what do you do cleaning up a catastrophic breakup, right? During Valentine's Day, right? Like you kind of get to go into that world of like, how does this product suddenly feel like the character is this omnipresent force? I also was like thinking a lot about Feel the Pain, Harold, when I was looking through these, where I was kind of like, there's an interesting thing about seeing this smiley face where it's like, there's a small tear streaming down his face, but he's still smiling. You know what I mean? So there's a cheekiness to this that's maybe a little sinister too, that I kind of like, you can just go further. You know what I mean? Just keep milking this character and like letting them be the range of what happens when you're still smiling, right? Like, you know, if we were just like shredding your book right now and you were just like still smiling, like what does that mean? What does that feel like? How do you get that into the ad? You know what I mean? Because that's still smiling, but it's not happy, right? It's like And if you're scrubbing toilets all day and you're getting like leftover lasagna off of like a college kid's like plate, that's not fun. You're not smiling because you enjoy it. You're smiling because you're obligated to be quality at all points. You know what I mean?
Again, amazing stuff. Still smiling, I think, has such potential for sure. And
Oh,
I
it's a
think,
smash.
you
No,
know,
I definitely think it's
sometimes
a good idea.
sometimes, you know, as a creative, you hear keep pushing it and it's, you know, but this is that exact case. I think there's such
Totally.
potential here. I'd still love to grow. Hi, Amy.
Totally.
How are you? Thanks, Chi.
Thank you, guys.
Yes. Thank you, Chi. Love it. What's up, Amy?
Yeah, it's going.
How we doing? She around there? There we go. Love it. Cool. Okay. So I think the breadth of creativity here is really fun. Like I think I'd mentioned this. I made a bunch of notes, like I said, and I think my top note was like, broadly speaking, I think general creativity is very welcome, right? So I just like seeing expression. I think it's really really fun. So there's a couple in here that we haven't talked about, and there are some that we have. Is there one that you want us to focus on?
Should we jump to Grail since we skipped over?
Oh
that?
yes.
As
Grailed and Smeg are the two that I pegged as probably wanted to talk about on this one. So let's talk about Grailed first. Do you want to tell us your opinion on this? I have a lot of opinions, but I'm also confused. So I want to like understand where your head is before I start saying anything.
Yeah, so it's a very like complex brand because they don't actually have products. It's a resale website for luxury goods and menswear, like menswear luxury goods. And so we wanted to create like a secret society with a secret website for Grailed because their whole thing is making the inaccessible luxury fashion like obtainable for the regular consumer. So
cool. So the complication certainly comes through, but I don't know. I like that and I don't like that, right? Because I think it's super complicated shit. I love complicated shit, but you gotta work people through what's happening, right? Because I think just looking at this, I'm like my eyes are bleeding a little bit only because I need to know how I got from this to this, right? And kind of going through it because it all looks great, but you know when I'm just seeing all this stuff, I'm just like. It's just requiring a lot of optic work given kind of the process that you're in with this, right? Where you're in a portfolio, someone just got nine things that they have to look at before their next meeting in 10 minutes, right? You got to kind of be able to like walk it through quickly. I mean, I think that's why we got so hyped about like the rough wear line, right? It's because we see it, we go, sick, love it, awesome, moving on, right? Yeah. And so this I think is a little bit like Grailed, like what's happening here? The idea is through a hidden website, Grail will create an accessible secret society highlighting the feeling of exclusivity all in an obtainable way. So the exclusivity is the thing I'm dealing with, right? So then what's going on? Am I supposed to be paying attention to a site, an experience, like, you know, so that's my top line thought.
And I think just because Grailed as a brand is already exclusive, so now we add another layer of exclusivity, it makes me say, oh, that's a lot to find an off-white shirt. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It just makes it feel a little bit harder. And I think we've seen like conspiracy stuff in books prior, like here last year, probably next year, but it's like I feel like you took the conspiracy world and just applied it to fashion. And I don't know if that may be the best route to get me to buy into this brand, you know what I mean? And perhaps it's just like simplifying a couple of it. Like if we want to co-op something like Secret Society, handshakes, that type of stuff, like I don't think we got to hit every single touch point of Secret Society to get that across. And I think it got a little laborious as we kept scrolling, like, oh, there's another thing, there's another. And it's like, just be thoughtful on like what are the 3 best ways at Secret Society, and then just use that as the 3. Because if you list 10 or 15 things, well, like I just want a t-shirt. You know what I mean? I just want a cool product. So I think just like always recall your brand, and then have that dictate what you show. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So like
the other.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Put the campaign back, like focusing back on Grailed itself.
Yeah, I mean, like that's like the brand, and and like while like it like I have Grail, you know what I mean? It's I've used it. I've never bought anything because I'm poor, but it's a interesting site. It's already exclusive. It's already intimidating. You know what I mean? It's cool, but it's also intimidating. So I don't want to bump up the intimidating.
For like sellers on Grail because we wanted to make it like the community within the community.
Yeah.
So I completely understand like why.
Yeah, this would make it a little more accessible.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, I know you were talking about SMEG. I'm interested to hear your opinion on SMEG also.
Cool. Sorry, my headphones cut out for a second, so I'm going back to my audio might have changed. So, one last thing on Grail, and then let's move on to SMEG. So the other thing, I used to get tagged for this on my career all the time, or my early career, is like I would call the execution the idea, right? And they're not the same thing, right? I think that this one kind of starts with like the idea through a website, right? I think like you kind of got to say what the idea is and then start getting into those executional elements, right? So with this one, the idea is like it's already exclusive. We're going to create a secret society, right? We're going to create a secret society is the idea. The way you're going to start doing it, as we're going to see through the work, is the website, a handshake, a speakeasy, whatever it might be. But making sure that's established, that'll be easier on the eyes too, as you kind of go through it. You go, it's exclusive. We're taking it one step further. We're creating a real Illuminati, right?
Okay.
You know what I mean? So that makes a pretty significant difference, I think, when you're looking at stuff like that. All right, so SMEG. So I really like SMEG a lot. I think conceptually, I think it's really, really smart. And what I really love about it is the idea of mid-century modern, right? Mid-century was a fucked up time, right? Which is the strategy that you identified. And I think that's what's really cool about it is like, mid-century with all these like Don Drapery people and like these like white perfect couples living in the suburbs, right? It's like, no, that's not society. That's not modern, right? So usually what happens with mid-century modern is it focuses on mid-century. You're saying, no, focus on modern, right? And I think that's very smart. And I think that comes through in the work. So I really like this one. I think that this is, again, kind of one of those, because you've created the space, I think you want to extend it more, right? Like these are nice. I think this makes sense. And I think that like, it really feels like I don't want to say you've just touched the tip of the iceberg, but like you've hit the thing. Now, how do you take that thing into all the further directions that you can go, knowing that society has changed so significantly from mid-century to modern,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, this is like, I think this is sick. I really like this concept. I think it's like, I could just see myself saying, I want more extensions. I want more ways that this comes to life. I want more of the activism, because I think that this does present an interesting activism. And I think that, the way that you would explain this is saying, we focus on mid-century, we should focus on modern, the world has changed, whatever. It just presents a really cool, way that we talk about, way that we collaborate with people, way that we talk about people, some of the issues that are coming up. I mean, it just, I know, I think I said this in your book, actually. It's like, your stuff is very socially conscious, I think, which I think is great. Right. And I think that this is a clear reflection of that. And because of that, I think you want to just do it more. You just want to push it more and be, continue to express the creativity of like, how many different ways can you take that concept and translate it, Sure. You got anything there?
That was good. It's nice to see just a classic like brand, like, well, not a brand, but I guess like a classic category, like an appliance, things that you have to be persuaded to buy.
Totally.
So it's refreshing. I won't spend too much time on MoonPie. It's cool, but again, I'm careful about how many types and themes are in books. So you got the MoonPie, which is kind of like UFO-y conspiracy. You got Grail, which is kind of in that same world. Just be careful not to have too much in this heady world of the what ifs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just because you don't want to be pegged as everything she's what you don't want a potential CD, ECD, or recruiter to say, oh, that's the student or the person that always has some what if stuff in her book, and that's not the case. Obviously, you got way more stuff than that. So just like show range, just kind of say, all right, like this is my hardcore retail, this is my appliance, this is my fun one, this is my just it's kind of not. I mean, not to limit your thinking, just don't have too much of the same thing, because then you're going to be pegged as that, and like that's not the case.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, the other thing too is I would love to see a brand that does not. I want to kind of see like a brand that I've heard of, that I know about, that is a little bit of a traditional consumer brand. It doesn't have to be consumer, it could be like Geico or whatever, right? But like probably not Geico because they're so famous. But Sanzo, didn't know about them until I read about this. Flint's didn't know about them. Grail didn't know about them. Smeg. Moonpie I knew about, but it's very niche. And I think that you're going to be, if you go to any ad agency, apart from very small ones, you're going to be working on
Marshalls.
Yeah, Marshalls, exactly.
Marshalls,
You're going to be working on Marshalls.
just
Totally.
straight up, what would you do for Marshalls? What's the thing for, I don't know, like a water filter, just like stuff like
totally
handle brand. Just you need one of those to ground your work and to say, all right, cool. This is how America moves. This is how, so like, and like all this stuff is nice, but it's very pocketed stuff. So just
because I think you're so I can see your idealism, which I think is really exciting and really helpful, and I think it's really like you want to have people like that at the office. It kind of goes back to like the youthful energy that you want to be surrounded by thing. But there is also a like, I want to make sure that you do not get upset when I have to put you on BP, right? Or I have to put you on Coke, right? And I don't want to think that I'm going to put you on it and then you're going to be bummed out about it, and I'm going to have like an upset creative, because we are emotional people. That happens. But like, just knowing that you can apply your same logic and your spirit that you would take on Sanzo or Flint's or Smeg and put it on a Diet Pepsi or a Bud Light is really important, right? And will make it will make your overall book feel so much more comprehensive, because I feel more comfortable with that reality of your ability to do that. So
that is such important advice for everyone in here, in a way.
Yeah.
To, think about the range of the products you have.
Totally.
Remember, she was the art director of that amazing, you were commenting on the art direction of Flint, which was
yes.
She's a very talented art director.
It's sick. No, I think you're really good. Like, that's kind of why I'm saying this, is like I know that you're really good, and I'm kind of like I think it was yours that I was also looking through some of your art and stuff, and I was just like, she's just really creative, right? And again, the thing that sometimes happens, unfortunately, is like there's an art in advertising, but advertising is not art in the way that I think sometimes people come in and go like, I'm an artist, I'm going to do advertising, and it's
like, cool, sell the soda.
Totally. Totally. Yeah. And there's an art to it, but I think you just don't want to be the kind of person who comes in and goes like, I needed a job, but I'm trying to do paintings for Sunkissed. And you're just like, oh, that's not what's going to happen, right? So showing that like you're going to be really fun to have around the office, and you're really creative. And again, going back to that thing where you like leave the office, you go straight to an art gallery. I have a photography show later. Like, love all that stuff. Would be thrilled for that, right? As long as I know while you're at the job, you're doing the things that I know that I need to be done, right? Because it's just really important. It's just it's a silly thing, but it's a really important thing. So, okay. Is there anything else?
We need to jump to, we have 3 more. We're almost there. Thanks for the journey you've gone on so far. We're almost there. We got 3 more to jump into. Hi, Madeline. Say hello for us, please.
What's up, Madeline?
Hi.
What is good? All right. So, so before doing this, is there anything in specific that you would like to discuss?
We've talked about Sawyer and we talked about Smeg with my other partners. So I'm ready to go into Rent the Runway, and we're not really strangers.
Cool. Okay. So, let's see. I made notes on this. I thought I did. Oh yeah. So, I really like Flirt with Fashion. Was that, you came up with it, right? I saw that and I was just like, is this their tag? This feels like too good of a tag to like not have been claimed, because it really is smart. It's a really like, it says, what I like about it is I don't know this brand. I don't think it's made for me, right? But I immediately knew what the brand did, right? Like, which is really, really nice, right? And that kind of that works really. That's a really hardworking line, I guess, is what I'm saying, right? It says kind of who it's for. It says what it ultimately does, which is like, you don't have to fully, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe I'm not knowing what the brand does, but like, you don't have to commit to it. You really just like, it allows for you to, softly, passively consume fashion in this way and try things out without having to overly commit to it. So I thought that was really a really, really good line. And I really liked the bundling concept. I thought that was a fascinating extension that I think hits at a behavior. Because I think the behavioral thing I think is really important with things like this, obviously, but like knowing that when you're trying something out, sometimes you're going to Vegas, right? And if you're going to Vegas and you want to rent something, you're not renting something for Friday in Vegas, you're renting things for Vegas, right? And so being able to say, like, not only we're just going to give you something for one day or whatever it might be, but we're giving you a suite of things to kind of track your progress through the experience of being in a place or having an experience, right? Like if you think of like a wedding, you're like, you have the day, you have the reception, you have like, I need to change into something where I'm not wearing like shitty shoes anymore at night, right? Like all of those things I think are like the idea of bundling, which I think is just like a very astute behavioral point about how this thing works. Sherm, do you have anything you want to add to that?
No, I like it. I want the art direction to be pushed a little bit more, especially in the print. Like I love the typing, but it's set a few different ways.
Yep.
So I would continue to explore that. But I feel like the lines all there is just I just want to read it, but it's kind of hard to read with the global, and then it's a few different fonts per one, and even in the layout in your book as you lay out stuff, like I've seen the Bridesmaid for a Night already three times or four. I just counted 4 times. So show that this idea can like have more lines, like, and as you put executions in billboards, in malls, in stuff, just be sure that you just like switch out the lines just so it gives me more to read and more to chew on. But yeah, I would just continue to push the AD a little bit more, just because right now, like, the fashion is getting lost. Like, I see it, yes, like the imagery kind of, yes, like she's cutting grass in a dope dress, but it's like it's a lot to take in. It's like the font, the dress, the cutting is just like 5 things to look at, and I just really want to. And then like the logo and the lockup is a little buried, so I would just like really like reconsider just optically like where this is going. But as an idea is there, and it's fine.
Yeah, totally. I totally agree with that. And I also think that too. I think that now getting into like copywriting, nuanced stuff. You're a writer or you're an art director?
I'm a writer.
Okay, cool. So Bridesmaid for a Night, fierce energy all weekend. I think the way they're designed, like the way this line is kind of meant to be, is it's like this, then either the antithesis or something that has it, which kind of hints at, but Bridesmaid and fierce energy are not opposites, right? Like night and weekend are those are playing off of each other well, but Bridesmaid and fierce energy it could be like something a little bit harder, right? Like Bridesmaid for a Night, like attendee all weekend, right? Something, like that, because then you kind of, the relationship between the words makes more sense, right? And that's kind of that clever wordplay that I think is really fun about copywriting, where it's really a puzzle, right? You're really going like, if this does this, then I need something that matches that, so that this part also matches this, right? Because it's like, rent it for the beach, love it all weekend is like, rent and love are not the same things, right? It's like, like rent it for the beach, perma rent it for the weekend. That's stupid. Don't use that. But like that I think gets a little bit more of the relationship between the two, right? So I also like the augmented reality one. I don't think I'm not like shredded by it, but I'm like a sucker for that kind of like, I don't know where it went, but like that kind of stuff I think is usually cool. Like, this is sick. But I don't know. This would be cool. People would love it, right? It's not like strategically some really, really sharp thing, right? It almost feels like it has to be a like, like Rent It for the Runway, given the whole bundling thing, I think the bundling thing feels like kind of like the star of this a little bit, bundling and then the tagline. I kind of want to see a like every day you come back, you're in a different outfit or something. You know what I mean? Like this is super high tech Black Mirror shit, but like if it could recognize who you were and then you come back and it's a different outfit the next day that fits on theme, that's, like I said, sci-fi craziness, but like that gets closer to like the overall thing that you were doing with the other pieces, right? Where you're hitting kind of the overall brand intention, not just saying, try this product, right? Sick. And then we want to talk about, what was the other one? We're not really strangers. Okay. So We're Not Really Strangers is interesting. So this one is, how do I explain this? So this one I thought was fascinating because it feels like it's not, I don't want to say it's a missed opportunity, but what it is the product is perfect for what is happening now, right? Like that's kind of what it is. It's like, it's, given that we're coming out of this crazy time, and I think that the thing that you're doing with it, I think, is very smart, which is like, people don't know how to shake hands anymore, right? So this product is designed to help solve that. The problem I have with it is we are so engaged in digital society right now. We've been so forced. We're having I would love to do this conversation with each of you in Texas or in LA. We're not doing that, right? We're doing it digitally. So having something that is a digital product to enforce the idea of a relationship feels redundant to the problem that we already have right now, right? Because I don't need to know how to talk to somebody on Zoom, or I don't need to know how to speed date on the internet or have a text message conversation with the other day, because I've been forced to do that for a year and a half, right? And even beyond that, if we're taking outside of the quarantine lens, that we're just a digital society now. Like really what this is about kind of reminding each other that we have some sort of relationship physically, and kind of there's a way to enforce that. So I think this is really about how do we enforce that idea, and what this could be is We're Not Really Strangers is kind of it becomes the flag bearer of here's how to get you back in society gracefully, and remind people how to have a coffee with a stranger, or to say hi, or to have a casual banter in person and not feel weird about it. So that is a really fertile territory that you can do tons of shit with, right? And I don't think it has to be digital. I think that has to be a tertiary element, just because that's how we're doing things anyway.
We had a strategic brief for this, and they told us that we needed to have an app, and we were like, we don't want one.
Cool.
And we should have just listened to our heart there and been like, we don't want an app.
Well, I mean, so that's an interesting point though, right? So it's if you get a brief where they say that kind of thing, you can flip it. You can do it. You can do a thing that says, we made an app that just says, put down your phone, right? It's an app that you immediately turn it on, and you go outside, you hit a button, and your Wi-Fi turns off for half an hour, right? You can do things like that are designed to take whatever the thing is and then push the message of because I think that going back to the beginning, I think Sherm mentioned this in somebody else's project, is there's a couple lanes that you're kind of entertaining here.
Yeah.
And you got to pick one and just commit to it, and then use everything else to ladder up to that thing, so that it is always reinforcing that remember how to talk to someone in real life, right?
And just career advice. It's also okay to ask strategy why. You know what I mean? Don't say no, I don't want to. Just say why. We gotta do an app. Just ask them why, and that's okay to hit them say, oh well, research showed this, or we believe that, because it helps you either to believe in it or not. So always ask why, and they are used to that. They do it on a drop of a dime with the client, so it's okay. They do it at the drop of a dime with us. So, so if you don't believe it should be an app, say, all right, well. Because then you can uncover if they say, oh, well, we want to do an app because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're like, oh, well, we can do that without an app, and give us a shot. You know what I mean? So, again, strategy your friend. Sometimes you love your friend, sometimes you hate your friend, but they're your friend. So
totally. Yeah, and I think that, that's a really that's a really important point too, because I think that there's also if you go why, they might go, well, the only metric we're using to measure the success of this is how many people download our app, right?
Yeah.
And if that's the case, then you're like, you have to do something with the app. But there are ways, again, to ladder into that can be all strategically around a specific idea, right? Which is like, cool, you want us to do something on the app? All right, so download the app and we will show you all the phoneless places in LA for you to talk to strangers or talk to your friends out of the mind's eye of your phone or whatever, right? Like something that takes that thing that is the real intention, whatever you want to settle on that,
Find that intention.
pushes into it. Yeah. Tension is so crucial. It's like, I think maybe that's what I'm gravitating towards with the app component of this, the digital side, is like, there's a tension in that even being a part of this. So use that tension. Don't like succumb to it by saying, we're going to do an app that does the same thing we would do in physical life. Say, because of the relationship we have with digital, we're going to push off of that as the enemy, as the tension, and then use that in the same way. It's kind of what I talked about with the ad block thing, right? Where it's like the idea of buying the ad space and then not using it, great. But like, how do you message that? Because you can't do that on the place that you bought, right? So it's like, cool, making an app for this is great, but like, how do you do it without saying, buy the app to do the thing in life, right? Like that just is kind of contradictory. So,
but guys, we're definitely substantially behind. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Talk too much about the rest of this.
All good. No, let's move on.
It's partly my fault. Y'all are throwing out so many good notes. I can't bring myself of where to butt in. So it's on me a little bit. So so thank you, Madeline. I'm sorry, but we have to probably jump to the next.
Right.
That's okay. We've talked about all my stuff. I really appreciate the feedback.
And also worth mentioning, I know we said this at the beginning, but I can't speak for Sherm. I think we're both busy, but I'm happy to have any more of these conversations further. If you guys are like, we didn't get far enough, or you have like more questions or whatever, like I'm more than happy to talk over phone or email or whatever. So
that makes everything. I think that alone is maybe the most important comment of the day. Thank you for saying that, Ben. That of course 10 minutes is obviously not enough to go through someone's portfolio. It's physically impossible. So thank you for giving them a chance to follow up. Absolutely. Hi, Rafa. How are you?
Hi, good, and you?
What's up, homie? I saw you at the very beginning, just sitting patiently. So sorry it's taking so long. All right. Do we want to start talking about Goyaki or Nerf, or what would you most be interested in discussing?
Yeah, Goyaki and Nerf sounds good.
Goyaki? Okay, cool. So this one is I had like an epiphany last night. I think it was like, maybe this was the lucidity that I was barely experiencing when I was going through these at the very end. But at the very beginning, I was like, oh, I don't really get it. And then at the end, I was like, oh, Office. This is all about the Office, right? Because I think initially I was like, it's kind of creating a problem that doesn't necessarily exist, right? Which is the idea of like, coffee is of course taken over this world, and we know that we drink too much coffee, they have all these problems, but then turning it into a political campaign, I think, is putting coffee into a place that you're trying to dethrone, that they aren't actually in, right? Which is in this place of tyranny, that they have control over things. It is most consumed, but we're not voting for coffee, so it doesn't make sense to vote coffee out, right? But that was when I was like, oh, Office, I get it. Is that what you were going for, or am I making this up?
Like, what do you mean by Office? Like,
so I think the fact that coffee is such an important part of the Office experience, then it makes sense that you would take it out of the Office. You would get it out of Office, right? And then I was like, okay, this tracks a little bit more, but it sounds like maybe I made something up. So what I will say though is I think that this does happen sometimes, and I think this is where I was kind of like, all right, maybe there's a way out of this, is like making coffee your enemy is great. I think that's clear, and I think it's a really cool thing. I think it's similar to the Impossible Burger stuff, where it's like natural meat is of course the enemy in that. With something that is a replacement for coffee, of course coffee is going to be the enemy, but I don't think you have to necessarily create a situation to fight it, right? I think you have to fight it on its own turf, so that, and that's, I think, why I mentioned the Office thing, because I think being able to say, voted out of the office is different than saying voted out of office, right?
Yeah.
And I think that was like kind of the switch that flipped for me, where all of a sudden I was like, oh, okay, if we're talking about just getting a cooler thing into the office, right? It's less about the political stunt, right? And a little bit more about like, get this kid in the Thrasher hoodie to be the boss, right? And that feels more fun because you're putting it in the place where coffee is most native, which is like in the workplace, in the school, right? And you're kind of like this intruder is getting it out of the places it's most native. But making it a political thing, I think, just distracts from probably the thing you got to do, you know?
Yeah, and it's especially in the climate that we face over the past few years, like brands have really, they used to embrace every 4 years, every 8 years, like they embrace doing a light take on voting left versus right, but it's been really hard going as of late. So I'm a little skeptical about having a vote campaign, even for something as coffee, because what we don't want is it to be looked at as you're mocking the process.
Totally.
Mocking what happened. So like some people look at it, oh, it's timely, or you're doing this because of that. But I think where the real like insight is, or like the real thing you want to hit is like there's been something that's been in place for 500 years. So it's time to try something else. And it's a primitive it's a primitive brief. It's a primitive thing to push off on, but it's nice. It's like, yeah, like coffee's been around, I would assume probably for more than 500 years. I don't know. I mean, it's probably more. So it's like, it's something nice to talk about that. And I just think like we can strip it away. And it kind of suffers what was the one we just looked at? The stuff for the rich kids, the Illuminati.
Oh yeah, the Grail one. Yeah,
it kind of stuff that like, all right, so right now you're like, all right, we're doing a vote campaign, so we got to do this, we got to do this, we got to do this, and it just kind of goes down this long list. And I'm like, it's not really that warranted. But I think the real enemy is you got to push off with something that's real, which is something that's old. Now this is newer, so I just strip it of the vote.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it almost, I mean, there's an element of like the old Mac versus PC kind of logic here, right? Yeah. Which is like, if you can make like, I mean, this image alone, like if you go, well, coffee's boring and like everybody's, even coffee, coffee is like, come on, like boring, stupid shit. Like, then you kind of get to make a personality about what this thing is and kind of give it a little bit. And then, and this also opens up some really fascinating areas where you start getting into like, you're replacing kind of energy drinks a little bit in a cool way. And, I can see a world where like you do a super late night or super early morning, like skate comp or something. And then you don't have coffee, you have Gayaki or whatever. So
yeah,
I think that it introduces a lot of those lanes, but I think that you've done the right thing in identifying the enemy that then you're trying to dethrone. But I think you created a problem that didn't need to be there with like the like, we're going to vote to get it out, we're going to do these things. It's a little bit more like behaviorally, how do we tell people that coffee is boring and old and boomery and all that shit, right? And then I think that's kind of where you start getting into really ripe territory, and then you kind of really get to like turn it into that thing that the nice thing about this is there are a lot of examples of historically how these kind of things have worked. I mean, even down to like beer brands. I mean, we've seen it with like, I don't remember what like, I mean, there's an element of like LaCroix that did this. I think PBR was like this for a while, right? Where it's kind of like taking the idea of old bad beer and being like, we're going to swap it out with cool old bad beer, right? And so, but I think that's the main twist on that. And then do you want to talk?
Jump to Nerf if that's okay.
Yeah, I was about to say Nerf is I think the other one. So Nerf, so what I like about Nerf is this one you thought about a lot of details on it, about how it works, right? Which I think is really important because I think, again, it gets down to that, like, we thought about it before you did type thing. And you've created a system. I mean, what you've done is you've just created an app, right? I mean, you've just created a fun app that can be Nerf. Nerf is the best way to do it. It could also, this is like a Pokemon Go. Like, there's a lot of versions of this kind of thing that's really cool. I think that it, if I was Nerf, I would probably be very inclined to buy this because I know my audience and I'm probably feeling pretty bombastic about what my audience ultimately does. If I was just a creative director you pitch this to, I'd be like, are there really enough people in a small neighborhood in Chicago to do this? Or is this going to fall flat, right? Now, that is not necessarily a problem, because I think that if we were in a real situation, this would be built on the bones of audience insight and consumer insight from Nerf that would then allow for you to, really capitalize on the information they had, right? Which would be like, we know that this amount of people live in this area and yada yada and whatever. And then, we're going to encourage these things. We're going to create arenas because we know that whatever. But I think it just is a little bit like you have to kind of somehow convince the skepticism of tons of people have Nerf guns. They are of ages that allow for them to get out and do these things. If you do it in Hyde Park in Chicago, no one's going to get hurt. Like all of those things. I mean, I think that there's a little. Did you have a digital extension in this as well? Am I making that up? Yeah, we had Fortnite, but I think there's a world of this too where it can be, one thing that could be interesting to pull into this behaviorally is the way that people love just airdropping strangers, right? I think a little bit of that math that kind of somehow hints at the, like, you don't have to be in it to be in it. You know what I mean? Like you can kind of get tagged with some like virtual Nerf bullets, arrows, whatever they call them. And like, having people like me who I'm just like, I don't have a Nerf gun. I haven't played with Nerf in a long time, but I love Nerf. Just get pinged by some kid and just be like, what the hell's going on? Right. And then being able to feel like I can participate in it, even though I'm not an enthusiast, because that's also going to be part of this. Is like right now, this is very inside baseball. Like if you're in it, you're in it. If you're not invited. Right. How do we make more people suddenly be like, oh, that's awesome. I would love to be involved in that, but I don't know where to start with Nerf. I'm a total, I'm a total loner, so I'm not just going to go out and run around with a bunch of kids, right? But I like the culture, you know what I mean? So, because I think it's well thought, and I think it's really cool, and I think this definitely is like product design world, which I think product design is so sick, and it's like a really fun thing to do. But all product design is always going to be based on audience insight, numbers, data, things that allow for it to feel like the investment is going to be worth the squeeze, because this would be a very substantial thing to build. As sick as it would be, you just kind of need to be able to say it will work, right? Like think of this as like a startup company, right? Like it will work because we have all the information we need to prove that it will work before we even do it,
Yeah.
And then I know we're also worth mentioning, by the way, as another musician as well. I love that you include those things. I think it's helpful. I think people are going to listen to your demos and shit if you do that. So, but I always kind of keep it separate from my portfolio. I think there's a way to keep it in your portfolio, but like, how do you do it in a way that doesn't, DJ is like a weird, dirty word, right? Like some people just think it's the dumbest thing in the world. So you want to be able to be like, I'm also that, don't get distracted by it, but if you like things, check this out, right? And then last thing, little thing, but talk in first person in your bio, because it'll make people feel like they're talking to you and not like a proxy, right? Because again, going back to we all want to know who we're going to be working with, and just saying like, I'm this, I think is more effective than saying he's this. For PR and shit, he's this, of course, but like, for just your portfolio, like let me know that like you're writing this about yourself.
Thank you.
Sherm, did we lose Sherm? Is he still here?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'm sorry, I just had to step over. Yeah, I am here. No, I'll get notes, and just overall speaking as well, just with all the books. And this is my personal thing. Like you can take it with a grain of salt. I am really big on what's the first thing I see when I go to a page. And while I love cats and glasses, I just kind of just want to see the logos, and it just makes me, as a creative director, I'm like, all right, I'm looking for someone that can nail this category, that category. And then I don't know, like I've seen a few thumbnails that are the logos, which are fine. Some, I think I saw like some sea monkeys early on, like some little cute animals, which is cool, but I'm just like the time and the threshold that you have to like capture attention is very, very short. So I would probably, like, as soon as you click on your website, I need to see the logos or thumbs. I can just click on what looks cool, and versus having to play a guessing game, just because that's one step that you don't want folks to say, oh, I don't understand, she likes cats, but I love cats and Naomi high.
Cat hater over here, man.
No,
just
I love cats. My wife is No, my wife's allergic to cats, but
Yeah.
that's just my thing. It's
Yeah.
just-
But I do agree. I mean, I think there's like an interesting use case here because I think that like I agree on like this page, like Raphael's or Rafa. I think that's a little different because we see a little bit of personality, then we get to the logos and stuff. I think that's okay, but I think the name of the game is like additive, and you all heard how we reacted on Toughware. We see the line, we go, that's sick, awesome, right? If the first thing you see or experience is not additive and feels like it's the right first impression, you're not losing people necessarily, but you're not necessarily gaining them, right? So like we get that you like cats, but like what I would love to see about this, for instance, is like I would like to see if you're going to include cats in this, which I think is not a bad thing necessarily. How do you incorporate the brands that you're talking about in those little bits, right? Like we're talking about Harman, right? Like is the cat engaging in music with the Harman speaker, with the logo? Like, I mean, there are ways to play with it if you want to be really expressive with personality, but just the cats, I think that it forces us to read it. If we don't know what the brands are, then
and that's what is like a lot of the brands in these books are brands that I have not heard of. Like some I have, others I haven't, but now I'm having to work a little bit harder. But that's small.
Guys, I gotta butt in. I'm sorry. First of all, hi Naomi. We kind of switched to her, and she waited this whole time. She's found the last one, and we're spending 6 minutes talking about cats. So if y'all don't mind, can we jump into the work? Thank you.
Cumulative 5 hours. All right, yeah. So
it's a great note, and y'all have gone so long, but let's make sure we give her.
Of course, no. I definitely want, and Naomi, even more. If you want to talk about your book even further, that's an open invitation because I don't want to slight you. Okay, so is there one that you really, really want to focus on? Since I know some of these we've already discussed.
Moxie was one of my favorite ones to work on. It was super fun. And then Nita is something like I'm personally passionate about. So
Rad.
I'd like to touch on that.
Yeah. So I also really like the Moxie one. So my thing with the Moxie one is I think it puts you in a world that is so ripe for exploration. Like you can go deep on this shit, like if you're really like want to go, Moxie is about like, so Sherman mentioned earlier how he and I both don't know a lot of these brands. I do not know Moxie, right? But I don't know if I need to know Moxie because I immediately they make skates, and the skates they make harken back to an era that I think is really interesting, which is disco, and the world that informs everything down to like the color, all that stuff. I think there's a lot of really, really cool work that can be done here. And you have extended on it. I think that I think some of these have been like, the world is cool, how do you extend it? I think that like this is really sick, right? Like the kind of QR code thing. It presents a pretty interesting way to engage in the product, and kind of makes it built into the world. And then I think this is really interesting. You could do it even further, quite frankly, because there's so many facets about the world of disco in the 70s that I think can really be exploited here, right? Like disco balls.
Yeah, skate is just a beautiful world to play in, and just like skating, just as a general, just a fruitful world. That
totally.
Like you're just getting started on it. So
yeah, of course. And also like the docu-series is interesting because this is another thing that happens that I really like, is like when a brand tells you about the world. This goes back to the Tuck stuff we talked about earlier too. It's like by telling us more about the place it exists, so skating, disco, whatever, then your natural curiosity suddenly goes, oh, I get behind that. That's cool. Like I want to be a part of that thing more, right? You find out about a band you like, and then you kind of go down a rabbit hole.
Right? Is that me?
Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. But I think that, so the docu-series I think is a really interesting thing. I think maybe extrapolating on it a little bit. I think extrapolating on all this. I think that the key with this for me is like you've introduced the world, and the world is really exciting. So how do you hack more bits, right? Like how do you like go to historically important places from that era and give them a little bit of the Moxie? Like this a really cool like media buy opportunity, quite frankly, right? You can put up something near Studio 54, the old place for Studio 54 that's now like a Panera Bread or whatever the fuck, and you can like put up an ad for that as a like we also wish it was still the 70s, right? You know, like, or whatever it might be. So anytime you introduce a world like this, I think it just introduces like a really interesting way to expand it, which I think I would just love to see more, because it's hard to not imagine all the things that you can do here, right?
Yeah, it's a refreshing category to play in as well, and it's just I immediately go to music, and I know that you're probably going to explore that more often, but like rehashing some like those disco songs that have been heard before or unheard. There's an entire wave of music now that like recreates that 70s sound, like their TikTok activations. I see it there. I don't know. It's just a lot to play around with. So I think you're just scratching the surface. Just continue to push. I mean, like push what's expected. Like, yes, you're gonna do a skate park where you play music and have a disco ball, but push that even more. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And what are the clever twists? You know.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. And you said you want to talk about the NEDA as well?
Yeah.
Cool. So, I had some interesting notes on this. So I think, so this is interesting because it's a problem I didn't ever think about, right? Which I think is a really good start, right? Because if you introduce, if you say, hey, this is something you've never really thought about that you need to think about more, that's a good sign, and that's a good strategy. And I think if you're doing it proactively, then like, well done, because I think that is good. You know, the trick here is I like the places that this is playing, but I'm like, I would never say this. I'm like scared of it a little bit, right? And I don't know if it's a good, because I'm afraid that it would have that double effect, which is like the act of making these things and kind of the fake child kind of like diet stuff. Also, if this is for moms, then it has to be very pinpointed in places where moms play and moms are, and kind of get extra sardonic about it. But if it's just in the world, then I wouldn't want a young kid who's a little bit overweight to suddenly think of themselves as having an issue because they're just being hit with something that they don't understand that it's a joke, right? Or that it's sarcastic, And so now,
what is is that overall, like overarching throughout the campaign, or is that
well, I think
specific?
I would say it's overall through the campaign, but I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I don't think it's something where you abandon it. I think it's something where you again get extra tricky about like, because this is one of those things that like is really teetering on the line of like absolutely brilliant and like dangerous and unbuyable because it's very scary, right? And I think figuring out what that line is, now I don't know the answer to what that line is, because I think it is a little complicated, and I think there's a lot that goes into it. But like, like flat tummy for kids is interesting, but I almost want more of the tropes. Like what would be really interesting with this is like the photography of diets, of Instagram, of things like that is intense, right? And it's so overdone, it's so photoshopped and whatever. You kind of want to see more of that, because then people go, wow, that's crazy that this thing that I'm so used to seeing in normal life that makes me feel insecure is being done to a kid's photo, right? Because I think that is a little bit more of where the world lives here, where, I think of the products, of course, right? But I also think about like the photoshops and kind of a lot of these things, without obviously sexualizing them. I think that a lot of the world of photoshopping and Instagram, whatever, is a little sexualization. That's clearly not the place to go with this, but with the idea of the things that adults succumb to that make them feel insecure about their body, hitting that through kids will make people immediately react very viscerally, right? Which is what you want without it being taken at face value, right? And also probably is going to be above the heads of the kids who might be seeing this. So they're not going to recognize that this is even a thing, because it's so built into our culture to recognize the complications of Photoshop and yada yada, right? I don't think children necessarily would see that and recognize it that way, but adults would be in on the joke, right? So that's the thing you have to figure out how to separate is like, how do you make the kids not get weird about this and scared and whatever, which, you know, seeing like flat tummy for kids or like shakes for kids, like they know the word kids, right? You will know that for kids is something you probably have seen before, you understand for you, right? But a weird child influencer, you know, being photoshopped and their face looks like, you know, perfectly sculpted and whatever, an adult would look at that and be like, oh, that's weird, right? And then you'd be able to say kids feel just as insecure when they see things or whatever, and then you'd be like, oh, interesting, right?
Yeah.
Get stats and whatever. So yeah, I mean, I guess this one's a little bit like thinking more inside about how anybody experiences the like trauma of like passive engagement with the like intentions of dieting. You know what I mean?
And I think from a communication standpoint, if you look at the print, I'm coming in like, you know, like something that we all have to take a look at, both us professionally and students. Like the majority of people that look at ads didn't go to ad school, don't work at the Ogilvies and the McCanns of the world, right? So say for the second ad here where like you have that, you know, that tub that kind of like resembles like a protein powder of some sort. If I look at that and read, if I see that image, read that line and then catch it early, I'm thinking that NEDA is like this is a product, like a real thing, right?
Exactly.
So I'm just be very careful. Like if anything, I think there's a stunt in saying we're gonna do a pop-up shop to scare people a little bit. We're gonna have like some fake kid protein shakes, fake lollipops. But as a print ad, I'm like, oh, is NEDA saying that my kid should eat this? It should try this, and it's very practical. And I know that as marketers and communicators, we have to push and be interested and get attention. But I think just the print is not like functioning as a print ad should, which is like a clear message and here's a solve. Because I can read, catch it.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. I've got a solution for us because I want to hear the rest of what you have to say, and I want Naomi to hear it. But we are like beyond 30 minutes overtime, and this is going to just really screw up our afternoon if we keep going. So here's what I would like to do. I would like to sort of officially thank you to and for all the time and energy and all this kind of stuff. I'm going to create a breakout room, and I would love for all of the morning folks and you two to jump in that breakout room with me. We'll do like a group hug. Talk about, you know, they can ask some questions. We can do some stuff with you guys sort of informally. Sean can take this stream and he will go on and start the afternoon. Does that sound good?
I myself, I really have to bounce. I really got to bounce.
100%.
But thank you for having
me. I can give a couple more minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not trying to keep you forever. So if you don't mind just a couple minutes, that'd be fantastic. And
all good.
I totally understand, man. It asks a lot.
Please send my email to all the students if you guys have any thoughts or emails or thoughts or ideas. Please send them my way.
We will 100% make that happen. So let's. I'm going to create that room right now.
Cool. Thank y'all so much for having me.
Thank you.
I'm good seeing you, bro. Let's do this again soon. I'll see you in Atlanta.
Chat soon. Peace, Sean.
Thanks, Sharon.
Thank you.
Again.
So can y'all see it?
See people. I don't know how breakout rooms work. So
you should be able to click in the breakout rooms on the bottom of your screen.
Sick. All right, let me.
And then you should see it. And I think I just called it morning breakout.
Okay, let's see here.
Yeah, obviously it's working because a lot of our morning folks are.
But now I'm in the room.
No, you're not. You're
in. To you. Sorry, you haven't left yet. Got it.
Yep.
I just don't see. Oh, there they are. Hi, Megan. How are you? Oh, there's Susan. Hello. Thank you for waiting.
No problem.
How are you? You know, I know.
Hello.
Y'all are doing it a little bit different. You've divided and conquered, so maybe that will help us make up some time, right? Since girls will be a little bit more focused on one person. I mean, right? So
yeah, we'll probably some overlap with you know, some of the same products, and of course we'll chime in if it's easy enough. But yeah, we had to divide and conquer.
And as much as I know we're over time, I mean, I think I know better than anyone else. I really need to go to the bathroom, to be honest with you. I think I might try and sneak away. I listen on my phone as I go over there, but but we obviously need to do a bit of an introduction, if that's okay. If Megan and and just so everyone here knows, these are two of my good friends from the past. It's been a really long time. So great to see y'all. Hi.
It's really good to see your facial hair.
What do you think, Matt? Yeah, is that your first critique?
I'm all over it. It's perfect.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yeah.
So Megan's an art side and Susan is a writer side, and that's part of how we divided them up. So you will get a lot of all the copywriters will get her kind of copywriting perspective, and I think she has a few art directors because there's more, and then and then Megan will dive in with her expertise on the art direction. So y'all want to give 1 minute, 2 minute bio, or just favorite hobby or something, Susan and Megan?
Sure. Hey, Susan, you want to go first?
Oh, sure. Okay. So all of us, the three of us, worked together at Kirschenbaum back when it was called Kirschenbaum. It's now I can't even remember the name of it now. Track of it for my 401k. But even Sean and I even teamed up a couple of times. I remember Hennessy Hell at one particular time. That was a tough one.
Yes.
That was a tough one. But Megan and I were partners.
Oh, I think we lost your sound somehow, Susan. Somehow we lost your sound. Maybe Bluetooth speakers can sometimes be the culprit. Megan, would you like to go ahead and jump in and do yours?
Okay, so I'll pick up. Susan and I were partners for probably about, I don't know, 5 or 6 years. In all of my career, I think I would still call Susan my forever partner. Of course, at this point, we worked together back at Kirschenbaum. We've continued to sort of sporadically work together. Susan's been a career freelancer. I've been a career New York City agency migrator. I've worked at every agency. McCann, McGarry Bowen, Dentsu, 360i, RGA. I'm now an ECD at Edelman, which is a really interesting, different challenge for me. Running sort of earn-centric creative for Unilever, GSK, TJX, Marshalls, Home Goods, all of these sort of big brands. And it's, man, I think I'm coming up on 25 years in this business. And
that is the number. I'm right there with you, Megan. So
I mean, this past year, if this doesn't kick you out of the business, nothing will. So I'll die here. But I'm happy to be here with you guys. Thanks for inviting us, Sean.
Oh, I'm
really
so good to see you. Did Susan make it back, or did she have to leave?
I can hear you.
Oh, I don't hear you, but don't see you.
Weird. I can see myself. All right. Well,
there
you are.
We're good.
Yeah, we're back. We're back.
Dead zone. I'm trying my best. If I have to call on my phone, I will, but just know that may happen. And let me know as soon as you can't hear me. So I started my career in, I basically chose a city. I went to Hal Riney in San Francisco, and I was there for 2 years. And then I went to, I was employee number 7 at a place called Grant, Scott and Hurley at the time. This was a little offshoot of Goodby. Goodby had a lot of offshoots. This was one of them. I think it's now called Chemistry Club, but it still has some of the same guys. Then I decided I wanted to move to New York, so I really went for cities. So my husband, we drove across the country, and basically we quit our jobs and freelanced for a little bit until we found something. And that was Kirschenbaum, where I met these lovely folks, and I was there for 5 years. I'll try to do this as fast as possible, but then my husband decided, he had worked at Butler Shine and was in advertising and worked at all these amazing jobs, was an amazing art director, and decided he wanted to become an artist. So he went to RISD.
Exhibit A behind over the shoulder of Susan is one of Brad's work. Yeah.
His best art. Yeah. So then we did that, and I went freelance then, and I was freelance for 8 years and I loved it. I really enjoyed that, doing the work. Then I was like, I got an offer at Gray to become a creative director, which I had never done before. I was never in ACD. I was never any of those things. I just was doing the work. But, I was like, there's no reason why I can't, learn that job too. So I did that for 4 years, and it was probably the best decision I made because I really was doing the work. I loved doing the work, but I think it was a really important skill to learn. And I was older when I did it. And so now I come out of that, I'm freelance again. I very much enjoy freelance. I've been freelance again for 3 years. And I take those skills with me and feel like such a stronger, even freelance writer. Having both of those skills, I think just makes you stronger. And I think it's giving all of us here length in this business. So, and then one other thing I do that I don't know if Sean's ever pointed it out, or I think you know of it, Sean, but I have this thing called Over 30, Under 30 that I started with another guy. And I highly recommend you read it because it basically highlights all these people in the industry who are mostly over 50, to be honest, some younger. They are all brilliant people. It really highlights people who are still doing it. And I think that I feel like we had a really special time when we were growing up in this. And I think this is a really difficult time because I think there's so much learning to do from people who know what they're doing. So I just think it gives hope, and stuff, and just keep working hard. And I think it's a really inspiring sort of thing to hear from all these people. So anyway, that's my spiel.
I'm glad you brought it up. I was going to ask you to if you didn't. Hey, this is advertising. Throw a link in the chat. Why not? I mean, y'all should be following Susan and her amazing work she's doing with her partner. Well, what's his name again? Who you're partnering with?
Rob Rooney. Yeah.
Oh God, sorry. Of course, yes. So those two are doing great work there. Y'all should definitely read it and check it out and follow. Okay, I think actually that's what I was hoping for. It's 12:21 Central Time, so I'm gonna use that as the 10-minute benchmark, and around about that, and
just keep it going.
And so I guess you're each going to drive based on who you're talking about, maybe, or driving the website.
I hate driving.
Okay, you can let the art director do all the driving. Megan, you good with that?
Maybe. Wait, hold on.
Share.
I thought, to be fair, I was not prepared to drive.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
But I'm sure I can figure this out.
Yeah, so if you just do the green share screen button and then make sure you have the obviously just have the window open with the list, right? And then if you click share screen, you can just keep doing those links as we go along. The top one I think is
Megan, in our Google document I also have all the links.
So this you have the Google Doc open with with Sophia there at the top of the
hold your horses, people.
Oh, my bad.
We go way back.
Jesus Christ. Sean, I think you should drive. Why shouldn't you drive?
I think it's partly only reason because I'm streaming at the same time and Zoom. So I can do it. But something about that makes me a little nervous to be.
Well, how about why don't you start, Megan, and then when is it your partner Ryan?
Yes.
Maybe when he comes back, he can do it. I'm starting.
Okay. Hold on.
That's the great thing about when you become a creative director, you tell other people to do the streaming.
Yeah, I don't share my screen anymore. This is so I'm just trying to figure out.
I can only say this because we're friends. I mean, I did put that in the note at the beginning that to tell you how it's going to work. So I just don't want it to act like I just told you for the first time. So luckily we're friends enough that I feel like I can maybe say that, but but we can figure out a solution. And maybe is there a student in here that wants to drive for me? Maybe.
No, here, wait a minute. I'm gonna try to do it. It's just that I want to be able to see my notes too.
Okay, yeah. You know what? Let me just go ahead and do it. I'm gonna do it, okay? We'll see how it goes. Somebody watch the screen.
I gotta drive. Andrew Larson is volunteering.
There we go, Andrew. I love you. Do it, Andrew. Step up to the plate.
Did we sound desperate enough?
Yeah, this is not working. I have a brand new laptop that just came to me today, and it's asking me for 1,000 permissions.
Oh yeah, for sure. You don't need to explain. I'm sorry. I know it's a little bit annoying to have to put that on y'all. So thank you, Andrew, for jumping in. Go ahead and share now so we can catch up on time, please.
Luckily, we talk fast.
And so also, you know how this is too, like, you know how to do this as creative directors, both of y'all. So you'll be directing Andrew every once in a while, be like, hey, open up SoundHound for me, right? And so trying to at least drive in that way for him so he knows how to keep up and we can be looking at what you're discussing.
Amazing. Well, I think I actually took Sophia. So we can start with SoundHound if that's okay.
Yeah, say hi, Sophia. Well, let's always start so she can get on camera and say hello. Hi, Sophia.
Hi, guys. Thank you so much for looking at my work.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for sharing it with us. So I have my notes. I'm going to be like, I actually did open up another computer because I need to have my notes and stuff. But anyway, so yeah, so if we can scroll down just a little bit, Andrew. So this was like, so interesting. So I did think there was something interesting going on with the design. I have a couple questions about this. So one is, I think I was a little unsure of, I think there were a couple messages in here. I think you had something about the tunes finding you, or else you had, or was it about tunes that truly connect with you? Because they seem like they were two different kind of messages. You could keep on scrolling a little bit just to get a sense. So I just was curious kind of what to you the strategy is.
Yeah, so our overall big idea with this was SoundHound is an app similar to Shazam where you can find new music in public, and really tapping into that like intimate moment that you realize you just found your new favorite song and trying to visualize that. And then with the headlines, in different scenarios of, you know, that fresh hit's about to blow up, or your favorite song finds you, you don't find it. When you're in that intimate moment of in public at a restaurant listening to a song and the music strikes a chord and you immediately want to add it to your playlist.
So I think that that's an interesting thought, like this song finding you. I think that could work a little harder because I'm not getting that at all from this, but I think that's a super interesting thought. I would even say that the art direction wise, it reminds me a little bit of Apple Silhouettes because you do have the silhouettes and stuff like that. So I'd just be careful about that. But I do think I do think strategically that's really interesting, and I would try to work that a little bit more. Keep going down because I think there were a couple of things in here I did think were kind of fun. If you go, oh, I thought so. I'm just trying to remember. This was the first thing I saw. If you go up a little bit, sorry, go back up a little bit. So there was something funny about this that actually did say that. Like if you're in the bathroom and you hear it, like it's finding you in the bathroom. I don't know if I love the way it is right now, but that is an example of like that song finding you. And I'd also want to like tap into how do you feel when that song finds you, you know? Right. So I think there's something about that. I do think it's tricky because this is like Shazam. So I'm not sure how is it different than Shazam at all or not really?
It's different in the way where there's a bit more of a community to it. So there's an option on the app to see where to see the different songs that have been SoundHounded in your area. And also there's stories similar to Instagram. So SoundHound does some more work after you find the song, not just helping you find the song, but kind of seeing the top SoundHounded pop music or hip hop music as well.
So like related to that song?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I would want to know a little bit more about how it is kind of different. And if you keep going down, keep going. I think there was something, wasn't there something with the stop sign or something? Oh, elevate. Yeah, go ahead. I was gonna say elevator music, there might be something in that. I'm not really sure. I mean, you'd have to do something really unexpected. What were you trying to do here?
So we were just thinking of another opportunity where we could help people find their new favorite song and create that moment. And we were thinking of like elevator jingles and tunes that you normally hear that are kind of boring and monotonous, the same thing, and turning it into an experience where you can find new interesting music and kind of be absorbed by the sound and by the overall vibe of the elevator.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could certainly do something with that. I would definitely think about what that is exactly to make it kind of special and unique to you. This song really connects with you. How do you do that in a way that's really surprising, I guess, is what I'd say. And then I think something at a stop, like, was that a print ad or I'm just trying to see.
The stop sign was a video, was one of our pre-rolls.
So I thought, I mean, I thought the idea of that, again, was sort of interesting. It's sort of like the bathroom where it's like the song is finding you, but it has to be more than Shazam, because I can also do that with Shazam. So what is that emotional connection maybe could play a little bit more? Because Shazam just tells you what you're like, oh, I like that song. Okay. I think this whole finding you thing is sort of interesting, and you can maybe play with that a little bit. So anyway, those are my thoughts on that one.
I wonder if there's anything that you could, this wasn't, I didn't lead looking at your book, Sophia, but as I'm kind of looking at this right now, I wonder if there isn't anything in the technology around directing sound towards users to sort of make, like a platform integration like that might differentiate you from Shazam, which is much more like, app-based. How can you reach, if your line is about your favorite tunes finding you, or your favorite music finding you, maybe you take that active role in your communications to actually use music and the app capability to find people.
Yeah.
Right. That's a good idea. And that's something that I think moving forward, since me and Philip both have a year before graduating, we could definitely integrate into this campaign to kind of bring it all together and finalize it.
I mean, I would imagine you're familiar with the Spotify campaign. I thought they did it was different, but it was a great job of like sort of pointing out something I didn't already know, like going to these different places. Like I know Williamsburg was one of them, and what was the most played sort of music there, song, and it was really surprising, and just kind of making me experience something that I normally wouldn't. So should we go on to impossible foods? So here, vegan how you want to. I love the idea that, because I am a carnivore, but I am vegan curious. So I love the strategy. Is that something that you guys came up with? Sort of like, let's not make it all or nothing.
Yeah, so we collaborated with Texas Media, another program, and they gave us our audience of people who are a little bit intimidated about eating plant-based. They don't really know what their options are. And then we did more research into just like the vegan community, people's views on it. And people tend to think it's like very strict, very harsh. Any slip up is a mistake. So we wanted to pull that back and say, you can do it however you want to. You can have one vegan meal a week, or you could do it for a month, as long as a little bit is better than none. You're helping the planet and yourself, and taking away that pressure to fully commit to something.
Yeah, so I thought that was really smart. And the thing is about this product, so right away, like you see this art direction is kind of like a lot of different foods. I feel like that I haven't had an Impossible Burger, but I think it's supposed to be pretty close to Beyond Burger. And I was shocked at how much it tastes like a hamburger. And I actually really like it. So I feel like that's the differentiation there. And I would really play that up. Like you don't have to give up the flavor you love to become a vegetarian. And, so I would definitely play with that. And even in the print, like just focus on one. I mean, like you can make this food look so craveable, and you're like, how is that vegetarian? Like, I think that's sort of a big thing there. Do you want to scroll down a little bit and just see if there's, keep going.
2-minute warning on the 10 minutes.
Oh shit, okay.
And this is how it works too. Like I think you'll get faster as you move along a little bit. The first ones are always a little long, of course, but I thought I'll give you warnings here and there if you want that.
That's good. Okay. Oh, okay. So let me just look at my notes real quick, and I can tell you really quick, just so I make sure I say everything that I was going to. I feel like there's opportunity to have fun with lines and visuals. I feel like keeping track of progress, every bit counts. Is great. I love that. Yeah, you had like a progress thing. I think that's kind of neat. The food truck thing, like that's one of those things I think that is done to death. Like we as creative, like we always have to like build out our campaigns. The team always comes with a food truck idea.
Food truck, the Uber idea, and now it's the NFTs or whatever, non-fungible whatever. Yeah.
Tokens. Yes, I'm seeing a lot of NFT ideas in portfolio.
Yeah. Deck darlings is what we call them.
So it's like, yes, exactly. So if you're gonna do that, I'm not saying don't do it, but you got to put a spin on it. So that's something to think about too as you go forward. It makes total sense to do this sort of thing, but it's got to like, where are you bringing this food trucks that's going to be surprising? What are you doing? So I think pushing that Let's go on to Maruchan noodles real quick because I do want to get through some of this, and I'll speak much faster. So this one, I have to ask you, like, I'm not sure if this is a joke or not. Like, is this the real strategy? Like, you really want to like put this this food as, or is this like a social thing?
Yeah, so the insight is real in that like all over the internet, people are using ramen for crazy things. And we really wanted to tap into that. And you're seeing it like all over Instagram and TikTok. But the merch and the prints, it is a joke. It's supposed to be satirical and meant to just grab attention since Maruchan ramen such like a widely known product and everyone really knows the benefits of being a quick, easy, simple meal that you can just get in a cup. We wanted to do an interesting spin on it. To be more of like a stunt or for PR.
So it's funny because I kind of go, and I'm curious, Megan and Sean, what you think, but like, I almost feel it's cooler as an underground thing, you know, like, because then now the brand is like, you know, tapping into that. It's like an underground thing that, hey, we're going to market that, you know, so that's one way I feel. Another is if you're going to do it, I would definitely just make it a social thing. It's a food. I've worked on a lot of food and it's like, it's really not craveable. So I get a little, you know, a little like, ooh, like, you know, so I think it is funny, but I swear I would like try to think of things that you can do in a more underground like way. You can be a part of it, but so in that respect, I don't know, I kind of shy away from it, but I'm curious what you guys thought. Megan. Oh, you didn't see this one, but basically they're using the noodles, you know,
yeah, I mean, there was a big debate.
I didn't see this one, and I was in the bathroom. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
There was a big debate on whether we take this to interesting food combos too, right? But then it obviously wasn't as interesting. I think this is one of those, to be honest with you, between us and all the people watching that that it just seemed fun, and I just wanted to let them go with it. And I think they had a lot of fun with it. It's you know, it's kind of what we're doing in school, right? Trying to experiment, see what we can do next, and it's based on a real truth. So
yeah, and that's what I love about it, and that's why I'm like, do we like do things like you could fuel this even more, you know, and you know, the what is that? The ALS challenge was like, ALS was involved in that. So it's like, but it wasn't like, hey, do our ALS challenge. You know what I mean? Like, how do you do it in a way that's really sneaky and, you know, makes it build even more. So that's all I have to say.
Okay.
Well,
you know, and another thing, I was making this joke in Portfolio 1 2 days ago. I was saying sometimes if a creative director doesn't really fully want to completely, I'm not talking about Sophia anymore. I mean, in the future, if you have a campaign that you don't think is that worthy of us spending 5 minutes on, you can kind of maybe say that and spend more time on the other one, right?
We're new to this, so you know.
No, and I think we always have to discuss the stuff at the beginning as we get through it. So this isn't anything particular to y'all. It's just some notes on it's okay to do that, you know, every once in a while. So I think we talked about this one enough, right? Because we're definitely
we can just move on if you feel like we need to.
You know, Sophia's a great art director. I think she is going to have a great career. She's got some
100%.
beautiful stuff.
100%. You definitely look like you're having some fun. So
yeah.
Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate all the
and
feedback.
like the other thing, just to everyone, like we are happy to like spend more than 10 minutes, you know, talking to you.
For sure. And Sophia, I threw a note in the chat about the impossible work. There's something really interesting about maybe it's not impossible to be vegan-ish.
Yeah.
You know, like you can be vegan curious. You can put cheese on your vegan burger. It's not impossible. There's something kind of sticky about that.
That's nice. That's a good thought.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, Andres. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm doing
This
good.
is me.
Yeah.
Oh, we're Andres.
Hi.
Hi.
How are y'all?
So good. It's great to meet you. Let's go to I Heart Guts first. So what I liked about this, what I thought was super interesting about this, and I wonder if your line can work harder for you, is like what I loved about it is normalizing sex talk through science, right? If I'm understanding it right, what your insight is really about, like if we can really make the direct correlation between what's inside with a healthy sex life, then that's super interesting. So I almost like want in your setup for you to be much more clear about that. Much more clear that it's your insides that give you a good sex life outside or something like that. And it's like, I don't know if I Heart Guts gets me right to the sex life. So is it love guts or, like heart guts or something like that, or just be more explicit in your platform? I think that's my biggest comment here. I thought that, I don't know if you ever saw Dumb Ways to Die or anything like that, but the bringing to life, it's tough to talk about sex, but bringing it to life in these sort of plushy kind of sweet art direction approach that you've got, I think that's really good, and I think you lean into that, and I love the plushies at the bottom. These guys.
Oh my gosh.
A plushie sperm. I mean, come on. It's so cute. It really is adorable. And this, if anything, I think got me to, it is science, right? And it is something we should feel comfortable with, right? And that felt super strong. And one thing, and Sean, I don't know if this is a good thing for me to be saying, but as I look at a lot of the books, you've got a lot of stuff in this idea. And as you move forward, I think you want to think about the order of the work and what you might want to drop in order to keep focused on the things that are working super hard for you. So
yeah, I think there's confusion sometimes with them. Well, I don't know if it's confusion. I think it's, it's subjective really about how some people want to see it. There's the two options, right? There's the rollout, right? Which is more based on its phases and it's in order. But I think but your real audience is creative directors. So I think it's almost most important to think about the campaign narrative and what's the most impactful place to start. Like what's that one piece I can look at it and go, got it. The easiest get, and now that I get it, I can go through the rest.
I definitely prefer to see one really strong piece, and that one piece could be a banner that is so brilliant that I'm like, like something like the stronger the piece, it's so much more important to me than like, oh, I see. I have a feeling like if they have that talent and I see it, I'm gonna know they can break it out.
Yep. Yeah. So I'll be, so I think your challenge on this is your platform name and being more explicit, rolling up to the idea with a really clear point of view on how your sex life is based on science, and we're going to normalize it by using science. And then, just like kids learn science, we're going to use these sweet characters to kind of make your sex life a little more accessible and a little easier to talk about. Okay. What was the next one?
USB lighter company.
Yeah, let's talk about that. I saw that in a couple books. So I have a question about this one. Let me just go back to my notes. Hold on. Okay, so I think that the art direction on this is actually super strong, right? You dove in, you grabbed like, you went all in. It's like, if it's gonna be Greek, it's gonna be Greek or Roman or whatever we are, you're gonna be right there. I think I am kind of a little bit missing what we call the USP is of the USB lighter. So the unique selling proposition of a USB lighter is that it's flameless, right? So then I go, okay, you've gone to Zeus and the spark of the gods. It immediately made me question whether or not your subject matter should be cavemen, since they discovered fire, and it might be a little bit more of there might be a little bit more tension in a caveman, like being confused or bestowed upon with this flameless lighter. You know, so I did question that. I questioned whether or not Zeus and the gods were the right context or conceit for a USB lighter. I commend the art direction. I commend the succinctness of the idea and everything else. Personally, I would lose the experiential because I don't think it feels like I don't believe it, right? I don't believe it would actually happen. And so when you have an experiential idea like that, I really want to feel like, oh, I could totally imagine walking into that or experiencing that. The app, oh, I like the billboard. Like that was one of the things that made it, like the fact that the arrow goes through the lighter and catches on fire. I was like, okay, I get the product from that, right? I get that it's flameless, but it lights things on fire. And then I know I'm being really fast, but I think that's the name of the game. On the personality quiz, super smart. Because if you can get people to identify themselves, and I know I told you think about cavemen, and maybe there are cavemen genres you can become, but I think this is very smart to, a really good way to get people engaged with your product is have them self-identify with it. So this does that, and people were all just so conceited. All we want to do is another quiz about how great I am or what God am I. And this does a really good job of connecting, a token that you might not think you need with your personality. So kudos on that.
Thank you.
And they're pretty.
We could do Austin FC when it comes up with Reed later, maybe for time reasons, but we do have maybe you have like one quick comment. Did you have any thoughts or notes on SpaceX?
I did.
Maybe we spend like a minute or two if you kind of give it the overall creative director move versus getting too granular.
Yeah, I mean, the overall thing on SpaceX is that I think you're onto something. I think the art direction is beautiful. I think the center of this idea is that you're making science fiction real or making fiction real as opposed to being beyond fiction. And I think if you dug into this idea and just made, your AR concert does it, and the fashion line, like if a fashion line came out and it's real fashion, like Cynthia Rowley comes out with spacesuits, suddenly I'm like, oh shit, it really is real. Apparently I need a spacesuit to go on my next trip. So I think you want to kind of lean into that of all of the things, lean into the reality of it rather than saying it's beyond fiction.
Wow,
Because they
she
are
nailed
making it
that.
real.
Megan, you just made me jealous. I don't know why I didn't tell him it that simply. So so that was really good advice, right, Andres? I mean, let's just make it fact, right? Let's take that into fact. So really good stuff. Again, everyone's going to feel a little bit rushed. I'm sorry to the critiquers and to the students, but we have 43 people today for anyone watching. That's part of why it's so rushed. And a lot of these will be duplicates. So hopefully I'm trying to look ahead and think about which ones will be duplicates and we could move forward. So hi, Luisa, say hi to everyone, please, if you're there.
Hi, nice to meet you. Hi, I think I have Luisa, right? Yes, I have Luisa. Yeah. Hi, Luisa.
Hi.
Are you an art director or writer? I just want to keep that in mind as I...
art director.
Okay. Well, what do you want to talk about? Like if we only have time for a couple, like which ones would you like to?
I would say Moxie and Vermeet because I feel like both of those were pretty art direction heavy.
Sure. And I saw the tail end. Let's go to Moxie. And I saw the tail end of what the other critiquer was saying. I did agree with a lot. I think this is so rich. Like, it's like, what a fun product. I wasn't necessarily getting the twist. Like, I think you were being kind of literal. The team was being a little literal to the disco era. You're like, and here's the disco era, and here's the disco era. How do we take the disco era to the modern day and make me want to experience that? you know? So I think he pointed to like the QR code was pretty brilliant. That actually kind of gets there, because you're talking about like, that's sort of putting a modern twist on the disco and letting you experience that in a place where you're in roller skates and, you know, and so I think just making me feel that. What are you gonna tell me or make me experience to go, oh my God, how much fun would it be to you know, get my disco on? So, because I think a lot of things were, you know,
Right.
that was cool too. Can you
I
go
love
up?
taking over a skate park with
Yeah,
like
that's awesome.
disco that's like a really good collision of
It is. There's two things.
today and yesterday. Yeah.
Exactly. So if you go up just a little, I just want to see if there was any other comment. Yeah, keep going. I think there was. Yeah, so this isn't really like, yeah, they're fun looking, you know, obviously they'd be fun for like an Instagram or something, but you know, those are all things from the past, or record players even from the past, you know, like how do you get that tension between like modern day and wanting to go back is what the question I would ask. But it'd be a super fun space to play in, so.
Yeah, definitely.
Cool. Then Verami, that is such a weird name. Is that a real name?
It is, yeah. The founder is named Vera, I guess. So, but yeah, it's interesting.
It's like a competitor to Impossible Burger.
So, I reviewed this too, so we could collaborate on this one.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, do you want to go first since it's art direction, and I can definitely pepper in.
Oh, sure. So I think I have to sign a contract really quickly. Where am I signing? Okay. Thank you. Okay, so one thing that I thought I really want to understand, I would love to understand the proposition of the jewelry a little bit more through the work, right? So I think you're a piece of artwork. I think you could make that line work a little harder by either capitalizing A and W of artwork, so that I'm getting the play on you're a piece of work, right? So make sure that comes through clearly. And then I'll be honest, I'm feeling like that you could lean into, like, if you're a piece of artwork, I think you could lean into an inclusivity and representation space really successfully in this work, right? So kind of like the way Glossier brings to life, you know, their product through a completely inclusive, you know, casting approach and content approach. So you might be able to lean into that a little bit more. And then I kind of want to see more of a connection between the jewelry and the art. Like, why is the jewelry driving the art you choose? You know, can you make a stronger connection between the product and the actual art direction? But the art direction is super ambitious and interesting. So it's definitely fashion vibes. Like, it gets fashion vibes big time.
Yeah. So to that, I love the way it looks as well. I think it looks really cool. I think I'm a little confused by what you're trying to say. Like, is the jewelry inspiring you to be a piece of artwork? Like, does it, you know, you're like, okay, now I'm a piece of artwork, or does it reflect who you are? You know, like, I'm not getting the inner. So I'm just missing the inner. I'm getting this outer thing. But I'm not understanding like the you in that, because I think you're right up said something about like who you are, and I'm missing a little bit of that you is all. But I think there's a lot of interesting things going on. I just want to understand it more as far as that goes. Just yeah, I don't know if there's anything else.
Yeah, definitely.
And I said the same thing as Megan, like you can be a little more heavy handed. I thought that was sort of interesting with that. Oh, you're a piece of work, and spinning that on its head. Like, you're a piece of artwork, even if the art was in parentheses or if it's a different color. Like, I just think that could be a really strong sort of thing that you play with.
Yeah. And then that becomes like, your piece of work is all about like self-expression. It's all about like being yourself and being uncompromising. So maybe lean into that. You know, like make your executions be you're a piece of artwork, you know?
Yeah.
And that's where I think that's when I went to, I made the leap into like representation and inclusion and making sure that that's like sort of central to the campaign and how it expresses itself.
Yeah. I'm getting superficial from everything you're doing. I'm not getting the inner. So,
yeah, I can see that.
So, helpful.
Awesome.
How are we on time, Sean?
You know, maybe could you do like 1 or 2 minute on one other brand would you like to look at, Louisa? If we really keep it like a higher level about the campaign, or are you good, Louisa?
I think like maybe Craigslist.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say too. Let's hear what y'all think about Craigslist.
Sure. So can you just go through really quickly just so I remind myself of everything, but I have some notes here too. Okay.
Yeah, we were kind of like diving into the reputation that Craigslist has as being like pretty out there, and just kind of embracing that and kind of like incorporating that into the campaign.
So I put that I do love the wild web. I think that's awesome. So that's a great line. You give so much fun with it. I think the print, I was a little confused with, like I just want to make sure it communicates enough to me. I think I put that, I didn't totally get it. Let me see the 3 print ads. Best place to pay someone where the barber can start. I probably understand where the baby headbands are a girl's best friend best, because I'm not really sure. Like I might need like a line that helps me understand like what are we leading, like what is the payoff? Like, okay, we're a barber. I don't understand that. We're a barber startup can find their home. Why? Like tell me why, I'm not totally understanding the print, but I think if it's simplified, but I think that the look of it and stuff is, and where
It's
you're
gorgeous.
trying to
Yeah,
feels
it's really
great.
stunning. Yeah.
It looks really, I said like maybe it's like something, maybe using the word find, because it is about finding like just as long as that word find comes, you get the idea that you're finding something. And also, are you finding something you're looking for, or is it more about the unexpected things you find? I don't know. That's a question.
I also wonder, and I'm just going to throw this in here I looked at Craigslist for somebody, and we'll run across it in another book as well. But I've had the same feeling about the wild web is just an awesome line. And I think that there's a cultural trend, and like sort of with the advent of the dark web and 8chan and like and in more mainstream Reddit, where people don't want to be so like Craigslist is from yesteryear. It's the web of yesteryear, and there's a lot of nostalgia about that we've become so regulated, and we've become so like it's become so normal that Craigslist is weird. It's like a weird throwback. And can you lean into that and lean into how kind of just was, like the old stuff from the internet happens there. It happens on Craigslist, and that's why you go there.
Can you see that I put the AR filter and the fair I thought were fun. I just can't remember what they were. Oh yeah. So that's sort of like the Pokemon Go, right? Like where you're sort of I thought it was a really interesting idea. Like if people could if you got all these people to post their stuff on there, I think it could be really cool, because then also you have a proximity thing where it's like, I don't want to get something that's, I want to get something close to home. And I think that's kind of cool. Like what if the guy in that apartment posted this thing? What a fun way to get like, probably younger people to, go use Craigslist. I thought that was really cool. So
I think the pig couch is a perfect place to wrap this up.
So good.
You're making the world your Craigslist store, and I think that's really cool. So
and it's so weird.
Yeah,
beautiful.
I love it.
Beautifully weird.
So thank you, Louisa. Another great art director who's gonna have a great career ahead of her. Hi, Philip, getting into a writer now.
Okay.
Hello, y'all.
Oh, Philip. Okay, Philip Kaplan. Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Good.
How are y'all?
Good. We already talked about SoundHound, so
Yeah,
do you want to talk? You have Scrub Daddy and Nature's Bounty?
That's exactly what I was gonna say. I mean, I feel like you guys gave some really good feedback on SoundHound, and neither Sophia nor myself are graduating, so we're definitely going to,
Ready to work.
yeah, get to work. So.
Good. We'll come back next month. See how you did. See how
I
far you got.
don't know about within a month. Maybe you have to give me a little longer than that. I might
Yeah.
sleep next month. So
So yeah, let's go into Scrub Daddy.
awesome.
And this one made me smile.
Me too.
Oh, did you look at this one too? Oh, good.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what? Let me just see it. Oh yeah. So I just like, you know, just thinking about the sponges, like what sponges have to touch. I mean, what fun, like making those things. Like I have not seen this ad, so that says a lot because, as Megan said, we've been around a long damn time. So I just love that part of it. I think that was really fun. I love the still smiling. It's awesome. I think that really works really well. I said out of the scripts, I like the first one best. I just thought it had a really nice sense of humor, but they all work. And if you can remind me what they were, I'll tell you. So
Yeah, it was.
yeah.
So the shower one.
Yeah. It's just so simple. That's just a really simple one. Like I think some of the others, sometimes they try hard or feel kind of forced. I think that one in the shower, I get it. You know, you're not trying too hard. So I just thought that could be a really fun little spot, and it still does do the product, like it gets across the product benefit in such a great way. So
Yeah, you guys did. You worked on this with Brooke, right?
Yes. Brooke
Yeah.
and she.
Yeah, you guys really found like the product is the truth, that it smells through grime, and you found a really you know, one of the hardest things that we do is find a creative expression that is true to the product, and I think you did a really good job with that, like using like horror films and that whole genre in order to bring to life the fact that this thing keeps smiling. I think what I would give it inspired me to go, you know, it's such a good idea. Could you take this to a place where you're making people, you're driving connection with the product by having people try to make it not smile? And do you get to a point where there's one product that you make that is the most coveted product of all that isn't smiling because you've made it not smile through your mess? I just thought that you know, like it by doing it for one product, like this coveted like trophy, then you make the entire product line that smiles just like something that you want to have around, and you don't feel so ashamed about your mess, which is really good.
Yeah. The
Really
challenge
good.
part is awesome. Yeah, it's like challenge us. I love that. Like try to make this sponge not smile. Like what a fun challenge, you know. I'd love to make a mess. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
And the toilet scrubber is brilliant, you guys. I mean, if it can smile cleaning poop out of a toilet, come on. Great. It's good extension. They should do it.
Yeah. And I would definitely think in here, like even you've already got, this is already great. You could stop if you want, but I think that there is, to Megan's point, like more you can even do. So it's really strong.
Awesome.
So Nature's Bounty.
Yes.
I looked at that one too.
Oh, you did?
I know.
Always helpful.
I know. They're all partners. All partners.
Trying to just remember. Can you just scroll down a little bit just to remind myself of? Oh, the art direction's really cool.
It is. It's really pretty.
How about
and they need an update like this.
Yeah, keep going. Oh yeah. This is so much fun. The art direction and everything.
Yeah.
I just said like you can just keep really exploring this and finding those foils and really like digging into them. So you know, really making sure that you're like, this is a better way sort of thing comes across. But I think it has a great sense of humor, and you know, I think it's really, you've got a great idea, and you've got an awesome look and feel, you know, just making sure that your strongest pieces are what you keep.
Yeah, this is one of those things. I think this campaign is one of those campaigns where you found a good insight and a good intersection between a product. Like, it's a great insight. You're still doing this when you could be doing you're not even doing this most basic thing, right? So you know, I don't know, look up Sally Hogshead. She's a writer in advertising, and she had a whole dissertation on how many headlines you have to write in
Yes.
order to get one good one. And it's like, and she's got a document of 99 headlines she wrote for Harley Davidson. They only print one of them. So I think your job here is do more executions and find the best ones. Like out of these three, I think still getting your retinol from cucumbers is your strongest one.
I agree.
So keep going and just keep pushing on it. And then the art direction is awesome. I mean, it's totally unexpected, and maybe it's super ambitious. Good for you. I'd love to see your studio.
Right now,
And then I think when you get to point of purchase, that's a really smart idea, which is at the bottom here. But you're not being obvious enough. So it's great to show up there, but you have to be obvious, and you've got the idea, just bring it to shelf.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. And I would say, like, as far as what Megan just said, I actually wrote that down as well. It's kind of a note for all the writers. I don't know why these days, but it's been for probably the past 10 years. Like, my writers would come to me, you know, the younger ones would come to me, and it's like, okay, here's the line. It's like, no, that's not the line. Like, you have to write so many lines. Like, when I write lines, I literally have like 3 pages to get just a couple, you know. It's really important. And I would say, like, our lessons were basically from the award show books. They were amazing. I don't even look at award show books anymore. They're too long to read. but I mean, I think that, like she said, like, look up Sally Hogshead, find out some of the most amazing legendary writers. Look at Over 30 Under 30, you'll find them there. And just to, like, absorb yourself in a well-crafted headline, it's a different kind of writing, and just push yourself. But you have to know what you're trying to do. I do think you need to look at other people's writing to then figure out your own. So, but I think to Megan's point, really great job. So
awesome. Thank you, guys.
Sean is definitely still smiling that y'all liked Still Smiling. There's
Oh my
so much
God, I
potential
love it.
in that one. I can't wait to have fun with that
Oh,
later.
it's so good. It's
Y'all
so
better
good.
be coming back to me
That's
in
one-
fall about that.
Yeah, that's one you could bring to the client. I just have to find out who it is. You know?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Philip. Looks like we could go ahead and, oh, speaking of, the amazing art director for the Nature's Bounty rebrand is next. So hi, Abigail.
Yeah. Okay. Hi, Abigail.
Hi, nice to meet y'all.
Nice to meet you. So the first thing that I just want to mention on your homepage, I think that you should think about letting the work come through your homepage, so that when I click on something, I know what I'm going to be clicking on. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, these are beautiful. I want, you know, like, I love them, but I do think that, like, letting the client or work come through on your homepage is going to serve you well. Okay. So what should we start with? What would you like to start with?
I've heard just a little bit about Rent the Runway from the first session. I'd like to hear about bicycle.
Let's see if I can contradict everything they said.
Yes,
Like, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Okay,
Please do. Let's have two sides of it. Go ahead, Megan.
So Rent the Runway. So the art direction on this, I thought, was really good. Like, again, the ambition and execution you guys are showing up with is really strong. I think that the line "flirt with fashion" is, and that's you and your partner's line.
Yeah,
it's fucking brilliant. Like, it is exactly what Rent the Runway is. So I love that. I am thinking that you might be able to get closer in your executions to what it feels like to flirt with something but not buy.
No commitment.
Right? Yeah. So non-committal, you know, like I'll sleep with him, but I'm not going to take him home to mom. That kind of stuff. Like, lean into the conceit of flirting but not buying a little harder. That's what I would suggest. The tone of the work is great. I think that you just need your concept to dial in a little tighter to what your brilliant line is. That was my biggest comment.
Yeah, I didn't see this campaign, but I get it, and exactly
Yeah.
what Megan said. Like that's so great. I mean, that's exactly what Rent the Runway is. It's just the fun,
So
inline
good.
menu, you know. So it's great.
And even though your ads might not be exactly right, the tone of them, the look, and the kind of a little bit of like empowerment of being this was great. The AR mirror is a really smart idea. It completely feels non-committal. You know, like to be able to swipe through what like what I want to look at is flirting with fashion. So that felt like a really good expression of the idea. And I have to be honest, I really didn't get the woman in pink, but you know, there was enough to grab onto that I felt like I really got a good feeling of the overall idea.
Wow, there's a lot here.
Yeah.
Andrew, you're doing a really good job with the scrolling.
I know. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, luckily
Okay.
he's from the class, so he knows all the work. I just realized he's a good person to be following along. Yes, thank you,
That's
Andrew.
great.
So what should we jump into next here, Abigail?
Bicycle would be nice too.
Bicycle. Yeah. So bicycle, well, one, I love you chose this as a client. And I feel like you've got an incredible style that you're bringing to bicycle. I like that you're liberating the story of the cards into the world. I think that these are all it's really beautiful. It feels like you can make this into a great storytelling campaign. My desire is for you to figure out, I mean, we're in the middle of we're all virtual, we just came out of a pandemic. People, I'm sure people took cards out of their drawer for the first time. And I just wish this is beautiful. Your illustration, like such great choices that you made. I want to see the concepts connect better with culture. That's it. Right? So like, as far as building a brand, you're doing an amazing job of building a brand that doesn't even exist. Now find some executions that really bring this brand to the intersection of culture. Like, why do people want to bring out the cards? Make it real for them, you know?
Yeah, I agree. I actually had this as well. And I was just like, I felt like I was going into this Harry Potter. I don't do any of this like sort of Harry Potterish world and lore and folklore and stuff. But I needed you to simplify for me. And what do you want me to feel and get out of this? I was really intrigued. I think there's something super interesting. I just need it focused and you have a lot of long copy stuff. And this looks beautiful. You have a lot of long
it's gorgeous. Yeah.
Let's get me to the point. And then you can have, if you want to take that, you want to do that, absolutely. And believe me, I love long copy, but the long copy needs to either be so riveting that it gets me in there, or it needs a headline that lets me know what's coming after it. So.
Yeah, really great points. Thank you all.
I mean, we already talked about Nature's Bounty, but it's Megan, are you liking her options for the rebrand? I guess you already mentioned it, that you did think it was needed.
Oh yeah, the Nature's Bounty. Click on it for a second. We can talk a little bit. I love that you were like, psych.
I know, me too. It's fun.
That's awesome.
I had to show them what they were before because it was pretty bad before.
I know, but when I looked at it, it was great because I was like, ew, gross. And then you showed me how you changed it, and it made me very happy. So kudos on that. I really like the rebrand. I think it's really beautiful, and I think it's organic. It's got a lot of, I think there's probably an opportunity to take your shapes and your language and connect it to features. potentially, like of the actual benefits or ingredients. It could give you a language for your executions that could be interesting. I really do. I applaud the creative conceit. I think is really good. Do more of them, make them better is my recommendation. But
Okay.
it's really good. Good start.
Yeah, real quick, did y'all have any comments on the pre-rolls, the videos?
Let's look at them. We looked at a lot of different, yeah, let's look at one of them.
That's nice.
So I think that my response is that your print is working harder than your pre-roll right now. So I get the print, and in, you know, in my world, what I would do is, I know everybody wants to do video, but you've got a really strong idea in the print and social posts or whatever, and bringing it to life at shelf. And I don't think your pre-roll is your strongest. I enjoy looking at it because the art direction is great, and it's fun to watch, but it's not driving your concept as well as some of the other elements.
You need that tension again.
Yeah.
So.
Stay true to the idea, right? That's part of it. That's part of this process, is finding and there are a couple places I saw this throughout all of the books, is like and I think Susan mentioned it earlier as well, is like, don't be schizophrenic in your idea. Find the idea, stick with it, just keep doing it, you know?
Well,
Awesome.
thank you so much.
Yeah, really beautiful
All right,
stuff.
thank you, Abigail. We're gonna already have our second Sophia. Hi, Sophia Gonzalez.
Hi.
What are you thinking, Sophia? Should we save Ticonderoga for Andrew or get into it now? Which one do you want to talk about?
Yeah, I think we could save that one for Andrew and hop into the most conceptually difficult one, which is JetBlue.
Oh wow, okay. You want to spend the whole time talking about JetBlue?
Yeah,
Okay,
let's do that one.
On JetBlue. So I like your ambition, is what I would say. But right now it's coming across as a corporate message. You know, I feel like the idea of getting together an initiative, that's great. That's an idea, but that's a thought. That's a goal. That's the goal you have, but what's the idea? Do you know what I mean? Your goal is to get all these airlines to do this, but I don't know what we're doing exactly. So you're creating, and tell me if I'm misunderstanding, like maybe it did create.
Yeah, maybe it's a little bit lost in translation, but we're creating this airline alliance, kind of like One World.
Right, but that's what you're creating, but what are you doing with it, I guess is what.
Yes.
Is what.
So I think as you go down the timeline, this is like recruitment for this alliance, trying to inspire other airlines and people to get excited. And then as you go further down, we're creating a lot of events. So inspiring people to join like an electric air travel competition, to innovate, to change and reduce their carbon footprint in the way that they approach commercial air travel.
So what I would say to this is I think there's companies doing this sort of thing. I think sometimes all the car companies do things. I think that like Volvo, for instance, was sharing all of their safety data with all the other car companies. You know, I think Toyota did something even where they had like their safety data was being shared with like helmet manufacturers and stuff. So people kind of do this. I'm good with like you doing an alliance. I think that's awesome. But what is your idea for the alliance? The idea can't be the alliance. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah. So I guess that's what I'm craving is like, you know.
Yeah, this is very non-traditional. So I get, yeah.
So
yeah,
it's like the client is almost the alliance. Do you know what I mean? Like JetBlue, the JetBlue Alliance is the client. Also, if it's going to be JetBlue, make sure it fits their personality. Together we can fly toward a brighter future is not their personality. They had like, I would look up JetBlue advertising. It's a little more quirky, a little more fun. Like if you're going to do this, make sure it's them. They did some, you can find plenty online. I have actually links that I can send as well, but they did like a campaign, for instance, that was like to get across, you know, they're the ones about making more seat room and, you know, making sure they were the first with the videos and stuff. So there was like a sort of real moment thing done years ago that was pretty amazing at the time, where it was just as simple as someone getting in the back of a taxi cab or something, and it's like, you know, the seat is like pushed back too far, and you know they were playing with that, and it was just a silly little way to make a point. Yeah, you should have more leg room, you know. So really look at their voice, really understand who they are, use the alliance as your client that JetBlue is doing, and then what is that alliance doing? So I think that anyway, that's how I sort of would go with this. I don't think it's enough to have the alliance be your idea. So does that make sense?
So is it making space travel human? Because that's what JetBlue does, is it's like the human.
Yeah, so it's making electric air travel and eco-friendly air travel a real thing.
Okay.
We feel like JetBlue, my partner and I, Jack, talked a lot about how JetBlue has already tackled a lot of the surface level in-flight problems like leg room. And there really are deeper problems other than that. And although car companies have done it, you know, they're working on a lot of e-travel innovation. Airplanes and commercial air travel just hasn't really done anything like that. So
yep. I mean, it's a great, I mean, I want to make the alliance, but Susan's right. Then it's the expression of the idea that for consumers. And what are you asking consumers to do? You're asking them to join the alliance, to contribute to the alliance?
This would be more of like a B2B. So
B2B.
Between the actual airlines themselves.
I mean, that could be fun too. Like if you want, if your advertising is to the heads of, you know, these other airline companies, okay, well then what does that communication look like? I don't think that together, I know that that's what you're trying to do, together we can fly toward a brighter future. It's got to be more interesting than that. So if you push that sort of thing, like where do you push that to make that JetBlue, and where do you push it to make it less corporate brochure sort of thing? Like I think you have something here that could be so interesting, and I would
well, it's a great ambition, but I think Susan's right in that your line or the way you're presenting it currently isn't as good as your voice telling me what you want to see happen in the world. So like get closer to the fact that air travel isn't advancing fast enough in electric, eco-friendly, emissions aware progress, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a really good idea. Yeah.
So yeah, it's just the way you express it. Super interesting to think about. And to Megan's point, like I'm like riveted by you. Like I'm much more riveted by what you are saying than what I'm reading. So get some of that in there. You know?
Will do.
Okay.
That's a smart way to look at it, Sophia, is that we need to more think of them as a brand and what are we going to do with them? And because the impetus and the goal is amazing. What are you thinking, Gushers?
Yeah, why not?
Wait, oh, I'm sorry. No, really, what do you want to do?
No, that's perfect.
Okay,
I mean,
cool.
Ticonderoga is coming up anyways.
Okay.
Yeah, let him do it. What did I put? I said, can we go down again just to get to just refresh again? This page looks super fun.
Yeah.
Super fun looking. So here I said the page feels fun, love the bright, fun art direction. So what you talked about in the write-up was about you essentially gushing with something sweet and exciting. And I don't think I was totally getting that from this. Like, I think it became more product centric. So if that's what you really wanted to do, I wanted to get that more, where it's like, show these people gushing, like, as opposed to just enjoying the product in a weird way. Like, what are you gushing about? Like, does that make sense, what I'm trying to say in that?
I think it was actually the former. So you were touching on the weirdness was kind of the topic. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think in your write-up, at least that's what I said. If you want to go up to the write-up, I can see real quick.
Andrew, are you
Andrea.
there? Scroll up. Thank you.
Like a gusher, you've got a reservoir of something sweet and exciting within you. Don't hold it back. So I'm not necessarily getting that from the ads. Like, I love that insight. I think that's awesome, you know, and I'm
The
not
line is really good too. Let loose
Yeah.
the juice. Yeah.
100%. So it's, yes, 100%. And so what are you gushing with? Let loose the juice is that. And so I like the print. It's not that I don't like the print ads. I think they're fun, but I just want to know what you're trying to do strategically and make sure that all hangs together really strongly. If you prefer just to play with the product, then make the write-up about the product, you know, and about how it brings out your inner silliness. Otherwise, if it's really about you, then, you know, but anyway, those two things really, it's really important that those two things sync up. Because I guess I was expecting one thing and got another. But again, that said, I really do think you guys had a lot of fun with these ads. So
We definitely did.
do you want to go down a little bit? I don't know if Megan, you saw these at all.
I didn't see these. I didn't see these. I do love the line, and the art direction is super strong.
Fun.
I'd agree. It's kind of like what we were talking about before, is like, decide what you want to say and say it over and over and over and over and over again, right? So if it's about, they're beautiful. I mean, Svedka gushers, I mean, holy crap. There's a lot in here that are all really cool things, but I think to have one cohesive story for a brand, you want to just see it the same idea in every touch point. So, and I think Susan's onto something, is like, let loose the juice implies that I'm holding something back. So could you be consistent with that? And I don't want to make you like advocate for alcoholism, but if you're doing an alcoholic tie-in, is that letting loose? Is that allowing you to let loose the juice? I mean, is it a lubricant? I don't know, whatever. I didn't have this book, but that's where I'm going with it. Not that kind of lubricant, Sean.
What you're doing.
Why you gotta go to me with that? Golly.
I don't know.
Everyone's over 21, right?
Because I didn't want it to be me.
Yeah, no, it's cool. I'll take it. Yeah, it was, yeah. I think we're doing good on time, and as you can tell, Sophia is an uber talent. She is so smart, great designer.
Yeah,
She's,
I
you know, she's
love
gonna
your
make it
book.
big in
I
the
love
biz.
your book
Yeah.
look too. Just FYI. I
Yeah,
think
you
it's
are
so
very
simple and really pristine, really nice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So Andrew, you get to drive for yourself now? Or no, well, sorry, Bridget's next. I don't know why I thought that, my bad.
Bridget.
I gotta find, am I Bridget? I think I'm Bridget.
Yeah, you're Bridget.
Okay, hold on. Let me find. I think it was more, yeah, there. Bridget McDonald. Yes, there we
Say
go.
hello to the audience, Bridget. How are you?
Hi. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Where would you like to start?
I want to go over the Honeybee Conservancy, Homeless Penthouse, and Tupperware if we have time for all three of them, but if not.
Let's start with the Honeybee Conservancy. And can you just remind me if you're an art director or a writer?
I'm an art director, but for this one, I actually did a solo campaign. So I did the writing, but it's not like focus.
That's good to know. So the first thing I'll say is I love the art direction. I mean, like love. So I think it looks really awesome. And I'm sure Megan can chime in as far as, because you can see it here. The lines, like they're fine. I mean, I definitely think if you could work with a writer, or you can do it yourself. I mean, plenty of art directors are very good. It's not that they're bad. I just think I would, again, do that 100 lines kind of exercise, whether you do it or you make someone else do it. You know, it's I think that's really important. I do think the Honeybee Conservancy is a tricky product in general. And the reason I say that is I think a lot of work has been done for the bees. And so, and you're probably not even familiar with it. But while I really like your ideas of like taking the bee away, or taking, the green off the orange juice container, it's been done in different ways. So that's where it gets tricky. Is it a good idea? Yeah, it's an awesome idea. But there have already been things that have done it. There was, I think I have I have a link for you that I'll show you. But there was a grocery store that basically took all of the products off the shelves and filmed it, and so that's been done. The seed paper has been, people have done that. So it's unfortunate because it really is smart, but unfortunately that's where you get to like, damn it. And this happens to all of us, by the way. Like, I'm like, it's such a good idea. What do you mean it's been done? I just want to alert you to it. Whether you change it or not is up to you, but I am letting you know it, like, not just from one company, like the bees, people tend to go, because that's the big message, right? It's like, without the bees, we wouldn't have almonds, we wouldn't have strawberries. I worked on Haagen-Dazs, we had a whole bee message, same thing. So that's like one of those things where I'm like, this is amazing, this is beautiful, I love it, but there's familiarity. What would you say, Megan? Oh, you're on mute. You're on mute, my love.
I'm just being honest that I ran away from the computer and now I'm back. So.
Okay. Yeah. So anyway, it's if you do a little bit of research, you'll find it. So it's an interesting conversation though, for someone coming out of school, but I think you can push it. Like, I think it's an amazing product. I think your design is really beautiful.
Stunning.
Yeah. So, decide what you want to do. It doesn't, I just think I would try to stay away from the things that were done, but the bees is an incredibly important thing. And if you can do something great with it, that's awesome. I think there was another brand that just did, because I was jealous of it because we did work on bees. They did like honeycomb in the, as a billboard or something that like made it, or maybe it was flowers, maybe both of those things.
Yeah, and I think Honey Nut Cheerios had the bee drop off the box too. It's a tough one. It's a very worthy cause, but it's a tough one to be different.
Yep. Yeah. That's where we got into trouble with that as well on Haagen-Dazs, is like, we're like, so many people did stuff. We're like, we came up with it ourselves, but they already did it. So that's your lesson about heartbreak. But would you Tupperware or
Tupperware or Homeless Penthouse, either one.
Either one you want to go to?
We talked about Tupperware in the beginning, so I'll do Homeless Penthouse for.
Okay. So this is, can you tell me a little bit more again about what this is exactly? This is like a.
So it's like an online interior like decorating shop. You kind of can buy like really rare and like designer items. I don't know. It's just kind of a big shop that has a bunch of like really, really crazy random stuff. And it's all kind of influenced from street art. So that was our idea, was bring the street in.
So I love Bring the Street In. I think that's awesome. And I love your art direction is awesome. It's like stunning. In those posters, I want to get a little bit more concept, I guess, out of it. So it looks amazing. And it's like, to me, that's like sort of an in-store poster or something. But what would you do like to make me really understand what this is? I don't know if I totally get it. But it looks amazing. Keep going down.
So Bridget, what would you say Bring the Street In means to you?
It's kind of like, to me at least, it's just like, don't use like interior, like kind of traditional interior design. It's like, like look to like outside the home, like where you can bring other things in and like just crazy stuff that you wouldn't normally see in a house.
So I think throughout, like, that's what I want to feel more. So this out of home, it looks cool, and I'm going to be the bearer. I'm such a bad bearer of a bearer of bad news, but we could swing it differently. IKEA also did something amazing that really fit with their brand, where they put, like, it was for small apartments, so they had furniture stuck sideways. So what, I'm not against you doing it. I'm sorry, I have 25 years of history in my head. But it won a lot of awards. So, and I'm not saying you can't do that. I think that's awesome. It's like, you're basically making, like, if you had street things, how do you do that? Is it on the side of a wall? Is it somewhere else? Like, how do you make these street finds? You know, some people have that skill. So how do you make these street finds where you're like, you really get that? I don't get that this is all from the street or inspired by the street, but if you could make me get that, I could love that. You know, do you do something with graffiti? Is it like the way that you put the stuff together? Like, is it all the fines make a graffiti wall? Or like, I just really want to understand how that comes together.
Or I mean, and I'm not sure I completely understand the out of home, but if your line is bring the street in, and you've got these bizarro pop-ups from, that are items from the store, maybe this out of home is shoppable so that you really can bring the street in.
Yeah.
Like that, suddenly I kind of get your line a little bit more if you are making the street accessible. The art direction is astounding. It's like I love what it all looks like, and I love the layeredness of it and all of that. Just making that bring the street in more actionable through the work would be great.
Okay, well, yeah, thank you. I really like that idea of the pop-up.
Wow, Megan, that note makes me remember how much smarter you and Susan have always been than me. Wow, that is a great idea. Please,
No,
hopefully you have
easy to come in cold, man. It's easy to come in cold.
No, I just want to, it's, I think most, especially students or people that are young in the business, don't understand the creative director's skill to look at it fresh like that and just boom, throw that dart in the middle of the target. That's a beautiful one. Thank you.
Thanks.
We're kind of out of time a little bit, but maybe we could say one thing about Tupperware. You think you're good? You were kind of alluding to maybe you were good on Tupperware, Bridget. I guess let's do a minute or two on it.
Well, so because it was Aaron and I who worked on it, and we're both art directors, but I tried my hand at writing a little bit on these scripts, so I just wanted to know what y'all thought.
I could very quickly say that this is, I know the other person said some stuff, and I think I agreed with a lot of what he said, because I heard part of his. I'm okay actually with Fresher Than Hell, if you understand what hell is. Like, what is hell when you're talking about, like, moldy food and stuff like that? I think this long copy is getting in the way of that. It's I'm mixing my message. I would also say that this is very much toward millennials or Gen Z or something like that. It's definitely not toward me. So if you're going to do that, like, if you're going to write about something, you're probably not taking a month-long trip to Aruba as a millennial. So I would just keep your target in mind too. Like, I think it's totally cool this is definitely not regular Tupperware advertising, and you just have to come out, like I would even say in the write-up, like, weird, targeting, college students. And then how do you play into that? What is hell to them as far as like food goes and stuff like that? And I think that you could probably play a lot. You had a dating app. I thought that was a super smart way to help people. Oh no, sorry, that was something else. Oh, the zombie ad. Okay, the zombie ad cracked me up.
I love that one too. I'm so glad you're bringing that up. I love that spot.
Simple. And the thing is, like, you could do Fresher Than Hell, but I think you should think about it. I'm okay with Fresher Than Hell if I understand what that hell is and you really define it for me. This ad would work just for fresh. I mean, if you want to like rethink that a little, it's awesome. The space ad where he's on the moon, that ad works awesome. It doesn't work for Fresher Than Hell. You know what I mean? So it works, but the zombie ad is awesome. Like, I love a simple little message. It was great. So,
well, thank you.
Yeah. So
moonlighting.
I love the line. I love the line. What was the issue with the line?
I'm okay with it. I think the other person who critiqued, I don't think he liked it, but I'm okay with it as long as I'm super, super clear, and that those
what hell means to food. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what it was. It was the logic and kind of the balance of, is it than hell or in hell, I think was a little bit it was about. But Susan, I mean, I think you've got it spot on. Your advice has been great so far, both of y'all. So
awesome.
I think we're good.
Okay, cool.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Bridget.
Good stuff. Really good job.
Thank you.
Yep, some great art direction in that portfolio. Good job, Bridget. Okay. The marvelous Maris, how are you?
Hi, good. How are y'all?
Good. And
I'm Maris.
I know I did this. I know I did it. Hold on. Oh, there you are. Okay. I've got like this long document. Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Maris. Where would you like to start?
I guess either Crumble or Super Goop, probably.
Okay. Let's go.
I did both of these too.
Oh, excellent. And then you're an art director, Maris.
Writer.
Okay, great. That's my area. we're both each other's area. We definitely both have opinions on each other's. So with this one, let me just make sure. Oh, I love breakthroughs in flavor. I thought that was really smart. It was really something fun to hold on to. I thought that was great. I guess I'm trying to understand, like, anatomy of a crumble cookie. I understand that as like, that to me would be an in-store poster. So I don't know if that's intention, but it doesn't speak as a communication out in the world, you know? So I think that the lines would need you. I think you should keep this. I think it should be for in-store. I think it's really fun. But I think that if you want to communicate, like in a bus poster, in a banner, you know, in social, you need to work harder in some sort of line or some sort of concept. Then I think that's worth looking into. But these look amazing.
Yeah,
and
they're
even,
beautiful.
Yeah, first flavor breakthrough midnight mint. Again, that's store poster to me. So
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
We had them as posters originally, but yeah, we can definitely tweak the copy on those to make them more print, print, I guess.
Maris, isn't it funny again how smart creative directors are? They smelt it. They had 6 total separate. They had some print. They had some posters. They blurred them together and presented it this way. And she's making the great point. Let's keep them in the store. And if it's going to be print, we gotta work harder. As she said, it's perfect.
Yeah.
Needs to do more. Needs to sell more.
Yeah,
for sure.
Sell more.
So I had one provocation for this territory, and I second the fact that, you know, breakthrough in flavor, like the science of a cookie is really good, right? Because it's got that tension of, like, nobody thinks of a cookie, the simple cookie, as being like something that you're researching and really trying to go for breakthroughs. So I love the tension of it. I think, like, if you think about, I think somebody just sent a cookie into space, right? Or something like that. I think what you could do is, you, through an experiential like activation or something, I think you could drive more like stickiness in the idea, so that you're really testing out, like, the periodic table. It's super sweet. It's all really sweet, pun intended. But I think you could do something from an activation standpoint that really puts you on the map as science, the science of a cookie, right? Okay. So what are the scientific challenges of flavor that you could unlock for, you know, I'm using astronauts. Don't do astronauts. Everybody's done astronauts, but like underwater cookie consumption or something like that, that really makes you think that you are scientific.
And to point to the periodic table too, like, I know you have the cookie is the actual element, but I kind of felt like maybe you should consider making the ingredient the element, because then you can put the elements together, and also people can get creative like they do with
system.
Yeah. Or let's name a new element to the chart, you know, and stuff like that. You can have a lot of fun with that sort of thing.
Yep,
So.
there's Susan going up dunking, because that's a great idea, ladies. Please put that into this campaign. That's really good stuff right there. Thank you, Susan.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Funny. But anyway, yeah, I think there's a lot here to play with, and just keep thinking about it, because you've got such a good start.
Okay, thank you. And then, yeah, super groups down there. That'd be good.
So my first question to you on Supergoop is this
true?
Sorry.
Is it true?
Yes, that's why it's such a good thing. This is really in the product already. That's why it's such an important message.
Lotion that also protects from the screen, or is it a screen? Okay, so so I'm gonna say this is confused. That's what I was a little confused by. Okay. So all this is towards screen, which is awesome. I love that.
Yeah.
But
sorry, I should butt in, Susan, or maybe I should let Maris talk actually, but it's for both, right? So go ahead, Maris, you want to explain?
All right. Yeah, you can use it for both. So that's kind of what we wanted to play off of, was like, you know, regardless of whether you're outside or inside, and we know a lot of people are mostly inside these days on their screens, like 24/7. So we kind of wanted to touch on the fact that, you know, people know Supergoop as the sunscreen, but we wanted to incorporate it as well as, like, it's protects you against blue light too.
one thing I will say is like to have that sort of benefit is like a godsend as a creative. You know, you're like, oh, this is something differentiating. You don't always get that. So, but so right off the bat, like while I really like the screen, because it's also a sunscreen, that's why I was a little confused as to what kind of product it is. So, so maybe if it's like, don't forget the screen or something. I'm not really sure, but it's just I need to understand what this product is first and foremost. I love having fun with this though. Like I really like those print ads and stuff.
I mean, I gotta say, like the art direction of the print, like the concept of the print is so good. Like I completely understand in this execution that I now have to be worried about blue light.
100%.
Right? Like it's another light that is screwing with my skin, right? Or my overall well-being. It's like Arm & Hammer in your refrigerator. I didn't know it had this use. So I actually quite like the screen because it told me that I have a new light to worry about. So but maybe I'm missing, maybe I am missing something. I kind of like, I had an epiphany when I looked at this work. So good job. I was like, oh shit, no wonder I'm so washed out.
I like the screen. The problem is I almost think it's maybe a headline because I don't know if it like, then you're just taking this product as a screen, you know.
Only that? You were worried about the yeah.
Only that, and that might be like having a client in my head, but and I also think like the sun that never sets, like maybe it's like don't forget about the sun that never sets, you know what I mean? So it's like it's like you really,
from a line standpoint, I agree with that.
So it's like pushing against like Megan said, oh, it's a pivot. I didn't think I had to worry about that. So just making sure your lines really like make you realize, oh shit, I'm forgetting about that sun.
So, and then I kind of thought that the social didn't quite do as well as your print, because log on from 9 to 5 for maximum exposure. So you're pointing out the problem, but not the solution. And I think the math of the executions works best when you're solving the problem, because what you don't want to do is just present the problem and leave the solution for the body copy, right? Or which is now the social copy. So I would kind of challenge your executions there a little bit.
An easy fix right there is protect yourself from maximum exposure, you know. Between 9 and 5, you know, you can flip it to be like more the benefit of the product.
But the art direction is solid and the concepts are really strong, I think.
Yeah, and there was one thing though, I'm not sure if I understood it. This thing, the light from the big screen, so it's a movie theater.
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure if I understood what was happening. So
yeah, it's more so like it was a close-up of the sun and then it kind of zooms out and you see that it's the sun, but it's like coming from the movie theater screen as like a big light. So kind of just incorporating again like that, equating the screen light to like sunlight again.
Maybe somehow I missed it in the execution of it. But maybe I was also.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I think your device work, as opposed to, and I applaud the attempt at like a different platform, like bring the message to a different platform. That's great, but I think your device and streaming stuff it might be stronger against your message.
Okay, that makes sense.
Have a lot of fun. I mean, you've already got a great start. I think you could have so much fun with this, and just really thinking of all the places you can take it. So.
Okay, thank you guys.
Yeah.
I think this one's another one where it's good timing because Brooke is next and she has Billy also. And then for Overtone, Maris, we could maybe do it when we get to Sage later.
Okay, perfect. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
Cool.
Thank you, Maris.
Bye.
Good stuff.
Hi, Brooke.
Oh, right. Okay.
Hey there.
Hi. Wait. Where are you, Brooke? Keep talking.
Oh,
so
here.
You see me now? You get up into the. There you are. Hi, Brooke.
Yes.
How are you?
Hi. I'm doing awesome. Thank you guys so much for being here.
Of course, of course.
Did you Scrub Daddy too?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Oh, awesome.
You did Scrub Daddy too.
Oh, yes. Yes. Did
Yeah.
Scrub Daddy as well. There's 3 of us. So
Good stuff. What would you like to talk about? You want to talk about Billy?
I would love to talk about Billy.
Yeah. So Billy is interesting because they are such a powerful brand right now, right? Talk to me about did you brief yourself and come up with this entire idea of reaching pubescent kids, girls?
Yeah, so we were given a creative brief that was going to target women in their 20s, and it was flexible. So we actually ended up, the more we discussed it, Maris and I came up with this idea of targeting like middle schoolers. So yeah, we found this kind of Billy teen on our own.
I will tell you that like the decision of the audience is brilliant. I have a soon to be 13-year-old. So this really spoke to me. Like, I think that,
Awesome.
I think the mere, like the product itself, coming up with this product extension, packaging the products in order to reach this market is brilliant. I think that I don't have answers, but I think that there's a way. What Billy is all about is freedom to express your, like grow your hair, shave your hair, whatever you want to do with your hair, do it. And it's really confusing for a kid when they're,
yeah,
it can be confusing, or it can be, like there's a lot of different messages. So navigating those decisions is a real challenge, and it's a real opportunity. I think the executions could get more conceptual as you press into this. I think you must do it. You must do this idea, but I think you can be more conceptual and more like advertising conceit-y with the actual executions you use to advertise the product extension. But it's really smart. Really smart. Susan, did you have thoughts?
I did get this one as well, and I 100% agree. I'm really impressed that you guys came up with this thing, and it does speak to me as well. I have kids. The one thing I felt like you really needed to do, and I almost talked to the TikToks because you did actually have writing in that one, is it really needs to take on the right voice. So that was more just like it was very straight, I guess. This is how you shave and stuff. They're at such a vulnerable place, and I think you can have fun like talking to them and desensitizing the whole like, oh my gosh, this weird, it's an awkward stage for kids. It's so
Yeah.
I mean, when my daughter and her friends like were first getting their time of life or whatever you want to call it. I guess that's me that I get that. I'm like, is that what you call it? No, your period.
TMI, Susan.
I know. But anyway, so it's such a weird time, and like they're even embarrassed to talk to each other, and to just be able to have this, I think is pretty amazing. But then really talk to them. Don't talk down to them. Don't talk to them like you're you're like an adult, teaching them. Maybe it's a big sister voice, but really figure out that voice and then take that voice into the print, into the TV. You have to add that little bit of concept. I don't know if you're familiar with, there was, who did that video with like the little girl that did the camp period or whatever that was.
Flo. Wasn't that Flo? Yeah.
Camp Flow or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you do it this way. I think your product is very different. But they owned a voice. I would look up that Camp Flow thing if you're not familiar with it, and just see the possibility of talking to someone who's that age. And you have to decide what is your voice. Even with parents, like I would definitely talk to them separate. Like I don't know. I think at that age, I don't know I want to be able to feel like I have a sister I can talk to.
I also think it's interesting, Brooke, that you and your partner, which I'm trying to remember everybody's name,
Maris.
I think that you guys you've got two different audiences, and right now we're
Yeah.
looking at the parents, and then you also have work that is going direct to the girls or boys, whatever, like the adolescent. And I think for your book, I think I would decide who you want your audience to be, who are you going to actually reach, and then my recommendation, I think the insight around, growing hair on your face, on your armpits, on your legs, suddenly, like all of that stuff on your lower belly, all of those things are really taboo and they're not easily talked about. And I think you've got this platform now to normalize how a girl or a boy wants to deal with their adolescence in their own way. So maybe it's about variety. What Billy did really well was they did it for a shaver. They showed people with full armpit hair. By saying that, it normalized how you want to deal with your hair. And for a young girl or a young boy to have the opportunity to select how they want to deal with their hair might be a way forward for this platform.
Man,
Right.
Maris and Brooke, I think y'all just got some really big notes that I feel like reiterating really quick, which is let's make sure we speak with the right language to the age a little bit more fun. I think Susan made a great point. Like, these are gonna be hard kids to kind of get their attention. So we do kind of maybe need to work on the voice. Maris, still listening, I would assume, right? To kind of get that right. And then the last note she just made too. Those are both really big. So good stuff.
It's a great
For
this is
sure.
really good to work on.
Really good.
You have a great start.
What
Thank you.
Megan was saying is that based on the other idea, which is that it's up to you, the original brand, that it's all about what you want, and whichever way there's options you choose, then maybe this is us going a little earlier and now helping middle schoolers look at what their options are, and that they might be able to go through different pieces and decide which way is the right way for them, right? Maybe.
Yeah.
Megan?
Yeah, that's really well said, Sean. I think that would be a powerful extension of the brand as it stands, as opposed to telling them how to do it. Tell them how to do what they want to do. Right? So normalize it.
This is so that Thank you.
I wish I had it. It's a really good idea, you guys.
Awesome.
Kudos.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, Megan,
Thank you
my
so
daughter's
much.
about to turn 15, by the way. Too, so
I know.
I think I would like Billy to help me out with these subjects. to be honest
Yeah,
with you. So thank
exactly.
you, Brooke and Maris, for helping me out, giving me, so we talked. We know we like Scrub Daddy, so that was really good.
Scrub Daddy's
What else
great.
do you? If you had one more to pick, or do you want to pick one, Megan? Go ahead.
Well, I looked at both of them. I think Smalls comes up in another book as well. So maybe Topo Chico.
Sure, cool. Let's do it.
Sure.
So this is a really good line that clearly connects to the product promise, right? Never flat. I think it's really good. I overtly laughed when I saw, and it's not funny, but it gave me a lot of pleasure, the sidewalk scapes, because it was so clearly never flat, right? So bring your line to these so that I understand what Topo Chico's promise is, never flat. And everybody's going to have the same epiphany and be like, oh my God, that's so amazing, right? So when I saw this, I was like, I like your print. It's beautifully executed. The art direction is great, but I think you've got other executions that do a better job of bringing together the promise of never flat with the execution. The bottle caps, go ahead and tell me as the viewer, as a creative director, ever have a flat conversation? Not anymore. It's never flat. Like, so everything you're doing is meant to dimensionalize, make sure that nothing is ever flat, right? So I would think through your print. I have no argument with your art direction, like how you're approaching it, look and feel, all of that. But I would look through, think about your print and whether or not you can get never flat, more strong in everything that you do. And the floaty, I don't think you need, personally.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were having trouble tying that in. It was just a fun
I mean,
extra.
They originally showed me a raft that was actually full of air. I was like, I could flatten that, right? So
that's great. That's great. It's
again,
true. I mean, you can't puncture it, so it is never flat. But I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think she admitted she agreed that we're still kind of looking for those extensions of where it could go. But again, another great art director.
Really strong. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
Speaking of, I think we got another good art director stepping up. Hi, Reed.
Hey guys. Thanks for being
Reed, hi. Hi, I like your GIF of yourself.
Thank you.
It speaks to all of us.
Yeah, it's my creative process. So
Yep. Mine too. We have that in common. Do you want to do tile?
yeah, that would be great.
This is such a good line. Like the concept, like great, amazing. I really think it's powerful. It's a product. It's the product benefit and it's the emotional benefit in one line. It's a rare occurrence and you did it, and it's really, really quite good. I thought your spots, even, like given your production, your production, not, I don't want to say limitations, but great job. Like
actually in COVID, it's actually is limitations, but I know where you're going. I like it because I agree. I think they did a great job under
really strong
circumstances
job.
they're in.
Yep. So really good. If you keep going down, I think the print concepts are super good. I kind of like I probably like the first couple more than the third, because I just get it better. I just like I got them a little
too,
bit
and I had this one too, Megan, and I agree with you on this. I just wanted to chime in while we were talking about this. Yeah. I think the reason we like the first two better is because it's like a quote from them, as opposed to the other one kind of being a telling me,
Oh, yeah.
so
it's just, you don't even need words.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly,
Yeah,
you could take the lines off of these and they would be just as good. Right. If you keep going down, this is great. I mean, these are really good. I had a thought that might, I don't love this particular guerrilla execution. I think you've got better. Another extension that occurred to me, and it's not a finished thought, but could you do a collaboration with Headspace or some really interesting media partnerships or platform integrations where you're showing up in places where maybe people have lost something? What's the back of the cab? What's the back of the cab ad? Because that's where people lose things. It could, like I said, could you do ad integrations just like they're doing great podcast ads? Like, could you do something with Headspace where it's like, don't lose it? I just think you can push into this idea even further and find really inventive ways of bringing don't lose it into unexpected places, less traditional places.
I also wanted to say one thing, I just wanted to challenge you. I like the the video, and yes, I'm not going to judge on the execution. It's a great insight, and I too love the line. I want to challenge you as far as those situations. those are those to me feel like the first ones you'd think about. There was some, so and I think you can really push it. Like, I think you've already got the insight, you've already got the direction, push those scenarios, come up with like 12, what are your best ones? I'll send this link, I'll make sure Sean gets my link notes, but there was some stuff for H&R Block done. You were probably, like a toddler, but it was like 2010. They're so well done though, and so simple. It's a similar sort of thing, taxes are tough to do. So, and you get really frustrated. The way they executed it is everything. So it's like, even like there, you see, like, I'll give you an example. These two people, a mom and a daughter sitting downstairs just reading. All of a sudden dad comes, it's a totally silent house. He comes in, he's like, I need silence, daddy's doing taxes, or something like that, and it was such a funny moment because you really relate to that moment. And, it's not just like the obvious scenario. So I would say you've got it. You've got the direction. Make the scenarios more unexpected is say. So
that's a good note.
That was another drop the mic moment. So I think we can go to the next one. That was perfect. Thank you. What do we want next? Nerf or Austin FC, Reed?
Well, they talked about Nerf in the.
Oh, they did. That's true.
So we should probably do Austin FC.
Yeah, let's do. Can you tell me what get listo means?
Get ready. Listo just translates to ready in Spanish.
Got it. Well, see there, you taught me something. Thank you. So if we go to the content, I thought you did a really good job in some of this content, making it clear. I love the analogy conceit that you've got, where you're explaining what the game is through things only people from Austin would understand.
Yeah, go down to the playbook, Andrew, please. Sorry, Megan.
I mean, that's incredibly smart. I think your line should probably be something closer to the fact that this is a home team, or this is, like the team you never knew you knew, or something that makes people, because what you're doing is you're closing the gap between European football and Austinites. And you're doing it through these analogies that are only understood by people from Austin. So lean into that and make that like it's your home team is home, or something. That kind of thing, maybe.
Yeah.
But I really like the kind of overarching creative conceit, and I'm gonna use Susan as a refrain. Keep going and really try to dig into those very specific. I worked on the New Orleans tourism campaign for a few years, and the closer you get to something that only the city can boast of, the better you get. So I love the Mexican vanilla scoop of ice cream, stuff like that. That's really inside Austin. And I don't know Austin that well, so I was learning as I was going. I didn't think that the fly posters captured the zeitgeist of what was strongest about. I think the art direction is really good, but I didn't think it got as close to what I think the strength of the campaign is.
Yeah.
So I might rethink that. What else did I think? Let me check my notes. Yeah, so I did Oh, and this is really in the weeds, but because I really read all of the TV executions, I don't think you have to gild the lily. I think you go, I do like that you're not in stereotypical gender norms, which is good. But I think I love the long explanation of like what this play is really like, but I don't think you need to goose it at the end. I think you just go, oh, all right, I get it. Just let it be small. Don't overdo do the ending of the spots.
Okay.
You mean like the classic don't put a bow on it at the end, like let it be?
let it be.
Yeah.
Let it be.
Okay,
Your
cool.
idea is in the long bit. That's where the idea sits, right? I don't get it. Here's the analogy, and then let it go.
Okay.
And get a better end line, I think.
And Megan, what'd you think about that Nerf art direction?
Nerf art direction is really good, and
nice, right?
you're also venturing into territory that I admire. You're building things like, which is super interesting. The thing about the Nerf thing, and I'm just gonna go out on a limb here. I think that the thing about the Nerf thing is what I would try to do to make this idea more urgent or more connected is that we've all been stuck inside. We don't know how to connect with people anymore. And is this a way to like gamify coming out of your house? And is that something that you can kind of tap into?
That's a good thought.
Again, that's a nice thought. That's really good. Okay. I
Thank
just
you.
wanted to give Reed a little camera love on his Nerf work.
Nice.
Okay, and then we have the hardworking Andrew, I think now.
I think I have Andrew.
Yes.
Everyone
I am-
Venmo him $1 for driving the thing for us.
He's doing an
Thank you,
Oh,
Venmo.
Andrew,
Thank you, Andrew.
it's you.
Yeah, me
Yes,
too.
the one who's
Good.
been sharing screen. I'm here.
You're the best.
Thank you. I would love to talk. We've already talked about, at least the last critique session talked about ad blocks. So I would love to start with Ticonderoga and then either do Razor or Smalls, or we can save Razor for Jack later. But let's start with Ticonderoga.
Okay. Let's scan down.
Andrew's ready to be an ACD. I mean, he was really directing it right there, right away. I love it.
Yeah, he really is. So I put that I like the idea of made to be used. And my favorite line was short is an earned title. If we can go to those real quick. I felt like so I don't think you need the 35,000 words. I like short as an earned title. Like I just like that.
Yeah, that's great.
What you're saying there. You don't need the rest of this stuff. And you can do that as body copy, you know, if you want to get that. The other one.
That is a writer's line. Short
Yeah.
is an earned
Short is an
title.
earned title.
Holy moly.
That's
That's a
amazing-
really
that-
good line. Yeah.
So because that's so good, when you go to, if you're not breaking the point, you're missing it. It's too cutesy to me. Like it works. It's cute. Short as an earned title is smart. So I just, you know, they're not on the same level. So like if you had a bunch of, I just think it's such a good line. The other one, like writing utensil, drumstick, chew toy, is more than a pencil if you let it be. I don't think that's your message. I think you're like, use this thing, you know, like use it. You're like made to be used. So that's what I get from short as an earned title. I get this pride in using a pencil and every time you sharpen it, and I would really dig into that. So I feel like that's like your area to focus in. Like there is something about using people who use a pencil, you know, and it going down and down and down. I think down below you had, if we keep scrolling down, I know there were some other things that were nice. I like the idea of, you know, these are simple ideas to kind of have people do that. How are they
They're really
doing that on the at home? How are they doing that? Where are they getting the pencil? I'm just curious. Are we giving them pencils?
There's these little
Oh, okay.
dispensers
Pencil
right
box.
A pencil box. Okay, there we go. I think that was nice. I mean, it's not like, oh my God, how did you come up with that sort of nice, but it's nice, you know, and keep going. That was recycled. Right, like you made it pencils. Oh, I thought that was actually clever. I don't know about the reuse thing is fine, but I did think that was smart. The rings on the pencil, I thought was a smart sort of tie-in to that. It was nice. Maybe there's even something else you can do, even like have a cross section of one of the pencils would be kind of cool. I know you're doing this like
It would be a great visual.
Yeah, because like every time you sharpen it, like it could be a sharp pencil that you're looking straight on and you see the rings, you know. And keep going. Is there?
That's the end of that. And then we just have the video at the top.
So I think you're really onto something here. I would really make made to be used like this point of pride and just make it really mean something. I think you have a couple. I mean, I just think made the short line is it's so great that I would do 2 more that are that great.
So what I think, what I'm hearing, and I hadn't looked at this work, but what I'm hearing from Susan is really like, it's a new way of thinking. You're thinking about the pencil and Susan's talking about the person. So think about the person, and that short is an earned title is like, that's a badge of honor. Like there is pride in being a person that uses a friggin' pencil until a nub, right? Like that's a writer. That's a real writer. So if you think about the person, you're going to come up with maybe a few different executions.
Yeah, for sure.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Another great note. That's awesome. What were you thinking about? I forgot what you said. Maybe Razor?
I'll save Razor for Jack because he's one of the last ones.
Oh, okay, cool. Then you want to talk smalls? We skipped it on Brooke, so cool.
Yeah.
So what I said about smalls, I put this cracked me up. Everything in here cracked me up. And I am not a cat person. You know, it's funny. The
really
one thing
funny.
you know, let's make sure I get the we know cats. I think you get a little lost in them in like what we like the benefit, which is a small thing of smalls, like, yeah, we know cats, but like, what are we selling and what is all that? It's really, I just think I laughed at everything in here. I was like, you made me feel like you really do know cats. So it was just a fun campaign to read and listen to, and it's some really nice writing.
I looked at this too. I can't find my notes, but what I do remember making a note of is like, I really like the museum. And I think that that's a great expression of we know cats is, you know, if I would call it, it's a Smalls World, you know, just cause it's a Smalls World cat museum.
I can't believe I missed that.
That's why you have people that look at your work blind. So I really think that's kind of an amazing thing for a brand to do. And I think that something that is coming out through some of your print executions and your single executions is like this disdain for the human race, which I would lean really heavily into. I think those are your strongest ones. And I don't know. I just think you let these cats. Have you ever seen this film, If Cats Had Thumbs? It's unbelievable. Like there's a commercial, look it up. It's If Cats Had Thumbs. It's for a product. It came out, I don't know, 6 years ago or something, but it's really, really good. And you'll get a kick out of it. So I just sort of thought, lean heavier into disdain for humans. I thought that the museum was actually something that I might put at the front of your work. I even wondered whether or not, you know, you might be driving to the museum as a thing that you're doing, as opposed to it just being an extension. Like maybe your museum is the thing. That's the expression of we know cats, and you can kind of use your other communications to kind of drive into that museum, so that it's like one idea that expresses itself in all of these different platforms.
Yeah, that's really helpful. This was our redo campaign. Me and Brooke, we worked on this last semester, and this museum is kind of where we put all of our attention this time around. And so I kind of like that a lot.
So to explain what he means by that is, so they do 4 campaigns this semester, 3 new ones. And then one is them looking back to P1 or P2 and finding something they want to redo, because really I'm teaching them a lesson that they have to keep redoing more. I even tell them, hey, this redo is just for this assignment. You should be redoing all the good things you have. So that's what he means when he refers to this as a redo, an idea from the past that they're still, they're kind of tried to grow this semester a little bit.
Yeah, that's a good one, Sean.
Cool.
God knows the top drawer. That's what we call it. It's like you got all these ideas that you might not, you don't want to leave them behind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You good, Andrew?
I think I'm good. I think we can save Razor for Jack.
Okay, cool. Good thinking. Okay. Hi, Dana.
Hello.
Hi.
So we have talked about the first two. What are you thinking about doing here?
Yeah, we talked about Maruchan and Tile, so we could focus on Carvana and Pop Rocks if you guys want.
I mean, you could always ask other questions about those. There's maybe more specific to the writing if you wanted to, but we can start here.
Yeah. Yeah, let's if we go, just refresh me again. Thank you, Andrew. Oh yeah. Okay, so I'm going to read what I wrote because it's kind of funny. I put at first I thought, this is a long way for a ham sandwich. But then upon second reading, I felt they were pretty fun. Definitely a different take on vehicle purchasing. I also thought that the TV was more successful than the print. And that's probably because it delivers on, it actually still deals with the idea of purchasing a vehicle. Whereas the print could be for anything. So I was a little.
Yeah, I think Leah also worked. Did you work on this with Leah? Yeah.
Yes.
So I looked at this as well. And I had the identical note, Susan, is like the vehicle purchasing, the first two spots specifically. Well, the UFO is pretty friggin' great. Actually, in your book, it's the horse and the UFO felt like the strongest executions to me. Because I understand them from the past and the future as, and here's the other thing, like Susan, and Sean, how many times have you been like, you've got better things to do is your USP for a brand, and you're like, oh my God, really?
Yeah.
You mean it's going to be time saving again? So in order to do that benefit, you have to do something bizarre, and you have to find a conceit that is memorable, more memorable than, oh, now I can make dinner for my kid and shop for a car, right? Which is where the client would want to push you. So I really applauded the first and third execution. And I think, like Susan, I would like to feel that come through in all of the executions more strongly.
The other thing is, I don't know where it is because I know that there's a lot of work in here, but you kind of have different, the save your money for the upgrades you really need. Again, I don't think these print ads are necessarily right just yet and do need to focus more on the car, but that doesn't talk about, like, if you're going to talk about time, talk about time. If you're going to talk about everything, if you're going to talk about all of the benefits, then talk about all the benefits, but you can't talk about just a bunch of, about time and then throw in another benefit. So just make sure you're clear on what you're trying to get across. I think that your line for those with better things to do definitely talks to time. I would think about that line though. Do you want to go there? Do you not want to go there? But I think that you were very creative in the TV, in like Megan said, about getting an insight that we've actually heard many times and putting a different spin on it. That's for sure.
Yes. Yeah.
We discussed it. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Megan.
Okay,
no. I was just gonna say that, like, I love the art direction on the print. Like, I think it's really beautiful, but like, just step back for a minute and go, okay, I'm Carvana, and I don't see anything about a car here. So how do you get your benefit of, like, you have better things to do than haggle for a car, to come forward in all of these touch points really clearly. The brand can't be just the logo slug, right? You've got to be able to understand it from the whole communication.
For some reason, all of my students are afraid to put products shots. I feel like I was actually asking one of them in an office hours recently. I was like, is someone somewhere telling y'all not to use product shots? Because I'm not saying that. Like sometimes we need to show the product. So I mean, I don't know. Carvana is a harder one to throw that out there because I don't mean to just throw the tower of cars on there or something, but in general, that's a really important note. I'm glad they're bringing it up.
You may also have your line work harder in the end. Like maybe it's a new car in no time. You know what I mean? And just play with the time element, and doesn't always have to be that. It just, tell me what I'm getting. Like I'm getting a car in no time, or, because for those with better things to do, you could apply to anything.
I like that, Susan. That's the benefit of the benefit that we always talk about is like, how do you get it past just the statement of of what you're getting across, but like, what does it mean to me? That's great.
I had one other note. You had a road trip. I don't know. Did you have like a spin on the road trip, or it's just a road trip? Because that should definitely play into your quick thing. Like if you're talking about no time, like is it like a really fast road trip? Like Minnie does like road trips. I know that Bugaboo strollers have stroller trips. It has to be something that has a new spin on it. So I was like, is there some kind of play with your time thing? Even with the name, maybe play with the name. Maybe it's not a road trip. Maybe it's a quick trip, or I don't know. So.
Okay, that's a good point. We were focused more on the community aspect. Like if you have more time, you have more opportunities to go out and see cool things and like explore these different hobbies that like the prints have shown. But I understand what you're saying about
okay. Well, I mean, if that's what you want to do too, that's fine too. But then really make sure I understand that that's what you're doing.
Okay.
Because you'd rather be spending your time with your car, like doing things with your car rather than haggling for it. So just make that come through in the idea,
Because I just missed that. I'm like, why are we doing this car trip, and why, how is it different than anything else? Like you need a little bit more explanation. So, because when creative directors look at this stuff, like they're like this, but if you could just have a simple line or something, and actually even better in the actual mock, make me understand what the heck you're doing. That always helps.
So we talk about, we just recently started using this kind of acronym, but we talk about clear, clever, and convincing, right? And that if it's not clear, it doesn't matter that it's clever, and it definitely can't be convincing.
I won't read it.
So I think they're giving you the keynotes that just, it's not that hard for us to just go in there. And I think they're learning how to be so creative. It sometimes feels like they're doing something wrong to just say it straight. So I think everyone take this lesson. You got to find those right moments where you just tell the audience what I mean, like in a caption here or something too, might be the right place to talk a little more straight. So
it's that perfect balance of like not saying too much and like handing people too much, but also don't make them feel clueless either. So
okay.
What were you thinking? Did you want to hear more about the first two, or you want to get into pop rocks?
We can get into pop rocks.
Perfect.
I'm just looking at the notes here. Okay, introducing what makes you pop. TikTok. We could keep on going down again just to.
I had this one too. I think Leah worked on this with you.
Yeah, we were together for these last two.
So this was another one where you had like an internal, what makes you pop. It was similar to the Gushers comment that I had, where it's like, I'm not getting the you. Like you're serving it up, but I'm not getting it. Like what makes you pop. It's just missing the like emotion.
Great line. Yeah,
it's awesome.
It's a really good line. It's a really good line. I love the choice of audience. I think kind of the tension of this age group kind of figuring out what makes them pop, and is obviously pop rocks is probably eaten by this age group, of course, but the line speaks to something that I think is really interesting to kind of probe in a young audience, because they're just figuring it out. Like they're just figuring out what makes them pop. And I had the same question about like define pop, right? Is it just a talent competition, or is it what makes me pop? Like what does pop mean to me?
I think it has to be that
Have a
really unique
conversation about this.
It has to be that really unique thing. Like I think it's a little generic to say, oh, I sing really well, or I do this, and maybe that is what someone thinks. But really, those unique, just that really unique thing that makes you you, you know. And I think really playing with that, like pointing that out, is
Yeah.
be more
The
fun.
art direction is also super strong.
Yeah.
The voice is great. The line is incredibly strong. There's a
One
lot
other
to
thing-
love.
One other thing to consider that I wrote down are the pop rocks the catalyst? Like, you know, what makes you pop? You know, bring out what makes you pop or something, and it doesn't have to be that. Or are you just trying to say, and I think this is where you are, it's just like, I have things that make me pop and pop rocks pop, you know, is it just that comparison? So sometimes you just have to think about like, this is your decision to make, but is the product tied? Does it bring out something in you by having that popping going on? Does it make you feel something that like brings it out and makes you more brave, makes you like, you know, want to bring out that uniqueness and that effervescence. So
what's your thought about that?
We actually went back and forth about that a lot, and it's more the second option you were saying. We're making the comparison between like Pop Rocks is this like unique candy that like sticks out, like everyone knows what it is, and we were making that comparison between like these kids, like they have these unique things about them. But we did go back and forth a lot, like how does the product come into play with all that? So
Well, I mean, yeah, I think that you've got two things going on in the work. One, in these scripts, it's sort of like the pop rocks become part of what makes them pop, right? It's kind of like just brought together through execution. But then the talent side of it is like, okay, Pop Rocks is creating the platform upon which you will pop, right? We're going to find out what makes you pop by creating the platform. So I would probably just make that decision which way you want to go. Are we a platform or are we a catalyst? And then I think you want to get, it kind of goes back to thinking about the kid and being really defining what pop means so that it isn't just a talent competition. It's getting a little bit more personal and insightful to the audience. Like what really does make that kid pop.
Okay.
I mean, you know, if you, one thing I would reference maybe is, which does it as a catalyst, the Red Bull gives you wings. And then they had like the Red Bull competitions and stuff, just like wacky stuff. That was just an example of where they use it as a catalyst.
Yeah, and they're really specific. That's a good example of a client to look at all of their work because they're really, you know, it's an energy drink. So it's Red Bull gives you wings, and they stay very much in that bravery, courage space. So you need that guardrail for this work, and then you've got something really strong.
Yeah, it's a great start for sure.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Thanks, guys.
Sure.
Yeah.
And good job on Don't Lose It.
Thank you. We went through a lot with that. I feel like the first 3 weeks we had a completely different direction, then we changed.
You're the one with the mascara. You're the one in the spot.
Yeah.
The mascara.
Yeah. That's my cat too in my living room.
It's great.
A good, simple, truthful idea.
Yep.
Thank you.
Simple, clean, relatable,
Not trying too
powerful.
hard.
All those things are what you're looking for. So great job for.
Yeah, they need a good campaign. So
they do.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Let's see what we got here. Claire.
Hello.
I think I had a clear.
You just scroll down, Andrew. There you go. I would love to talk about copy on Bicycle a little bit and then get into Pill Club.
Sure.
Okay. I just wanted to know more specifically what y'all thought about the copy, because you talked about the long copy a little bit a while ago, like the lore. And I just wanted to know, like,
can you explain, I think maybe if you could explain a little bit of what your intention is and where people would see these and who you're trying to target, because I'm making assumptions that might be wrong.
Yeah, this campaign was a little bit less advertising-y, I guess. It was very unstructured, but basically our idea was that we wanted to create lore for playing cards like there's lore for video games. So we created like this entire realm about like, you know, magic, and there's all these different tensions and things going on that could, you know, lead to greater narratives.
So I feel like what you've created is a game more than an advertising campaign, you know, which is not a bad thing. Like you basically, like almost in a weird way, Megan, like the Arm & Hammer thing. It's like you've created another use for bicycle playing cards. You've created a whole new game. And that's to me what you did, because you're not really selling cards, you're selling a whole new game. You know, like I'm not going to go buy bicycle playing cards necessarily because I understand all this lore. You know, if you want that to be your campaign, I think the messaging is way too complicated. Like you're way too heady for me, you know? So if you want.
Yeah, I agree. I wonder, Claire, like you're saying something that's super interesting, right? You're trying to turn this analog brand into like a cult kind of video game brand, right? So so there is tension in the analog nature, like this is the oldest game in the world, right? Cards have existed forever, but they're not thought of in the same way as even Dungeons and Dragons or any of the video game brands that people get deep into, Harry Potter or whatever, like these sort of cult brands. So I do think that's interesting, but I think it's missing like the obviousness of that insight. Like you need to nail it in order, you know, like you need to make it very clear what audience you're going for, and then market these cards to those people in a way that is going to captivate them. This is a great brand campaign, like a branding system, but I'm not sure as a consumer, I'm understanding the connection to me if I'm a gamer.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's why I was kind of looking for like some sort of cultural insight around cards, you know, like something to like just ground it in. Why me? Why now? Why am I going to pick up a set of cards? Just more immediate.
Yeah. And I mean, these are regular playing cards, right? These are like your regular bicycle playing cards that have, like you play poker with, right? So that's why I get really confused. I'm like, I really think you're creating a game, and I think that's super cool. And I think you can, you know, I think you can also
repackage them.
Yeah, I totally think this is it's actually a brilliant idea. You know, like looking at it, it's like, wow, we thought of a new use. I mean, I would love to see that as a creative director, but that's what your idea is, that you came up with a new game and then you're going to get this to that audience. And how are you going to get this to that audience? You need to create messaging for that.
Okay, that makes sense.
I bet you spent hours coming up with all of the territories and the history. That is no small feat.
Yeah. I mean, this is very intimidating to me. Very intimidating. It's like, wow. You know?
Yeah, a lot. It's great.
We had so much fun with it.
Yeah, incredibly creative.
Maybe you just try to market it to them. I mean, honestly, like I would like come up with, I would really, really think of this and try to market it, and then tell that as part of your story. Hey, we actually had a conversation with Bicycle about making this real. You know, like that's initiative. I want to see that initiative. You know, that's really cool.
Yeah, the first thing on that page should probably be the repackaging of Bicycle, right? it is the game that you're creating, and then you get all the folklore, and then you start seeing the ads of how you're going to market it to people. And when you start thinking about in that order, you might come to different conclusions for your ads.
Okay.
So more work to do, but it's really exciting.
Pill Club next.
Okay. Okay, and let's just scroll because I need to refresh. Okay. Yes.
That line. Side effects may include an
funny,
empty
right?
uterus.
So I love the line, your choice is the right choice. I think that's awesome. And I also really like the print a lot. I actually like those lines very much. You know, I thought that was really good. I did think the you choose your method will provide the options. I like that. I just feel like it's in the wrong place. I almost think that's more like a body copy sort of thing, because I think just keep your headline on its own. Then it starts to, it almost starts to compete as another tagline. So it's just more of a body copy thing.
If you look back through like my last 6 years of teaching, there's not a lot of body copy.
No, I know.
I asked them to do bridge copy, which is kind of what they're doing there.
Yeah.
Where it's kind of just, I tell them I'm like, it's physically impossible to not read one sentence. So if you want to, you know, but I think maybe where you have it located.
I think where it is.
Yeah,
I think where it is.
It needs to go in the order of read.
That's a
somewhere else.
wonderful line. Side effects may include sweet spinsterhood.
Yeah.
It's a really good line, and I think it's really funny.
I love that. I love the attitude of it.
Yeah, me too. I might think about I'm sorry, I'm not sure who the art director is on this, but I might think about like letting the headlines really dominate, and I don't know that faceless icons or faceless women is exactly the right solution. I think it's beautiful, but when I look at these lines, there's a lot of attitude. Maybe it doesn't even need anything. Maybe it's just like really art directing the crap out of the copy.
Well, even maybe, Megan, to your point, like if you're doing, and I'm not an art director, but I like to throw things out and get them killed. But if the line was really big, and say you had, if you talk about the uterus, it's like, you know, big, amazing shot of a woman in like a crop top, you know, like she's sexy and, you know, she wants to, you know, do
or the graphic of a uterus with nothing.
Or the graphic of a uterus.
You know, like make the type be an empty uterus. I don't know. It's just, it's good stuff. It also looks great too from an identity standpoint. I just think that like sometimes you have to make choices about what the strongest part of the ad is, and sometimes it's a headline campaign, and this is a classic headline campaign.
I have one question. You choose. Sorry, I have one really quick question though. You choose the method. We provide the options. Do you choose the method? Meaning you choose, I want to do a pill, and then we tell you your pill options, or is it you choose the method like condom, pill, this, and we provide all the options?
So yes to both. They have so part of the like reason and insight behind this campaign is that they have so many different options. They have hundreds of brands that you can choose from. You can order the ring, you can get condoms, you can get Plan B, and of course, like any type of pill you want.
Okay.
That was basically what we were trying to emphasize there.
I won't overthink that then. There was also I put work on, so the graffiti with the transgender person painting it, I liked the idea of it. I think it needs to work hard. That line needs to work harder. You've got these great lines down here, and I think that was above, right?
Mm-hmm.
That needs to have more of this same attitude. I think it's up, right?
Yes. Yeah, it's the first thing.
Up, Andrew. Yeah, right there. So power in the palm of your hand, like that is so much softer than, it's not the same voice. So if you can come up with a line that's, you know, that same kind of voice and make me understand why is this intersex artist doing this and what message do they have? You know, that could be a pretty powerful thing too.
Okay.
Okay, how you feeling, Claire?
Good. How much time do we have left?
Not really, any, but
Okay, I was just
but we
wondering.
could do a minute or two more. I mean, you know, it's as long as I don't know what Susan and Megan's hard out is what it'd be about, because we don't ever want to sacrifice the last person, right? So
Yeah.
if they're
I mean-
willing to extend 10 minutes or something, then maybe
What
we're
time is
okay,
it where
but-
you are? Is it 2:45 where you are?
Yeah, we're an hour earlier. than
3:45?
you.
3:45.
We're an hour earlier.
You're 3:45.
3:40,
Okay.
3:43 here.
Okay.
Great.
What do we have?
Um,
Like,
okay.
Yeah. We can spend 2 minutes on Blue Apron.
Yeah, do
I
it,
think
do it,
that's fine.
do it. Please.
I mean, Reagan's going later with Blue Apron, so
Yeah, I looked at this one too. I think. Didn't I? Yeah, I did.
No, I did too.
Yep, go.
So what I'll tell you is I think the line "Go Cuisine Go Cuisine Crazy" is really fun. And I said I feel like you could do some really fun posters and more unexpected things. I think I wasn't like I liked things just fine. I think you could really push it, I guess is my overall sort of thought with it.
So, and should I just pipe in since I looked at it? And if I
Do it.
don't, we might not. Let me just see if I can find. So it feels like a really good, a very solid product programming idea, right? So for Blue Apron to kind of figure out how are they going to tap into a new consumer. I thought that there was an opportunity, maybe. I know I keep talking about the pandemic, but I guess we all are living it. We haven't been able to travel.
Yeah.
We haven't been able to actually get out into the world. And I thought that maybe there was a way to bring the world into your kitchen. And would that be a good framework for why this is interesting to a consumer? Because that's really what I'm looking for in this whole cook the world kind of thing, is like, why do I need to do it? And why do I need to do it right now? So that your ads and your connection you're making with your audience is a little bit more urgent or filled with tension or whatever. We're always looking for tension, right? So
So
what's
you're
the
bringing
tension in this
those
idea?
worlds to you. That's nice.
Yeah, I mean, that's one way of looking at it. The other way that I thought you could go into it would be, cuisine. I don't know if you watch Salt, Fat, Acid, Heat, but I mean, it's pretty heady stuff. And Blue Apron is all about simplicity. So, cuisines of the world can be really tough to master, but Blue Apron makes it simple. So I think I'm just lacking in audience insight and a product benefit out of the overall program. I think they do this in a heartbeat, by the way. So it's just about pushing it into like a real insight.
okay.
Good stuff. I mean, it's really smart and tactical as it is, but it has the word
Yeah.
crazy in it. So maybe we should find a little bit more of that part of the tagline in it. Maybe, is that a way to say it?
Yeah, that's a good way of saying it, John.
Cool. All right. Thank you, Claire.
Thank you.
Thank you for your amazing short story fantasy writing that you really dove into. It's amazing stuff.
Very
I was like,
impressive.
so have you been doing this your whole life? She's like, no, not really. Good stuff. A lot of great work she put into all that. So hi, Jack, how are you?
Hey, doing good. How are y'all doing?
Good.
Y'all have looked at,
Razor.
yeah, so I think if we could focus on Razor and Polaroid.
Exactly. So what I said about this, I said it's definitely fun, especially in the real world. I get fun from this. I want to understand. So are you going against other scooters, or are you going against other modes of transportation?
It's kind of both. It's less about getting from point A to point B. It's all about kind of enjoying the ride to point B. And so it's kind of
I do feel like scooters in general are fun. Like we rented them back when you could like travel other places, and I went out for my first time. It is a fun thing. I don't even care what the brand name is, but I do like that you're owning fun. I think this whole campaign, like I enjoyed it. But the other thing is, I'm like, I do expect a scooter to be fun. So like, I really enjoy, like, so for instance, like these things that they created, that you created with the chalk and things like that, you're definitely amping up the fun. I think the best way I can explain what I'm talking about when I say a scooter's already fun, and that's how you're kind of branding it. So you're already branding it as something I think that people already think of it as. So there's an example. Are you guys familiar with the fun theory? I'm going to guess you're not, because it's a little bit older.
I was just going to ask you whether or not you knew you could, because you're the
I
historian.
show it every year in my class,
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah.
And I teach introduction to creative strategies once a semester to the master's students.
Well, so what's brilliant about it is Volkswagen did it, and they had a theory. They're like, so it's like a film, and they're like, we think that if you make it fun to go up the stairs, people take the stairs instead of the escalator. So they made a game out of going up the stairs. Now, the stairs are not a normally fun thing, and we made it fun. Scooters are already a fun thing, and you're making it fun. So I guess that's where my only issue is. I'm like, I like this campaign. I have fun with it. But then I think you need a foil. Like if you're going to have, I don't think your foil should be other scooters. I think then you should get people on a scooter, you know? So that's what I would say to that. Did you watch?
That's interesting. That's interesting, Susan. I actually wonder, like, I wonder if you actually prove out some sort of that the scooter being fun has like psychological benefits, or like the making, encouraging people to not scoot straight or to have fun on a scooter is actually going to better you psychologically or physically. Could be a place to take this.
Like what happens when the endorphins go? I mean, it was fun. I felt like a 12-year-old. Like I have a picture of me on a scooter in Sweden, and it's like it's like exhilarating. It's like this. I became a kid, and I think if you play into the truth of that, I think that could be, super fun. But these are lovely. These are nice, but you're not surprising me with your message. So
I bought one, Susan. I have
Did
my
you?
own.
I'm
Yeah.
jealous. I would love
I got
to
a
have.
9-bot, the Segway one. Yeah.
I would love it.
Austin's like really small. Like there's not that far. It's perfect for Austin to be getting to campus.
Yeah. But then
Besides
also playing with
students spotting me on it every once in a while. That's the only bad part about it. But
some of your message is still fun. I mean, you actually, it doesn't kill your a lot of your ideas. It's just framing it. You know what I mean? Like if you're gonna show how much more fun life is on a scooter and all these things you can do on a scooter, like this would be a lot more fun to do on a scooter than just walking on it. It's So I think it's the way you frame it up. Really thinking about what you're pushing against.
Yeah, I mean, like a really dumb, simple thing that you could do is just make unfun things fun because you're on a scooter.
Right.
Yeah.
Like think about your product, placements as places where you could make it scooter fun. You could make it razor fun because it's not.
Yeah.
So find your tension.
Don't you wish you had a razor? Yeah.
Hey, Andrew, go to the billboard really quick. Actually, what she just said, this is definitely a billboard that doesn't suck. Finally, a billboard that doesn't suck.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That does that. Like it, and so I don't think don't scoot straight is right.
Great.
I think you need something because that's more just talking to scooter people. It should speak more to the way you get around and the way you approach life and stuff. So
I think I'd say it's the latter, Susan. It's like the way you approach life.
Mm-hmm.
Like scoot through life or
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. Cool. You got a lot of fun things to play with here though, and it's definitely not broken. It's just, those little things you can do. So.
And then Polaroid.
Mm-hmm.
You should do voiceover, Jack.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Just saying.
That's a dream side gig if you can get it, Jack. That's
Yeah.
a good way,
True.
especially if you want to
Susan knows
balance
that.
out your junior salary when you get started out. So the voiceover work,
Mhm.
that'd be a pretty smart move.
No, I
like
had
that.
Megan. I had the for placement only voice that like I had.
I
it good
know,
enough
we
for the
got
client
so close so
presentation,
many
but
times.
never good enough. Yeah, it was like because I could read it, just the voice.
Yeah.
I had people tease me with it, but I never got the money for it either.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
One national commercial. That's all we're saying, Jack.
Yeah.
That's all it takes.
That's all it
That's all
takes.
it takes.
Yeah.
Actually,
So-
I did that. I acted in a True campaign shot by Mike McGuire and Tom
did?
Kuntz, and that paid for film school. Just
Shut
acting that one
up.
day paid for 2
Shut up.
years of school.
Oh my God.
What a
Friendship
gift.
past friends, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
What
have
the-
have cool friends like that. And they'll help accidentally pay for your college. I don't even know if they know that they were kind of torturing me. That's why they put it in. I'm a bad actor. Okay, so Polaroid. This
Yeah,
is another
so-
kind of redo they brought back from the past.
So yeah, so this is hard because the I think Polaroid's such an amazing it's an amazing product. I think you have some challenges. One is like, so when you say like the original way to take a picture, yeah, it is, but it's a nice ad, but it's like, as far as like a student book getting my attention, you're not making me think in a new way. I think this is really challenging because I think that this is such a phenomenal product. These ads are definitely communicating something, but it's not new. Like it's something I've heard before, sort of, I guess is what I would say. So, and I'm being hard on it just because it's like that's exactly what someone would feel. They'd be like, yeah, you know, but they're lovely looking. The lines are true. But you know, that's kind of my thought here. So I go into like, I put maybe my problem is the strategy, because digital, you had something about like photos or snapshots of life and memories, but digital photos are snapshots of life as well. And so I guess I get a little confused when we're going into the past. Like, how do we bring Polaroid into the present? And you know, why is it better? For me, Polaroid, and you don't have to go off this, but for me, Polaroid is so cool because of those moments that something's developing. You know, everything's so quick these days. There's that feeling of watching a Polaroid develop is this amazing feeling. So you had a digital out of home, I believe. I didn't understand why there was a moving picture because Polaroid doesn't do that. I understand you're saying, okay, it brings memories, you know, that Polaroid is memories. But again, I'm going to fight you on that because I feel like, I do feel like a picture is memories. We can now take video on our camera. That's all memories. But, you know, if you watch something develop here, can you be surprising? Can you have like different things that are developing somehow and be clever about it? I don't know. Just throwing that out there. Do not have
There's also, I love what you just said about like the interesting thing about Polaroid is that time it takes to develop and the anticipation that somebody feels.
Yeah.
Like, I like that I love that you're trying to bring back Polaroid. I love that you're like, I think like viscerally, when I look at this stuff and I see the image develop, I already feel something. Like, could you capture, is that really the unique selling proposition of a Polaroid? Is that anticipation of what is developing? Is that moment that you just
it's like worth the wait.
We get into that a bit with the scripts, like you're hearing and seeing the photo develop, and so it's kind of like telling the story of the moments leading up to the time the picture is being taken. So I think we begin to touch on that, but I definitely see what y'all are saying.
Yep.
Yeah. So I definitely play in that area or another area. I think it's funny. I mean, you get Polaroid, you're like, what an amazing product. It's challenging. So, you know, that you're competing with something very difficult, which is basically the digital camera. So that, you know, but I do think if you have a foil again, where it's like everything is so quick these days. And I think if you talk to something about the fact that it's worth the wait, because there is something so special about that picture, it doesn't look like a digital picture. You know, there could be something really nice in that.
Awesome. Well, thank you.
Yeah, and our friggin' attention spans are
exactly
like,
make fun of that.
Yeah, I mean, we take 10 pictures. Polaroid is one. I mean, I think focusing on the right part of it. But I love what you just said, Susan. Worth the wait or something in that neighborhood is like gets to really what's different about a Polaroid.
It came from a place. It came from a time. That's the one thing is it did come from a time when people had patience. People have no patience now. You can have so much fun with that. That's fodder, you know.
Man, that is good stuff. I have to say, I didn't tell a quick story of I did Polaroid like maybe my first year or something like one this is portfolio 3, right? So the portfolio 1 students we had, they had a really nice campaign a few years ago where it was just seeing it like partially developed just a little bit. You could kind of make out the picture and it was kind of interesting because you wanted to see what it was, but kind of couldn't. And it broke my brain as an old guy because pretty much their premise was Polaroid slow. And it broke my brain to think that was my childhood's instant, you know? And so now what was instant to us, to them is takes forever.
That's so funny,
right?
yeah.
So I think y'all are hitting on something even smarter than that about just getting into the impatience of the world.
I mean,
now
slow photography is super interesting. Slow photography. I mean, we have movements called slow food. We have, you know, like slow photography is great.
Yeah. And digging into that time, like what's the wonderful things about having patience in the past too. I don't know if you want to go there, but it's just interesting. So.
I know how passionate you and Sophia are about JetBlue, so I'll give you this one chance to ask a question as the writer. If any, do you have a question? Or I mean, it was a pretty thorough discussion we had. So,
or is there anything we didn't understand, or did you understand what we were saying? Like, you know, we're going through it fast.
No, definitely. I think that this was a campaign that even Sophia and I really just we worked through, and there's a lot of moving pieces, and so the fact that it gets lost in translation it makes sense. Yeah, I mean, if anything, I guess, did the anthem spot, was the script, did it do anything for y'all?
Again, it's not, if you're going to do it for JetBlue, look at their voice.
Yeah.
Just really, really look at their voice. This is not their voice. This is a corporation here. This is more Delta, you know, like, and JetBlue, like that'll actually, if you did it for Delta, it would be kind of more boring. JetBlue, like you can make it more surprising and just serve it in a different way. Yeah.
Yeah, they're very human speak. That's why they've got, you know, they were one of the first airlines to have lowercase letters, you know, as their logo.
Approachable,
they weren't this big like low angle look up at the plane kind of it's very human, which I think the idea that you have is a really great one and is the right one for JetBlue to do, because they probably are thinking this way. But then I think Susan's 100% right that you got to find the voice that JetBlue would execute within.
Yeah,
it's a much more fun voice to be. It is like I think you'll have. It'll be fun, but really, really like research things is the way they say it and stuff and what they do, and they're playful. You know, I know them as when I think of JetBlue, I think like that blue animation. You know, and not that you have to have blue animation, but this is way more serious than they ever are. So it's a very serious topic, but serving up a serious topic in a more approachable way, sort of, is where it'll become more interesting.
Yeah,
absolutely. Well, that's all I have. So thank you all so much.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Jack.
Thank you.
Hi, Reagan. You muted, Reagan. Did you say hi?
I think it's Danielle next.
Oh, my bad. Golly, I keep looking at it wrong. Oops, I skipped one. Sorry, Danielle.
You're good.
How dare I skip you, Danielle? You're awesome. So I can't believe I just did that. My bad. You know?
I forgive you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, hi,
I've been
guys.
doing this since 8 in the morning and haven't really stopped. So maybe that'll be my excuse that I'll use. So which one should we talk about, do you think? We did Gushers a little bit. I think Bloomscape was from this morning, right?
Yeah, so Blueland and Yelp haven't been talked about today. And then if we have some time and you have any comments for the others, then.
Yeah, I did have something on Bloomscape, but let's go ahead and do Blueland first is good. So I must have liked this. I just put this is fun. I put this is fun too, meaning I liked something about Bluescape. Fun animation and stuff. Keep on going down just so I could see.
Shout out Reagan. for the video.
Yeah, Reagan, really good art direction. I I saw this in your portfolio.
Yeah, thank you. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, no, it's really like the
yes, that's a
personality
great
of,
look.
yeah, the personality of these characters are really great.
So I think that as far as like writing, I think you've got such a great, hook and stuff. I just make sure you're, super, like every joke has to be funny, so something doesn't have to go on and on and on. Just make sure it's like it doesn't come off as trying too hard, and it's just funny. I think the way you're going at it is awesome. And I think you've got like such a great shell, but a lot of writing is editing. So I know, I'm a big like delete. So just really working to make sure that they're the best they can be. I think it's a really fun idea. I mean, obviously it seems like you could do something really super fun on a dating app, so.
Yeah. So that was going to be, that was what I noticed is that I think that you might want to stay focused on what's the line, the whole package, the complete package,
Yeah.
which is a dating metaphor.
Yeah.
And I think you probably want to bring that through everything, right?
Mhm.
It's about the guy or girl that has it all. So I felt like it was stronger in some executions and not as strong in others. In fact, I love the animation that I'm looking at. You deserve a cleaning product that makes a splash.
Yes.
But it doesn't actually go back to the complete package.
Mhm.
So just be consistent, be relentless with being the complete package.
For sure.
Yeah. And yeah, just making sure that those lines like are just as strong as they can be. So, and that just requires writing and picking the best ones. But a lot of them are definitely close, if not there. So.
And then this is a small thing. I think that I don't think you have to bash other brands to be the complete package, right? And if you do bash other brands, do it as a competitive date, right? Like just keep your voice totally consistent. Like if I'm choosing, if it's a Tinder thing where it's Clorox, Comet, or your Blue Land, then that's a way to bash.
Mhm.
But it's within this dating conceit, the complete package conceit, right?
Mm-hmm. So are you referring to the scripts that mentioned other brands?
Well,
or the banner? Because I think that did that
I
too.
think the banner was the one that was throwing me mostly.
At this one.
A little bit further down.
The
This
splash
right
one.
here.
Yeah.
So what I noticed in here is it feels like a Tinder take, but it's
Mhm.
not really Tinder, and it feels like I feel like it's just an opportunity to bash Clorox. I know I'm getting in the weeds, but I feel like it should be, like you have to keep the conceit of Tinder, and like do it on Tinder, do an ad or whatever. I don't know.
Okay, good idea.
Yeah, get in that voice and really push it. Like don't go for cutesy, go for like really, just smart and a wink and fun and funny. It should make you laugh for sure.
For sure.
You already gave us a little teaser that you liked Bloomscape. You want to jump to that, or?
I did.
I like Bloomscape too.
Yeah. So I put that the visuals and the basic idea I thought was really fun. The one thing I thought that you could do is push more into why Bloomscape. Like, so, and I think it's not just welcome to parenthood. I think your opportunity there is to be like, like we're the experts on on plants, which is a terrible line. Don't use that. but like welcome to parenthood isn't enough. Like it's like they have all those books like what to expect when you're expecting, like what to expect when you're expecting a ficus, and that kind of thing. I am not a gardener, but I did just do a lot of planting, and I totally, it's like I worry about my babies, and I think that this is a super fun place to be. But I think that you do need that why bloomscape, or basically it could be, I get my plants at Home Depot personally. So just make sure we know it's because like we're the experts, we can tell you everything, we can nurture your inner nurturer. Like, so I think that would be the main thing, the main advice I would give you. And I agreed. I think I heard the other critiquer say a little something. I wasn't as into the video. I did like these. I would maybe put the baby bottle like as if it's watering the plant, as opposed to, I don't know what it's doing with the plant. So I'm not sure. But yeah. So what else did you have to say, Megan?
No, I agree 1,000%. I wish I had like a definitive answer. One of the things that occurred to me when I looked at this work is that if you can take care of a plant should be the test before you get an animal, before you have a child, that if you can take care of a plant, you might be ready for one of these other things. And I really think that that's a beautiful thing that you've brought forward in this campaign. Yeah. I agree with Susan that I don't have an answer, but I think the line has to be a little more surprising, I guess. And what does Bloomscape have to do with it, I guess?
But I think, as parents, like we didn't know when Megan and I, each of us like pregnant with our first children, and I'm sure Sean too, had no idea what you're getting into. When they sent me out of the hospital with a baby, I was like, what am I supposed to do with this? Like, I have to change it by myself. I don't know how to do this. I honestly don't know how to take care of a plant. I really don't. So to have that there, like you make them the experts on nurturing your plants, and with this kind of borrowed, like treating it like it's a child, I think is awesome. I think you have a lot of fun here. I feel like you've only just begun to scratch the surface. So
for sure. Those are good ideas. Yeah, we definitely want to push this a lot more over the next year. Probably redo the spots and definitely incorporate that like new parent anxiety that like somehow we overlooked, but like that is such a good point that we are definitely going to try and hit.
I'm just looking at this right now with new eye. I think you should flip all of your communications and start with the baby book. And then go, because that's really what you're saying is like, Bloomscape is going to be the one that is going to help you become the perfect plant parent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe that's what you say. Maybe instead of welcome to parenthood, it's like, this is too long, but become the perfect plant parent or something like that. I like plant parent was nice.
Yeah.
I'm the perfect parent. No, sorry. I'll stick to our direction. I'll stick to our direction.
I did that in my head. It didn't come out of my mouth. So I'm right there.
I love a good self-deprecating joke. So I thought I'd throw myself under the bus with that bad one. But yeah.
We don't work with work, so we can't just say no, Sean.
Our director throwing out bad lines.
Yeah.
You good, Danielle, or did you want to try and talk about Yelp real quick?
Sure. If you guys, Yelp or Gushers, just you guys can choose.
Well, let's do Yelp since we did Gushers.
Okay.
If you're okay with that, I'm getting bossy.
Let's hear it.
I put that I like what you're trying to do, but I really don't know if the whole campaign should focus on animals. So I feel like people know what Yelp is. For the most part, if you don't know what Yelp, I really feel like most people know what Yelp is. And that is something to consider. This is not an awareness campaign. So while I think there's some cute, funny things in there, I don't know. I know that's a big thing to say because this is your campaign. The other thing I would say is look before you book. To me, that's like the bigger idea. It's wild out there. While it's a nice line, I don't mind it's wild out there, but I think the idea of look before you book is the truth nugget. I always check Yelp before I book anything. So just limiting it to animals, I think, is making it kind of cute. I think you could really go off on look before you book. Personally, I do like your little ducks thing, though. I thought that was funny in situ. Like, but I think you can open it. So and even so the 728 dogs. I think that kind of stuff is fun, but I don't think it's your campaign. So personally, I don't know if anyone else agrees.
This is another redo that came from Portfolio 1, and you can kind of tell it's when they were like, let's have fun with cute animals.
Yeah. So it's funny, it just limits it a lot. And it's like, so to me, I call that almost like self-indulgent, because is it fun? Yeah, it's super fun. But is it right for the brand? I don't know, So I think there's some fun stuff in it that could be a part of something, but the bigger idea is like, look before you book. Why? Well, because of this, this, and this, So I think I'm definitely a believer in Yelp. Anything from anyone else?
No, this one wasn't.
Any questions?
This was
Go ahead, Megan. Sorry.
No, this one wasn't one that was on my half of the list, but I would definitely say that the truth feels like it's in the side of the equation that you were talking about, Susan, which is the look before you book is how you avoid all of these things. The animal execution doesn't feel like it's necessary for the idea.
So it brings a smile to your face, but that's what it's like, an extra thing. Like it's almost like you'd create that as an extra little, I don't know, little like leave behind, or maybe it's something that goes on coasters or something silly. Like, I don't know. It just, I'm just throwing things out there. I'm just saying like it's its own thing, but it's not really a communications, like a hard working communication. So
that makes sense. Maybe we'll redo it for a third time.
It's a great product, and it's a great insight that you've tapped into, to be honest. So it's, and I always think it's like, if you can figure it out, like we have to go back over and over and over again, by the way, we try not to, but and come up with like, okay, here's our first 5 ideas, and then okay, and here's another, and here's another, like and you rework things all the time. So I think it's a great exercise to get it, to try to make it right. Definitely worth it, because you'll be doing it in the real world. So
good advice.
All right, thank you, Danielle.
Thank you.
Maybe time for now. It's actually time to go to Reagan.
Yep.
Hi, Reagan.
Hi. So you've touched on 3 out of my 4 campaigns. So let's start with Roblox.
Sure. So I'm so interested in this product because I don't know it. So can you talk to me about it?
Yeah, my partner and I actually struggled with that for a good chunk of when we were working on it, but it's basically an online gaming platform that you yourself can create your games, or you can explore other user created games.
Yep.
And it's all like this really blocky, not really sophisticated game design, but the cool thing is that like it's all what users want a game to be but can't find.
So super interesting. So it's kind of Minecraft-y in a way. So you're building your own experience. I thought that the most wonderful part of all of the work to me lied in the insight that you had around the frustrations that gamers have in existing game structure, that you can get bored, that you can get, like it can get like sort of, tedious to go back to your favorite games, or that they end and there's no more. And your execution, your film execution of having one of the game players leave to go build their own game was, I thought, the strongest thing you had. So I feel like it was this right here, the bored first person shooter character leaves his game for the Roblox metaverse. I think that's really good. And I think you could, I think that if you dig into that as a center of the campaign, totally, and test that theory out against everything that you do, I think it would be really strong.
Okay.
So you didn't look at this one, Susan, right?
Nope, I did
Okay,
not.
cool. And it's pretty complex to
Yeah, I'm looking
understand.
at that going, I have no idea.
No, it's complex. I do like the line yours for the making. It's a good line. It's a good line. I don't know if I've like the center of the campaign that I like the most is like tapping into the frustration. So I think it'll work together. I think yours for the making and focusing the campaign more into that tension of frustration with existing game platforms, using game characters to migrate over is just awesome.
With that, do you think that it would be focusing too much on other games first and not enough on Roblox? Or do you think if we maybe made the games more generic and not calling out like Call of Duty?
Yeah, so I don't think you would do Call of Duty. I think you would take the tropes of games and just use those as, everybody, you can find the universal trope for Grand Theft Auto. You can find it for, all of them, like Toon Blast. You can find a trope. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's pretty easy to do something off of Fortnite and
Yeah.
Overwatch style of a first person shooter, even too. Like even just the style of it, you could do your own version that's not copying it. So they're copying each other, those two games directly. So I think we can make our own little version. Did you have any other questions about anything else as you were kind of listening to the review of Crumble or Blue Land? You got a lot of love on Blue Land. So this is your Blue Land art director that y'all were loving the art direction.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Crumble, the art direction is stunning on Crumble as well.
Yeah.
Got a great system. You're really consistent through all of your elements, but you find language that kind of is diverse enough that it's not boring. So compliments on that.
Thank you. Yeah, Blue Land, that was my first time animating anything. So it was a heavy task at the beginning, but I'm like really proud of how it turned out. So it's good to hear good feedback on that.
Yeah, the character development is awesome.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Okay, you feel okay, Reagan? Sorry that we kind of mainly talked about the one, but
yeah, no, it's good. I got a lot of feedback from others, so
yeah, I mean, and they definitely were throwing out love on the art direction the first two while talking about it. So hopefully that makes you feel good. It's good looking stuff. Good book, Reagan. Thank you. Who we got?
I think Leah.
Yeah.
Right?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Leah?
How are you?
Good. So we've sort of talked about the screen.
Yes,
and
you've talked about all
Bonza.
of them except for Bonza.
Except for Bonza. So do you want to start there?
Yeah, let's start there.
So your art direction style is really strong. It's diverse. You've got different look and feel for everything. So in looking at your work comprehensively, a compliment that you're letting the art direction be. It's not you doing the art direction, it's the brand doing the art direction, and you're giving these brands the voice. So a compliment to that for the diversity of
Thank you.
voice. I loved your print, and I think what I liked about this print is it both visually and verbally taps into the mind of a child, right? And then the execution below, which is the hunt to make the best box spoon. Can you scroll down just a little bit?
I didn't look at this, but I love those. I mean, writing
Aren't they
and
great?
art direction. Yeah, they're really good.
They're really
my
good.
partner is also an art director, so we worked on
Oh, wow.
these together.
It's
Good
really
for
really
you.
good. what I would say is, like, I felt like these two top executions, like, it takes imagination to imagine, macaroni can be made out of chickpeas. You connect that with an audience that's all about imagination, and it's just super smart, right? I think that these first two executions really bring that forward with strength. I want to give you like the TV, Timotei, right? Wait, is that this one?
Timothy.
Yes.
Or yeah,
Yeah, Timotei. Oh my God. It was like an existential trip. Like, I was like, now I'm not going to say that I completely understood. It wouldn't be the first place I would stop for the TV execution. But I give you credit for being imaginative. I actually just think that your execution can get closer into the imagination of the child, that
Okay.
simple connection that you make between macaroni made of chickpeas and the imagination of a child. Just dig into that and move forward with that.
Okay. That sounds good.
Timotei. I mean, it was so funny. The French, I mean, really, I looked at it a million times, I will tell you.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
Yep, they're learning a little French New Wave, or Manor mix.
I know,
with
it's just
Wes
it was
Anderson or something. It's like a
crazy.
mix of the two.
Yeah. And I think that I think it's very sweet. The box games are very sweet. I like that because of like the cereal phenomenon that kids, like it's a new box usage with a different food type, but I don't know that it's as strong as your first couple executions or
Okay,
on
definitely.
brief. Like, you created the brief, and I think your first two executions are most on brief.
Okay.
And yeah, that was really smart. One other thought I had was whether or not, this chickpea macaroni should partner with a credited youth science organization to really do it for real. Because
Okay.
that's weird and good, right? Like, why would a chickpea food group, a food producer, partner with a science? It kind of gets to that imagination that I think your campaign is all about.
I really like that. So thank you. I think in our first pass, we had thought of like a science museum, like a partnership, but we never really developed that further. So I really like that. Thank you.
Credentializing things works really well.
Okay.
Like in how you present your work, attaching a credible organization to some of this stuff, as long as it's realistic, but you might not get the WHO, like the World Health Organization, but you could get a youth science organization to get behind a something, make it feel really big.
Yeah.
So I think same thing. Do you have a question about some of the other campaigns?
Yeah, I think for Carvana, maybe we could touch a little bit on that.
Good, let's do that.
So for these print, I think time was definitely an element here. Like, yes, you can save time, but I think the other element we were really trying to include was the different pain points of a car dealership and what you're avoiding with Carvana, because they don't have all of those elements. With the tagline though, that does stress so much saving time. Do you think that we should just completely focus on time instead of the pain points?
I think that your pain points, I think your tension should remain the same always. And if time saving is your tension, it can still be about haggling, paperwork. All of those features can be included in time, but you want to keep the center of the work the same, consistent.
The one that doesn't speak to that was the save your money for upgrades. That doesn't speak to time at all.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yes, totally. Yeah. Financials seem to be off topic.
Okay.
But that stack of paperwork, haggling for hours, while I love Bigfoot, I just didn't get it. Right. I think it's so cute and I want to love it and I want to read that storybook, but I just didn't get it.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, thank you guys so much for your feedback. It was really,
don't
really
don't
helpful.
lose the art direction style though. It's really good.
It's
Thank you.
adorable. I actually have one, sorry, can we go back to the last one really quickly? Because then as I read the print ads again, I just had one question. And the Bonza, sorry, I hadn't seen these, but so in these, I was just gonna ask, should the line be flipped so it's like pizza made from chickpeas is no weirder than riding a unicycle with your pet raccoon? Like, because isn't it that people think it's already weird to, like, that's what the thing is, you're trying to break that. I feel like they need to be flipped.
Okay. I think we played around with both, and I think our original thought with that one was, then I feel like the weirdest part is like capturing the image, and then it would all sound like this made from chickpeas, this made from chickpeas, this made from chickpeas. But I like how, yeah, I mean, that in itself is weird enough to get people's attention.
Yeah, I just like look at it and see if it's saying exactly, because it's like I feel like the first thing people will be like, you're taking on chickpeas, so I'm like,
Okay.
that is weird. Like pizza made from chickpeas, that is weird. And then you're almost the line is being almost unapologetic, because it's saying it's no weirder than a unicycle, than riding a unicycle with a pet raccoon.
Oh, I like that. I like
That's
that.
what the joke is. So I don't know. I feel like it might need to be flipped, but
yeah,
I like that. I like that, Susan. It changes the attitude of it. I think that's really nice.
It makes
It's
it
not
unapologetic,
weirder. It's not
right?
weirder than riding on a unicycle with your pet raccoon.
Yeah. It's like you're like, yeah, we're into weird, so what? I mean, that's not weird. Like nothing's too weird for us is basically what it's saying.
I love that. Thank you guys.
I mean, you might consider that as your line ultimately.
Okay.
Weird is good. It's basically weird is good.
Like,
on that note though, for
it's not weird. Yeah. Well, go ahead.
It shouldn't say great on the third ad though. Like it's about weird or curious, and then it's about great. I feel like that all of a sudden becomes
no, you're
off
right.
topic. Yeah.
You're right.
You're so close though. So it's like,
thank you. No, I really like that suggestion.
I love that it's like nothing's too weird. Like that's like, I mean, that's where all the greatness is like, trying something you've never tried before.
Yeah. So, I mean, I really kind of like a line that's just, it's not weird. Bonza, it's not weird.
Yeah.
Because that way it gives you freedom for all of your executions to be as weird as friggin' possible in this brilliant way that and Sean, you're so right. It's not great, right? Because you need to be, it's self-deprecation. This advertising is all about like saying we are weird and we're proud of it.
Yeah, which is so much fun. Like that's when I say, oh God, that'd be such a fun area to play in. So have fun. Definitely have fun and get this to where it needs to be, because it could be really
so
fun.
much.
Yeah,
it's really good.
Thank you.
All right. Hi, Sam.
Hi.
How we doing on your brand, Sam? A lot of yours were in the morning, huh?
Yeah. There was one was Lisa, the Vera meat. So
we've already talked about Vera meat. So where would you like to start?
Goodwill. Haven't gotten any on that one.
Goodwill. Right. I have to check my notes. I'm sure it's been a long day for you. It's only been half as long for me, but I do have to look at my notes. Hold on.
This is another one that's a redo from the past that they kind of recently are trying to evolve.
Yeah, and I remember looking through it. I might have to do it without. Oh, hold on. Oh, here we go. So can you go back up? I want to look at this a little more closely. So the promise of this campaign is that we've got it, right? We got that. And there was a great, okay, now I'm dating myself big time, but 9X, which was a phone provider, put out a phone book.
Landlines.
Remember? They
Yeah.
used to have, if it's out there, it's in here, this great campaign,
Yeah,
which
that
was
was good.
like they took the words out in the world and then they translated them visually, like blue hair dye, and they dyed blue hairs or whatever it was. And it was really, it made me think of that conceit. So I think it's a really wide premise. Like, if we've got everything, right? And what I wanted to do when it's that general a premise, when that is sort of the strategy you've chosen to take and the unique selling proposition you're trying to get out there, then I think you need to attach it to something really specific. And that's where I think you can push this. Is there a community or a trend that really could benefit from the fact that there's a place that has it all? And I guess I wasn't quite sure if you had that level of focus yet in the campaign.
Yeah, what I was thinking, like when I thought about Goodwill, and P1 too, it's like, I like to say it's like the Walmart, but like the weird one. Like, it's like where you'll find, because you go to any, like right now, if you go to any thrift shop, it's mostly just clothes, but Goodwill is the one where you'll find like everything, I'd say. So that's what I was kind of going with the mindset on.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think it's interesting that you didn't go with like typical charity, approach. I think it's that you made a lot of awesome decisions to get to this. But I think when you're saying that you've got everything, then you either have to have a conceit that's really specific, or you have to have a community or a trend that's super specific that you can connect to. Like, who needs all of this? Like, what trend really benefits from all of this? And then make a campaign that's direct to that. That's what I sort of left feeling.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, sounds good.
The art direction is really quite lovely. I mean, it's very rich, very layered. I like the contrast of like all of these like layered elements with the simple branding. So I commend that.
Yeah, it was two art directors, me and she was from Morning Group, but yeah.
It's really good. I mean, maybe yeah, I'm sort of thinking out loud that this idea of tagging everything is really, it's very telegraphic and simple, and I like that. I wonder if you brought that to the real world, if it would become even more interesting. Like, is it something that I find in a stadium? I go to a stadium and everything is tagged Goodwill or something, and it's, we've got that. Like, is it more about like being unexpected in how you greet people?
Oh, yeah,
That's a really cool idea. That'd just be stickers, Sam, I think, right? Just little
Yeah.
price tag stickers you could put everywhere. That's really
Yeah,
smart.
and then you can be it's a very guerrilla first campaign where you can be anywhere and remind people that Goodwill has this.
Yep. It's cool.
Yeah, that sounds great. Thank you.
What do you think? Close it out with Boom Chicka Pop or
Yeah,
Fresh
sure.
Start?
Okay.
Oh, well,
Oh,
my
no,
bad,
go
Sam.
ahead.
Which one did you want to do?
What do you want to do?
Well, which I was thinking fresh sense, but whichever
Oh
you
no,
guys
do
have,
it.
like
Let's
more.
we don't have such limited time. I would hope we could talk about the one you want to talk about, if that's okay with Megan and Susan.
So this product is fascinating. Does this exist or did you make it up?
So Fresh Sense is like it's pretty much a service where it's a subscription service for flowers, bouquets. But
Yeah.
we added the pop culture thing into it. So like every month you get if you want to be a part of that program, you get a pop culture inspired bouquet.
It's based on the idea that it's seasonal flowers always. So that's part of why
Yeah.
they pick it for you. So you're not wasting out of season. So therefore they went with current, right? To represent seasonal.
Yep. So it's really smart, really smart product extension, or a way to dramatize the sort of basic offering, right? So that's super smart. I was wondering if you would, let me just look again. I feel like these are really good. I mean, I kind of want something to jump out at me in here that is like connected to an unmissable cultural event. It's almost like it happened in the world and we made a bouquet. And I think these are gorgeous, and I know they're all connected to pop culture, but I almost want to feel like, Taylor Swift's album that just dropped is a bouquet. And I think it's here, but I think it's just feeling buried, maybe.
Well, reference for that would be like almost like Oreo twist, sort of.
Yeah, so yeah, it's a great reference. Like the daily Oreo posts that they did forever. Every single day there was a new post that involved an Oreo, like connected to culture. Like to be that ambitious, almost creating, like the creation strategy could become the content. So how are you tracking with culture and coming up with a fresh send? Be really ambitious. I like that, Susan. Like, what if your campaign was every single day for a year, there was going to be a new fresh send, or a fresh. Why can't I talk anymore? I no longer have. I no longer have a voice, but it would be a new bouquet, a new offering that's connected to culture, and then it's all about like making it and getting it out.
Mm-hmm. And I love the also the limited, because the thing with the Oreo twist, you couldn't actually really order it, like they were just playing, in social. But I love that you could actually order these, and they're like a limited amount maybe every day or something. It's just a really fun.
It's a really smart idea. I think that the other thing is that you could, one way to have this even feel contextually stronger is to actually put your ads, your fresh sends in the places next to the content that you're responding to. So how do you get the content, like the content and context closer together in how you present the idea?
No, this gets into a little bit of what I think her partners Chi and we three talked about a little bit later, which was, I think I started to discover later. I was like, wait a minute, why is this just songs and movies? Like, culture is so much more than that. And when it's about being current, right? I mean, sure, current might mean a song today, but next week it's going to be the Bernie meme or whatever, right? Like that's what it was in January. So I feel like, you couldn't make the Bernie meme bouquet a month later, but if you did it that day, you might sell some, right? And so I think that's personally what I'm looking for to hopefully keep growing in here, is to kind of go past Stranger Things, which is beautiful ad, but I feel like there's got to be other cultural moments.
Yeah, and maybe just test out the campaign as not backwards looking, but forwards looking. So make everything a cultural response.
Yes.
And if you go through an ideation where you're like, okay, this week would be the bouquet, next week would be this bouquet, and I think you test it against things that have happened within the last month. Can you do five bouquets based on things that have happened in culture in the past month? I think you'll know whether or not you've got something great. I know you can do it. You can definitely do it. And then you design those bouquets, and it'll be beautiful.
Yeah, sounds
and
good.
you get a lot of subscriptions. I guarantee it.
She just made me have an idea that you and your partner probably won't like hearing, but can you imagine how cool it'd be? It'd be like the first portfolio piece ever that you actually kept updating, right? Like you are literally trying to stay with it, you know? Maybe you have some creative directors you're talking to on the side and you're sending them a ping on, you know, you're like, yep, just updated that campaign again. Got another
I
one for
think
you.
that's brilliant.
Yeah.
But it
Yeah,
maybe
that's a
it's
great
according
idea.
to like where they are, like maybe like depending, you can like personalize it to that creative director.
Yeah, exactly. Even make some. I want to see
Oh,
a
that's
Susan and
awesome.
Megan bouquet. Please, I'd buy it.
Yeah,
I love bouquets.
yeah,
That'd be fun.
that's great.
I'm definitely down to do
It,
that.
it doesn't have to be an actual bouquet, Sam. You can
Yeah.
just the picture of it. You don't
Yeah.
have to do the full thing. Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. But yeah, that sounds fun. I'm down to do that. Thank you.
Okay.
It's great.
That's probably all that time we have, Sam. I don't know if you heard earlier about Boom Chicka Pop a little bit. So let's go ahead and jump to Sage, maybe.
Hello.
Hello, Sage.
Hi.
What would you like to talk about?
So I would really like to talk about Nas is after me and we worked on piecework, so maybe just like Sanzo and Overtone.
Okay, great. Okay, so you were one of the first books I looked at. So I'm gonna ask for a scroll down. So I'm just so what I loved about this work is that you are connecting to you know, like purpose and culture really nicely. I think that you know, kind of like elevating Asian voices is super interesting, right? If you go back up, I want you to talk to me about like what your overall strategy and is throughout all of the work. Like, how would you bring it together for me?
Right. So we really wanted to prioritize like giving Asian Americans and AAPI community a voice, specifically through this product because it's an Asian American brand. That's literally how they like have their place in like, you know, the world. So our thought was like, okay, let's first connect with other Asian Americans. So that's why we were like, okay, these bold and brave flags will go in heavily populated or Asian American neighborhoods to make connections to them. And then they would see like bold flavors, bold voices, and then the flavors of the drinks connect back to flavors very prevalent in different Asian cultures.
Right.
And then, so Can for a Cause too, we thought like, let's expand like the flavor realm, right? There are so many different fruits in, you know, Asia. There's, you know, tons. So we thought, let's extend that, promote Asian American artists, and then donate the proceeds from these beautiful cans and flavors to Asian American organizations like that. For example, like the passion fruit goes towards AAPI mental health. The middle one goes towards AAPI women that face domestic violence. And then the last one is for AAPI business owners, especially in Chinatown. in Brooklyn, or not Brooklyn necessarily, New York. Sorry.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, so I love so much about this. I think the art direction is gorgeous. And I think the issue that you're tapping into is important and relevant, and one that is right for the brand. I would love to, I like the bold voices, bold, wait, where, can you go back up?
Flavors.
Bold flavors, bolder voices, right? So what I really like about that is that it seems very singular, right? We have bold flavors, product truth, bolder voices is who's, like you started with, who says we have to be quiet. Amplifying Asian voices, it seems like it should be the center of this campaign. And I kind of want to feel that center of gravity coming through in all of this work. So instead of it, so what I wonder is, when we do things like flags, do we want to be amplifying Asian voices within Asian communities, or do we want to be amplifying Asian voices in other communities that need to hear them? And I would challenge you to think about, like, I do a ton of purpose-driven work where I work right now. You have to pick your issue. And I do think that, like, in these first two ideas, you're onto something, and the line very specifically is all around amplifying voices. So, and you're using artists to amplify their voice. So stay true to that. And then be confrontational with how you bring forward Asian voices in non-Asian in more inclusive environments, the voices that everyone needs to hear. So focus on that, I think, is where I would take this territory.
This wasn't one of mine, but I just was reading some of it. I just want to understand with the so with the flags, for instance, and I don't know if you said anything with this, Megan, or not, but you're kind of preaching never apologize for your culture. Like, if you're going to amplify a voice, make it the voice of the person, is what I feel like I would do, instead of telling the person, because it sounds preachy to me. So, like, if it's a bold voice, what is the bold thing they're going to say is how I would probably approach it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and then like, really make it, like, Sanzo should use their platform to make it loud. So that can be they become the megaphone, they become the ones that make the voices heard.
And it could be like, to me, it could be any kind of, like, it could be a famous person, politician. It could be, just someone, regular person. But amplifying those voices and really getting that point of view across. Yeah.
Okay.
Beautiful art direction, though.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this was really fun to make.
Speaking of beautiful art direction, overtone is really beautiful too. I'm hoping you agree.
Let's go to it.
Yeah, bottom left.
Flip the narrative. Let me just remind myself. The line "flip the narrative" is really good. And the art direction, I remember this. This is stunning art direction. Let me go look at my notes. I really dug the kind of, I don't know, feels a little SoundCloudy or something. It's like, it's super interesting art direction.
I had this one as well, and I will say that I thought this was really, I definitely have never seen anyone try to get hair acceptance. That's for sure.
Yeah.
But the one thing I would say, like, so a line like, who said, I have this black square in front of me, so I can't really see it. It says, who said pink can't be professional, I think is
Try
what
and
it says.
scroll a little bit, Andrew, please. Oh, there we go. Smart.
Okay, so who said pink can't be, like, to me, like, well, a lot of people said that. So that in a line isn't effective to me. Like, you have to tell me why is pink professional, or like, I think the line, basically what I'm saying is I think the lines can be pushed, because the art direction is really great, and I like what you're trying to say. I think you're onto the right thing, but I don't think you should bully people into just saying, yes, I have pink hair and I deserve to be here. Like, make them understand why. Like, there's that whole thing, this is going to be a little quick tangent, but women in the workplace, you should hire more women. You're not going to get people to hire more women unless you tell them why, because we actually bring more money into the companies, like that's actually a proven fact. I'm not saying go facts here, but all I'm saying is you just like try to have a little fun with.
I think what you're probably saying is, if you're going to flip the narrative, actually flip the narrative.
Yes.
Don't question the narrative.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
That's my long way around saying exactly what Megan just said.
And I think that I do think that last one was more challenging, which I liked, because it's the topic of like hair professionalism. I do a lot of work for Dove, and they co-authored the Crown Act, which is making hair discrimination illegal. I don't know if you looked at that at all in for this campaign, but I think that it's a powerful conversation. People are discriminated against for their hair, and I think that this as a topic, I don't disagree with anything Susan said, but this as a topic is where you should be talking. Like, professionalism, what is professional? What should keep you in school, keep you in a job? Why you should be taken seriously should have nothing to do with your beauty choices, right? Mm-hmm. So that's great. And that goes really well with flip the narrative. I didn't think you work hard, your hair should work harder was a challenging notion. It's not culturally challenging. So stay with culturally challenging.
Okay. Yeah. You also did have some fact in here somewhere, right? About like when people have self-expression, like they are more productive, or they do work better. Didn't this have some sort of fact?
My partner was the writer, but she found some really good insights like that and put them in here somewhere.
So that's almost like a little of what I was kind of getting at, in that actually that's really interesting. Self-expression, being able to
this
feel.
Is great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
You could really play into that and really have some fun there. I feel like you're just like kind of digging into this, and you can definitely go deeper and definitely play with that attitude in which you guys.
I wonder if you should do professional headshot service for LinkedIn.
That's cool.
That'd be cool.
I mean, I think it's brilliant that you're taking a hair product to LinkedIn. Brilliant. Like that is so incredibly smart. Because nobody's doing that. Mm-mm. Like, there's no beauty brand going, oh yeah, I guess we should be on LinkedIn.
Yeah, why does LinkedIn everyone has to look the same? Yeah.
Yeah, and challenging the norms, and maybe there's something really interesting about the thing that we do is we give you the professional headshot, and it's with all of your self-expression, all of that, but we're doing the surround sound, no retouching, but
this is sort of I love that. I was gonna say this is sort of a random thought, but what is, they call it professional hair color. What is professional hair color? Like redefining that, is sort of.
That's such a difficult question to answer.
Yeah.
But professional hair, it's like they say, you go to a professional to get professional hair color. So it's like that double entendre, and there might be something there. It's a fun area to play in though, for sure. I think you guys can really have
great.
Do good things with this.
Yep.
Okay. Are you good, Sage?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you so much.
And some beautiful art, some amazing art direction.
Beautiful art direction.
And I think we have a lot of good 3-word taglines today. I'm kind of proud of that. There's a lot of concise, from don't lose it to flip the narrative. There's good stuff all day.
Exactly.
And we're almost there though. We have 2 left. Thank you, Naz and Sierra. Wow, y'all have made it really far. Or Naz, I'm sorry. You ready?
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Thanks for meeting.
Piecework maybe is what
Piecework would be a good
you ready to
way
go to a rave with some puzzles?
I know. I was like, wow, puzzles. I mean, what did I write down? Like, can you scroll through it? I mean, this is just insane. A wild night in, and I think I really I compliment the insanity of it, associating like puzzles with staying in. I think it's fairly timely. The art direction is really ambitious and strong. When the puzzle finally hits.
Can I say one thing? I realized that you didn't ever, we really need to start with showing the puzzles, because that's part of what this comes off of, Megan, is that these puzzles are high art. Like this is not cliche puzzles. I mean, it's like high fashion photography that is the puzzles, right? And I just realized that would be such a simple start, right? We need to show some of those puzzles at the beginning. And then I think the branding of the real puzzles would help justify why you went into the wild night in idea.
So that's great, because I didn't get that at all. What I was searching for in the work was actually like, I was searching for the why, so I kept, and when I don't see the why, I start making up the why, right? So like when I'm looking at work, I'm like, okay, well, why would people who do puzzles, and is this pandemic response? Is it because we can't go out to rave, so we have to do puzzles to rave? But that makes a ton more sense, and I think you should bring that feature of the puzzles, like what makes these puzzles different, into the work much more clearly.
Definitely, yeah.
They're like high art luxury puzzles. So that's where this comes from. You can see it right there. That's the first chance you can cut. Is that one? No, it's too broken up. But yeah, I just realized there's no puzzles in here, but that's an easy fix.
For sure.
Yeah, it is an easy fix. I wonder if your print ads should just be puzzles or something. I mean, I don't know. Like, yeah, forget that. Forget I said that. I just think, I think I didn't really understand the role of the puzzle, how it inspired this wild night in. Like, I was just sort of searching for that connection to the product. The art direction is super strong.
Thank you.
I was just going to throw something out there and you guys can all kill it, but this is how we work. But if the whole scene, I mean, this wouldn't show the real puzzle, but if the whole scene were sort of cut like kind of like a puzzle, like if this were like on it, like this were a puzzle.
That's sort of what I was thinking, but then I looked in the image and there's like an empty liquor bottle and a puzzle strewn across the car. I mean, it's interesting. It's totally interesting.
I probably don't mean literally, but I mean like the vibe of the scene.
Yeah.
Or if like the puzzles like become like, are there parts of the puzzles, like, I don't know what these puzzles look like, but are there parts of the puzzles you can put together and create a scene, and that becomes the wild? Like say this was a puzzle and then you just had like that woman and that guy and you kind of had them in there just like on a table, and you kind of create the scene out of parts of the puzzle. So then you get a sense of what that, you get a sense of like what the puzzle entails. Now, I don't know what those puzzles are, so maybe that's not what they have in them. But anyway, just wondering if you could create a visual out of it.
Take this for what it take it for what it is, very plain spokenly. I think you've got to connect the wild night in with like make sure that the actual product is inspiring what I'm seeing. So close the gap between the puzzle and the effect.
Got it. Yeah.
Because it's leaving too much for me to try to figure out.
That makes sense.
I would love to talk about these again at some point, actually, because I have some thoughts too. Like I have one really simple thought, which is, can we just see the box in the photo better? Right? The art direction's covering it up. So that might be a simple answer. Like, especially this
Yeah.
one right here, right in the foreground, right? It could be like knocked over with like some weird something, show my age. I was gonna about to say some like rave joke or something I shouldn't try, but some other party artifact laying there next to it, right? So maybe there's a way to just bring that branding to the foreground, actually in picture, but then we'd have to control the style of it so it doesn't cover it up and muddy it. Even though it's beautiful, the style doesn't let me really see focus in there, right? Or detail. Right?
Yeah.
It's almost it's making the whole campaign kind of out of focus, right? So I think we'd have to figure out a way to split the balance, but there's options. I still think there's just so much fun to this that
It's super fun. I mean, the tension is great. Who thinks of puzzles as being something that is going to make this happen? Can you scroll down so I can see the extensions real quick?
I love the idea of putting kind of prompts and different stuff on the back of the puzzles pieces. Each piece has a different little.
Yeah, I also like I mean, again, with the alcoholism, but I like the drinking game kind of thing is really interesting. I also just wondered if you could think about how to design puzzles that would induce a certain kind of night. Like maybe there's a way to close the gap between the puzzles and the Wild Night Inn by actually showing like how would you have this kind of night, that kind of night, that kind of night through designing the puzzle, itself.
Right. Yeah.
Pre-game puzzles. Yeah, it's great. It's super interesting. Good work.
Thank
Good
you
work.
so much. If there's still time, it'd be cool to talk
Oh,
about-
there's definitely time. I want to talk about kin. Is that what you're asking about? We'll go straight to other partying that isn't partying though. I just realized.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Feel light, dream hard. Like this took me on a big journey. I will tell you that. The high road, spritz up your life. Let me look at my notes again. So I took a really brief note on the work, and I wonder if we could play one of these just to
Yeah, well, which one do you like best? Which one sets the vibe best? Do you want them to play?
They all kind of have very similar vibes. I guess we could play the first one.
The magic of a high road isn't the citrus notes or floral finish, nor is it the subtle bitters or warming spices. It's the gentle rise to an all-encompassing bliss. The Rhodelia rosea settles in your system, and the stress in your body settles away. The tyrosine hits, and your social stamina reaches a high. Making connections has never been so easy. Kin Euphorics, Spirits for the Soul.
I mean, it's really like it's very well branded. I got to tell you that. Like it is, it absolutely lives up to the name of the product. I think there's something really powerful in like this idea of or this insight around what it takes to prepare to socialize and make connections. And I think if I'm going to be critical, I'm going to say that I'm not quite getting the tension in all of in the product benefit or tension in everything. It's feeling like you sort of slip in that preparing to make connections at the end. I mean, I guess we could have a conversation about like, maybe that's what it needs to be, but I'm not totally getting it's very fashion advertising. It's a feeling, it's words, it's ASMR-ish, like the sound and even the visuals are very euphoric. I understand the brand, but the tension or conceit of the campaign is a little loose to me. That's all.
Gotcha.
Susan, did you have any thoughts?
I mean, this wasn't my, she just got my attention, but this wasn't my campaign, so I didn't really look in detail, but can you go to the print really quickly? I think what I want to take away, it takes itself very seriously, and it can, but I'm looking for like a little bit of cleverness. I think they're beautiful and stunning, and I love what you're trying to do. But if you're trying to make me feel something, maybe it's the way you serve it up. So like that music just really relaxed me, you know? And I know like people have already done this, like where, did someone do it in their ad block or someone did it somewhere else? I can't even remember.
Like Calm, maybe you're thinking.
Yeah, like where they do. Yeah, did Calm just do that? Where they sponsor. I guess ad block.
Their ads are meditations.
Yeah.
So if you can make the medium be the message.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. I just got very relaxed with that music. So sorry, but that's what I'm trying to say. Like, you can still have a serious message, but if it's just a poster with a serious message, you know, with sort of that's not really a cleverly written line, and it doesn't have to be, but then something about this has to have that little splash of cleverness. So, you know, where do you run these things, or, you know, what can you do to just add that little touch of cleverness? Because you have something really lovely here. So.
Yeah, I think that's why I was grabbing into this, like this sort of, I think it's an interesting audience insight, like preparing to make connections, like, wow, we're thinking about that stuff, and that people are like, that's the role that this stuff can play. I do appreciate, Susan, your suggestion too, is like, is the conceit of the campaign in medium meeting message? So like, if what we're trying to do is help people feel euphoric, then maybe every ad makes people feel euphoric. We don't tell, we show, we walk the walk.
It's a product demo in a weird way, right?
Yeah, turn every ad into a product demo. The art direction is gorgeous, and it does do that, but maybe you don't have to tell me.
Right.
Maybe you just, or, you know, like maybe every ad is a poem. I don't know. Maybe it's just a moment to, you know, like make me feel like the product feels.
Right. Yeah. The only way to describe our product is, you know.
So three art directors walk into an office hours. That's what this is, right? This is Sierra is after, she's the most patient of all 43 today, waiting till the end, was her partner. So it's always funny. I'm always making this joke in office hours. I'm like, wait, is this three art directors in this room? Uh-oh. So you know, I think maybe you'll find a writer, right? I think that's an easy fix when we have two art directors and we've gotten past critique, and it's just about upping your game over the summer or whenever you want to keep hitting on it. Because I think there is a lot of potential. I mean, the videos you produced are so beautiful. I mean, it's not easy to do in school. So, and the design is great, of course, because a lot of art directors building a house. So, you know, it looks really good. But I think, you know, maybe you know what, also the other thing, can I just say this really quick? Go up to the print. I think what we did we knew, or y'all knew, that this product is all education. No one's going to have any idea what it is. Like, they're going to think it's an alcohol. They're going to think it's all these things. So you did such a great job telling us what it is. But so you did, but the clever, a little bit of that, the twist, a little bit of that kind of interest is missing. Right now, it's a little too straightforward. We knew we couldn't go too far the other way. Y'all went so far in education that it's missing that little extra piece that I think maybe just bringing in a writer to the party. I mean, any writers in here need an extra piece in their book? I mean, I think I might be pinging them.
I think Susan does.
Yeah,
Susan
Susan,
might
you
need
need another piece in your book. Like, it's good looking stuff. You just throw some lines on there and you got a whole other campaign. I mean,
Yeah.
So
I think that's a good analysis though, Sean. I do think it got a little bit maybe too explanatory rather than emotional and visceral. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, it is really relaxing. It's beautifully produced, but it's not yet one of those book pieces that a creative director is going to look at and go, I immediately get it. I get it. Never seen anything like it. That's that creative conceit is really clear. So, but you're well on your way.
Thank you.
Can I summarize it as maybe right now we're kind of educating, or as she said, explaining the spirit? What if we wanted to dig a little bit more into people's souls, right? And why does my soul need some spirits that aren't actual alcohol, right? I don't know. I guess that's the person side of the tagline. Because I do like the tagline.
Well, I like also I like the tagline too, but then I also I like the word euphorics. And
Me
like
too.
what's euphoric, and I like that I'm
Me
reading it.
too.
I'm like, oh, that's interesting. So I would almost play off that and the word euphoria. You know, I don't know. I think there's something in there too. Just throwing it out. So
I just think that, like, I mean, your campaign is now making us think very deeply.
Exactly.
And so good job. I agree with you, Susan. I think that euphoria is a really interesting thing to make people feel. And if Kin Euphorics wants people to feel euphoria, then dig into that. Make every single touch point something that makes people like reach that more euphoric state.
it's sort of like sip euphoria, or or something like that. Like sip it in. So I don't know. So
yeah,
I appreciate that.
Just like you're fired.
No, you're hired, actually. If send me your resume. It's actually the opposite. You good then, or you think we can finally make it to the amazing Sierra?
Let's pass it off to Sierra. Thank you so much.
Hi, Sierra.
Nice
you
to
did
meet
it.
you.
You made it through 43 people.
We made it.
You made it through 42 people, which happens to be my favorite number because of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. So you did it. And we have 3 full campaigns that we have not discussed today. So maybe we just go ahead and finish it off right, if y'all don't mind. We just talked to Ken. I think the next 3 in a row, maybe. What do you think, Sierra? Which one are you want to talk about first?
I'm happy to talk about We're Not Really Strangers first.
Okay, cool.
So, you know what I loved about this speed dating is overrated, slow dating today at 8. Like that, Sierra, is a really real. So meanwhile, you saw the gums. Have you seen the gum commercial? Where is it? Wrigley? Is it? I don't know who it is.
It's Wrigley.
Is it Wrigley? Where they're going all in on fast connections. It's like we're coming out of a pandemic and everybody just wants to stick a tongue down somebody else's throat, right? Like it's like that's people are raging out of their bunkers, right? I think this is super interesting, right? But as a lot of other brands are just sort of leaning heavily the other direction, I think the slow emerge is incredibly brilliant. I really liked the words slow dating. We're not really strangers, and then slow dating. That if you could go back up for a second, we're not really strangers. What was your line on all of it, on everything? I'm just trying to remind myself.
We combined the name of the brand, so it's even after quarantine, we're not really strangers.
I see.
The name's so long that we didn't want a whole long tag.
So yeah, I mean, maybe you don't need a tagline. I think you need to focus the campaign. In general, I feel like there's and I actually, maybe we can play one of these. Which one would you rather play?
The first one's fine.
Hey! Oh. Hey, Post-pandemic meetups may be awkward, but they don't have to be this awkward.
Who's my celebrity crush?
Harry Styles, done.
Bitch, you know.
I think I want you to have one line that really nails what's great about this campaign, and I don't think you have it yet. We're not really strangers after quarantine feels just a little straight. And I wish, Susan, help me here, but I wish it was something like simpler about
I missed some of what this was, and I'm still not even sure what this is, though, after seeing that. So, if that
what
says
the
anything.
product is.
Yeah.
It's basically like really in-depth 20 questions is the best way to say it. So it's a card game, and you go through the with someone to like.
And are you digging into the pandemic? Is that a big part of this message? Because that's like
I just think
we
that
have been strangers almost. We want to get to know each other again. I don't know.
Right. We're not really strangers. We might feel like strangers, but we're not really strangers. I think the connection, the Venn diagram of situation and product is great. What I'm not solving for you quite yet is like, you need one single simple line to connect us all.
You need a verb. I think you need a verb. I think you need a verb. Like, what does this thing do? Like, you know, like instruct them in some way. Like, what do you want us to do? Like, get to know each other again, or, you know, rekindle who we were. You know, just I think it has to be super clear.
There's anything? Do you think there's anything to this awkward bit though?
I think the awkward thing was funny. I mean, if you're talking about the pandemic, I mean, I got together with someone, and you know, it's like, oh, are we allowed? We're literally like that. Are we allowed to hug? You know, so
yeah. At any rate, I do think you're the campaign, you know, like the connection of the product, what the product does, and the situation is strong. I think the speed dating thing, and I'd argue that the films are clear getting across what we need and what need this fills. But I'm not so sure that it's consistent across all of your executions. So, and I just think that you need a really strong tagline. Beyond we're not really strangers. And I don't think it's just after the pandemic, we're not really strangers. I think there's something else that's going to encourage or enlighten me to what I need, what is we're not really strangers, and why do I need it, you know?
Yeah. And I would say this is just a thing in general. Like, if you do decide to do pandemic, and I know there was a conversation with someone else too, just know, like, in a couple of years, it's gonna really age your stuff. So it's something to think about. That's always a consideration.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah.
Man, I've talked a lot about that, but this moment in time, I don't know if it's going to age too soon. Though,
I know,
right? Like, it's just such a dramatic.
Well, you're in Texas, isn't everything back to normal now?
So they say. Yeah, not in Austin. We're all good. Austin, we're all
Austin's blue.
No, Austin isn't like the rest of the state.
The other thing that I would say, Sarah, that is a thought that I had when looking through the work. If what you're trying to do, if we're not really strangers, if what you're trying to do with this campaign is get people back together in person, then I think all your executions should drive that behavior, either showcase or drive that behavior. So when I see an app, I'm like, unless it's getting me to be with a person and like be face to face with somebody and enabling that engagement, I wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
That's actually a similar note that came from this morning. So I think we got
I think we almost ranked it too high on importance. Honestly, in the scroll, we weren't putting too much energy into it. And I think the thought was almost like it was supposed to be kind of like a Bumble BFF situation where you do it to meet someone and then
you kind of like delete the app after you're done kind of thing. But I definitely see how it's being
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like maybe you could be, you could bring back the dormant meetup or something, or bring, like you could find really interesting platform integrations, I guess, that would just pure, like speed dating is awesome. Like that's a great place. It's great product placement. And yeah, it's great from that standpoint.
I know that Susan, you do have a heart out in like 2 minutes.
I
or
have
3
to get on the
minutes.
road soon. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, thank you again. I know you held back your trip, so thank you so much.
Yeah,
for
it's
doing that.
okay. I was happy to be here. So as Megan continues, I'll say my goodbye. I know Megan is, this was your in-depth dive over here, but it was so nice to meet all of you guys. And I just want to let everyone know if they have any questions or want to reach out, please do. So, and that's it. So thank
Susan,
you.
you're amazing. Thank you so much for
Bye,
for
Susan.
spending the past few days, and I miss you too so much. I hope to see you again. I will be in New York this summer, so I'm gonna maybe we can try and get coffee or something.
Yeah, 100%. And I may go visit Austin with my daughter because she's interested in film school.
Oh, well, you know, it's one floor above me, literally right now.
Oh, that's awesome. All right, well, you'll get a call.
Literally, I'm pointing at it. So let's talk.
Cool. Bye, guys.
I'd love
Good
to
luck.
see you here. Bye,
That would be
Susan.
amazing.
Thank you.
Bye, Susan.
So you down to talk about these last two, maybe eco and clothes and
Sure. Sure. I have to remind myself I have to wash Sierra,
It's been a long day.
Yeah. So talk to me about eco and clothes. Like, tell me the product, because I left kind of confused about like what the offering was.
Okay, so they're a packaging supply company at the very base level, but all of their packaging is recyclable or recycled or compostable. So entirely green. They're zero carbon emissions and everything. So really promoting like ethical shipping supplies.
Mm-hmm. So in some ways, I think like the print gets closer. Who do you think your audience is?
Well, we were trying to aim this a little bit B2B, because I know currently it's a lot of smaller businesses, but that use this, but also businesses like Adidas have started using it. So we're definitely orienting ourselves toward businesses.
Okay, do you mind scrolling down? I just want, if you could like pull up one of those scripts just so I remind myself of the content.
Oh yeah, sorry, they don't click individually.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. I can sort of read.
Can you still zoom at all, Andrew, or no option to zoom? There we go. Thank you. Probably the right one. Which one do you think is the more on, or sorry, actually,
yeah.
Which one? You had the left one first. Do you prefer that, Sierra?
Yeah, I like this one as well. I think they both work really well.
I feel like the tornado one at least explains the bigger idea. The simplest maybe is part of why I wanted to focus on this one. Because I think this is the B2B nature and the power of a company versus a person.
I mean, here's what I love is that it addresses sort of a sustainability issue that we're confronting, that it's not the consumer that's the problem, it's the business that's the problem.
Exactly.
And I really love that about this. I do think, if I'm being honest, I do wonder if I'm going to capture Walmart's attention by villainizing them. So what and maybe I don't have a really good a good suggestion, but man, it's a great problem to solve, but I would hesitate villainizing big business in order to get them on board. That's like, that was, I think, my biggest reaction. If we can scroll down a little bit, I thought that the print did the best job of like showing me like what the product was, right? Whereas some of the other executions, like I didn't really feel the service coming through. Yep.
Yeah, I think I talked to them about something a little similar. I mean, right now it's almost, this is the classic, there's two campaigns in the one campaign right now, a little bit that we got to get control over and pick a side, right?
Yeah.
And she's leaning towards this side where you're getting straight into the product, right? Which is, might be right, could be right. We were more kept talking about the other, and then y'all would come back to this, it seems like.
So you mean you were talking about which one, Sean?
Which side is like, this is a bit more straight about the box. It's, you know, it's making a certain type of reference. And then there's the other one that's a bit more, a person can only do so much, but a business can do more. I mean, I still like that as the campaign. And I think you're right, without attacking them, because they're never gonna want to help if you attack them. So I think it's a really smart way to put it.
Yeah, I mean,
you want them to join in and collaborate with this idea, not feel threatened by it.
Right. I mean, maybe the like a powerful thing to do would be to do unboxing videos for Walmart using your products, right?
Yeah.
So you know, you can do really like confrontational stuff that feels and I heard Susan talk about this earlier. There's this whole, like, Volvo did a great campaign about open sourcing their safety practices. Toyota has done great work in open sourcing their factory and efficiency practices for hospitals and soup kitchens and different organizations that can really benefit from efficiency that serve communities. You know, something that would be amazing is for them to sort of open source themselves for big business. So how do you show big business, here's our solution for you? Then you put pressure on that business and they have no choice but to take you up on it, instead of threatening or villainizing, because they can poke holes in the tornado. We don't create tornadoes. I heard a Walmart person on a call not too long ago pipe in, as we were presenting sustainability work on behalf of Unilever. I heard this Walmart person pipe in going, there's a great case to be made for you know, online ordering and mailing packaging to people. I mean, you know, they're drinking the Kool-Aid. They've got all the statistics that say they've got it figured out and they're not doing anything wrong. So when you create a campaign that is, you know, challenging Walmart, you kind of want to do it by linking arms with them. Like, here's how we can help. It can still be confrontational, but you're bringing them a solution. So maybe that's a way to think about the content. That also,
I love the idea of, like, they've already solved their Eco Enclose is hard at work figuring out other companies' problems, right?
Exactly. Like that's a campaign right there. Like, it's your campaign could be, how are we solving Walmart's problems? How are we solving Amazon's problems? How are we solving Adidas problems? All of that. Like, we're figuring it out, and here it is, you know?
Yeah, definitely. That was something we heavily debated, was like calling them out or not. And that's a super good workaround to that.
Okay, do we want to close it out with, I'm sorry, Megan, were you gonna say one more thing?
No, that's it. That's great. That it satisfies, like, my nagging thing about Eco Enclose is that it's a really smart product, but I wasn't feeling it come forward in, like, with true clarity. So that makes me feel better.
Cool. All right, one more, go ahead and click it.
Planet Aid. Okay, so talk to me about the product, like the place.
It's a nonprofit. They collect any type of throwaway fabric that you want to get rid of, and they sell it back to developing countries to promote their textile industries there.
That's great. That's great. And can we go down and look at the ads?
Don't you love
I
how the
thought-
90s influences everywhere,
I
Megan?
mean, I know.
It's everywhere.
I know, and it's really ugly. but there was a time to us an ugly dress could be a new purse, a belt, a tote. So the business proposition is that they do repurpose textiles into these things.
Yeah, so it's not necessarily a certain thing. They just are like in the process, like part of the process in taking old fabric and making it into something else. So we're trying to highlight how like so much goes into making a single thing of fabric or like a single t-shirt, and then people just throw it away if they get a hole in it because they think no one else wants it, but
Right.
like, it's actually useful.
So I think the art direction is beautiful, by the way. I mean, I think it, like, the professionalism of the art direction shone across all of and writing, for God's sake. I think the professionalism is astounding. The thing that I wonder with this, it's so pretty. I kind of want to see the other side of the equation. I want to see the tote or what it becomes and call out what it was. Because like if I saw the new life of the object or the textile, but then you were calling out that this was a leopard skin dress with a hole in it, then I'm like, oh, you solved a problem. You know what I mean? So I wish the solution came through in the execution a little bit more than the problem.
Gotcha.
Let us turn we turned your ironic fashion into something useful. I mean, that's a great line if I'm looking at the useful thing, but I know it was that stupid sweater I bought. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's an awesome note again. What do you think about this stunt? Talk about Brave. They're ready to get arrested.
Yeah. Let me read this. I looked at these on Monday. I'm sorry. I'm just reminding myself.
That's understandable.
Yeah. Talk to me about this stunt.
So we were thinking, like, instead of covering up like the actual like dollar cost of an item, we'd like go into like probably department stores or something and stick over like the genuine cost of it. To like
knowing they'll get in trouble and
Yeah.
that'll be the press.
Yeah, I mean, God, do it. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's cool.
I think it's great.
Any
Super
other notes on this one, Sierra, you want to ask about really quick before we wrap it up?
I think that's it.
Megan, you good?
Yeah, I think there's one thing with the stunt that you could connect it. Maybe why not buy used? Do you really need another? Make sure you really want them. I was just wondering if there was a way. Never mind. I think this lives on its own. I think I was wondering if there was a way to connect it to the ad campaign proposition more closely, but I don't have a quick solution. It's like make sure you really want them is probably the closest, because it gets to the irony of like our ease with throwing them away, right? Our ease of disposable fashion. So why not buy used is a little different of a topic to me. The other two probably feel more closely aligned with the overall campaign.
Okay.
Wow. Okay, you made it. And Megan, you made it through all the work. Thank you.
I know,
Sierra,
and
again.
Thank you.
I'm so grateful to have been invited. Thank you.
This is like, I mean, just such a pleasure for me to listen to two people I love so much but haven't seen in a long time go through all my students' work. It's really kind of a special moment.
Yeah.
And y'all were amazing, of course. I would like to make one comment on something you just said at the very end, which is really exciting to me. I got to tell you, when I came here a long time ago, one of my biggest goals was to try and up the execution that came out of the school. And I have kind of tried to work hard on that. And so thank you for saying that. You know, Ryan was here before me. Ryan Romero is back in the room. I think you saw him in your email, but didn't actually fully meet him on screen yet today.
I've been here. I've unfortunately been stuck on.
He's been up in the words for a long time. I came in trying to up some of the execution.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, kudos to all of the students and you guys. This is it's a really, really powerful group of students and powerful work. And just like the level of execution is I'm not ever going to show you what my first book looked like. I'll just leave it there.
That's true words right there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
I
good
feel
stuff.
You don't want to see my first book.
I'll show you mine.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
God awful.
That would be a fun thing. That would be such a great lesson in that, to get a bunch of old books together to say, look at what this person's achieved. Look at where they started, right? So
I set mine on fire.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. Whoever's got some
Well,
left.
because it was a fit, you could set it on fire because
Correct.
it wasn't
Yes.
digital.
Mine's over there. Mine's actually over there.
Oh, look, right there. Look,
Yeah, mine's
there's
over there.
there's the
There it
case.
is.
It's
There's
a
the
bunch of
case. It
laminated big
wasn't.
pieces.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
Pretty bad.
anything you have, I think, sorry to, of course, you know, it's like very advertising of me to seize the moment that you're still here just when you think I'm going to let you go. Do you have anything more in conclusion you might want to say? I mean, or you don't have to, but any other thoughts? Like, you kind of already did it, talking about all the work, but
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I would say is your lean on make connections. I'm one of them now. Lean into them. Don't be shy about it. You've got to, it's up to you when you get out of school to drive your career forward. And you're going to need to. You're going to have to be that dog with a bone. You're not, people don't roll out red carpets. It's hard work getting into the industry, but it is one of the best industries. You've made a wonderful choice should you continue. And there are a lot of different options for the kind of work you're going to do. I can tell you that I've worked in every medium at this point. I've sat at all of the different agency disciplines at this point, and there are a lot of options, and you need to ask questions and you need to lean on connections in order to find out how you as a person can fit into the industry. And I just count me among your connections, and I would love to help answer any questions. If you're ever in New York, you visit, especially once we're not really strangers anymore. So.
see, the campaign worked, I think. It looks like it worked.
It did.
You're remembering it later. You're remembering
Left
it
a
as you
lasting
walk to the
impression.
car later. Isn't that the rule? Wow. Again, I guess just, you know, can y'all unmute and give her a round of applause? Y'all know I love a good awkward Zoom applause. Y'all know I like doing it. It's very awkward, but I like it. She
I'll applaud
deserves it.
back.
It's well-earned
Yeah.
applause. Thank you, Megan. And thank you to all of y'all, to everyone graduating. I'm going to miss you. Y'all have been amazing. Good knowing you for the past 2 years, some of you, all the way back to Intro to Creative Strategies for my master's students that are still in the room. But, you know, we're not going anywhere. We're always here. I'm the type of weirdo that if you want to hit me up over the summer and keep pushing on it, if you're ready to get to their changes now, let's do it. I'm ready too. So, or we can regroup next year, whatever, keep pushing, even to the graduates. Just because you're graduating doesn't mean you're done with your book. I hate to be the one to tell you this, but you're kind of never done with your book. Hate to be the one to bring it up. So keep working, keep changing. They were throwing gold bars at y'all today. So hopefully you had good note taking and are ready to, you know, I remember being at that place where I'm graduating and it's like, quit telling me changes. I want a job, you know, but until you get that job, you better keep changing, right? You better keep pushing. So thanks again.
Good job, you guys. I was really impressed with the work.
Thank you so much, Megan. We appreciate your time today.
Yeah, of course.
That's a huge gift, and we know it. So thank
Yeah.
you.
It's a gift to be invited. So thanks very much. I'm happy to be here. It was great to spend time with you, Sean, too, and
Yeah,
your
great
facial
seeing you.
hair. Yeah.
So I shaved off the gray facial hair to hide that. This beard is straight white. So don't, if
Nice. Nice.
yeah, for the stream, I hid that white beard, but okay. Thanks everybody. It's been a really long day. I actually made it the whole time without eating. So I think I'm gonna go do that. I think I'm gonna go eat something. Again, y'all know I mean it. Love y'all. Y'all are awesome. All the work y'all put in, it's amazing. Y'all make me so proud. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
Bye, y'all.
Bye, guys.
Bye.